Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Who we got? Shout out to Dr. Evil Genius. Been waiting all day for this. You guys may or may not have seen that, what's his face? Andrew Wilson, my good friend, was on the Digital Social Hour podcast to debate Coach Greg Adams, who is one of the red pill. I think he's like in the red pill, if not red pill adjacent. I'm sure the chat will help us out with all that. But they are debating, is marriage worth it? And I thought there was a really good conversation that happened here. You can definitely see the difference between the more red pill side and the more ortho bro Christian side. And I agree with a lot of what both of they are saying, but there's something right down the middle, like always, that they miss. So let's dive right into it. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Off. You guys ready?
Yep.
Let's do it. Yeah, we're good. Okay, guys, finally getting started. Thanks for being patient. I know there was some delays. We got Andrew here versus Coach Greg Adams, aka the Free Agent Lifestyle. We're going to talk about today, is marriage worth it for men in the West? So let's get into some opening statements. Who wants to start off?
Yeah, man, marriage is a great institution. It was an institution that built the community of America. Most of the better communities that have safety, good children, good schools, are typically centered around marriage. However, marriage has not progressed to the point where men could be safe legally, and a lot of men have experienced tremendous damage, collateral damage as a result, and it has led to broken families, a lot of broken hearts.
Yep. I mean, that's, number one reason I'm not really out here seeking is because if that's where it's going to end up, what's the point?
Because the laws are not positioned to benefit both people in a divorce. Therefore, you have no-fault divorce. You have opportunities for women to use the courts against men. And as a result, men have seen 1, 2, and 3 generations of men getting harmed, their grandfathers, their fathers, their uncles, their brothers getting harmed by this. So,
and I don't know if they go into this, but the flip side of that is that women are seeing generations of women in their family, just divorcing and leaving and doing some BS. Shout out to Gary the Snail. Figured it out. Welcome. Said Andrew Will Soy lost this debate. I think there's a little bit from both of them. I would say they both lost the debate, but we all win. Welcome to the party. We also got equality and deference because vagina over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Said liked and shared. Guys, you know how much that stuff really does help the channel. Even if you don't think anybody's going to click on the link that you share, just by you telling the platform that you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome.
Generation Z men are not positioning themselves for a positive marriage. So at this particular point, if someone asked me, would I recommend marriage for them, and they were in a certain position in life, they weren't established, I would say no. There's no benefit for the person to get married.
I love how they put the cough in the captions.
Got it. Your response, Andrew?
Yeah, I didn't hear any anti-marriage arguments. I heard anti-divorce arguments. So I'm with you on divorce, 100%.
Stream over.
And
I agree.
But it's a good thing that the topic isn't on divorce, it's on marriage. And it seems like you agree with my proposition then. And the proposition is that...
Can you guys hear this okay? Is it just my volume that's low? Can you guys hear this okay?
Marriage, quote, is a great institution.
Yep.
And that right now your concern is that men can't be safe in marriage, but that's not actually what you're saying. You're not saying men can't be safe in marriage. They can. You're saying that they may not be safe in divorce. So I have a counter proposition for you. My counter proposition is, what if it's the case that you can use religious marriage institutions without the state? And then we add the ecclesiastical structure of the marriage. That's what always kept them together anyway, before the state was ever involved. So what if instead we use the ecclesiastical church, the structure of the old churches, that would be Catholicism and Orthodoxy, where you see the lowest divorce rates, because the community puts pressure on the women to act right. That's what they do. Right now, the state applies no pressure on women to act right, right? You can just go and...
Yeah, this is something that Jordan Peterson actually got in a little hot water for talking about, enforced monogamy. And the idea that enforced monogamy just means that as a culture, we want monogamy. Whether that specifically means marriage or not is the next part of the conversation. But enforcement, and people didn't understand what he meant by that. So they were like, you want the government to come in and make sure I'm not sleeping around? It's like, no, not at all. We just socially want to enforce that monogamy and marriage are a good thing. Shout out to Ghost Rider. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So CGA used to be based. Those roids and gear have messed up his mind. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I mean, so we got a bunch of different opinions here. I'm excited to see who will win out. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party, guys. And thank you. Oh, my goodness, for all those likes.
They do. Right now, the state applies no pressure on women to act right? You can just go and file whatever you want, get a divorce, and go be banging the neighbor by the next night. We totally agree on that. But to say that we should abandon marriage is silly. It seems like you're completely pro-marriage. You're just anti-divorce. So why wouldn't you just throw your weight behind institutions where the divorce rate is the least and you have an ecclesiastical structure which can be appealed to assist with that? That's what makes no sense to me.
And the way he frames it is like, well, you just have a problem with divorce, not marriage. And he is not wrong. But to act like they're two different things, I think is a little bit silly. Over on Rumble, Equality said the MGTOW position, for those of you not familiar, men going their own way. The MGTOW position is marriage is fine in principle. In practice, considering modern women and one-sided laws, oh, hell nah. Dr. Virginia said CGA is not a roid guy. He's a guy who got ramrodded by the divorce and family court system. Either way, he's beaten down. You can tell he is beaten down. And yeah, again, I don't know too much about Greg Adams. Again, I've seen him around in the, like I always say, the red pill, if anything, should be a pit stop and nothing more. You shouldn't need it at all because you should have strong men in your life who show you what the red pill is, organically throughout your life. But, some of us didn't necessarily have that example. And so, the red pill was big for someone like me. But to live in that world and like even, being MGTOW, like making it that much a part of who you are doesn't make sense to me. If it works for you, great. But I think it's like, okay, got some cool information. Now I'm going on with the rest of my life.
My response to that is if we're fifths, we'd be all drunk. All right. So that's the scenario that.
If what?
Response to that is if we're fifths, we'd be all drunk.
If ifs were fifths, we'd all be drunk. Ask him how he would feel if he didn't eat yesterday.
Right. So that's the scenario that just isn't present.
Can you explain the analogy for me?
Well, if we use if, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. If we say if we have a situation where this is present, then this would work. Well, that makes sense. If we had that,
we do have it right now.
Well, it doesn't necessarily work because, and I'm going to tell you why, because a woman can go to a divorce attorney and they can simply just say, hey, listen, it was a off the cuff, off the state divorce, but you got married within a certain state or she filed in a certain state. So therefore the divorce goes on. No, absolutely. Yes.
Well,
listen.
Shout out to Liberty Plus TV. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. So this debate was rough. Oh, we going to get through it. We going to get through it. Quality said, CGA coined the term, men are in love, women are in business. Well, damn. I will drink to that. Dilly to that. Ghost Rider said, I had a bad divorce myself. I think it's perfectly fine to go your own way, but preaching degeneracy that's caused the problem in the first place is hypocrisy. Agreed. That being said, I did just do a debate where I argued in favor of prostitution being legalized, but not going to prostitutes, just, from a libertarian perspective. We got Agropolis in the building. Welcome. Very good to see ya. I'm never sure if I say that right. Agropolis, right? Welcome. And oh my goodness. We got Unwanted Foe starting us off with a swole goal. Thank you. So very, very much. And of course, guys, don't forget that we did start the Morty Memorial Fund. Of course, he is here. He is well. He is good. But like I said, I had a conversation with the vet, and he is on the clock, and I would love to be able to send him off and remember him forever. So all of this is going towards that. The normal swole goal is in effect, so we can do push-ups. So we got an extra treat for him tonight. But just in case he croaks, you guys are helping me out. Thank you so very much. Of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Welcome. Let's dive back in.
A off the cuff, off the state divorce, but you got married within a certain state or she filed in a certain state, so therefore the divorce goes on.
No,
Absolutely,
okay.
yes.
Well,
Listen, I've been to with the divorce attorneys, and what they'll tell you is, hey, listen, you can get married in the ritual, you can get married in the orthodoxy, you can get married off record, but if she files and that woman is hell bent on saying we got married, I don't care if it was a ceremony where we walked on coals with our feet bare. That's considered a marriage. You also have common law. You have a lot of other ways for that woman to establish marriage.
How does your way eliminate common law?
Right. So I think what CGA is establishing here is that what Andrew is proposing theoretically on paper is nice and good, but it doesn't really fit with the dating landscape that we have. And you know, almost in the famous Sam Harris argument. Well, if things are different, then things would be different. And so I think Andrew's position is a little bit stronger than that, but essentially that's as far as we've gotten.
I don't have any way to eliminate common law.
So
what
then-
I have is a way for men to avoid.
Well, then the
being
AG. I'm gonna use AG. There we go.
used it. No, the argument's not silly. So here's what you have. You have a if proposition, which doesn't exist for most men. Most men aren't religious. Most men aren't looking to be under a religious orthodoxy.
Nope. Shout out to section 230. Welcome to the party. He isn't anti-degenerate. He promotes sleeping with women without marriage. Clutch your fucking pearls. Clutch your fucking pearls.
Men aren't religious. Most men aren't looking to be under a religious orthodoxy. So it doesn't apply. So you're taking a moral standard or a religious standard to apply to people who aren't under that veil.
So let's start with a couple of things you said which are fundamentally untrue. Most men are religious, in fact, including in this country. Most of them, not some of them.
But they're not religious.
Hang on. I didn't interrupt.
I understand.
That's why, but that was your fault, CGA. I knew what you meant. I knew that you meant that most men aren't practicing or aren't pious religious people, but words matter.
Most of them, not
And he just, to be fair to Andrew, he just let you go off.
some of them.
But they're not religious.
Hang on. I didn't
Hold on for a
interrupt. I
second.
didn't
Right.
interrupt.
I understand,
interrupt.
but let me just take that point. Most aren't under your religion.
Okay,
We can agree with that.
So here's the thing, though. But Catholicism and Orthodoxy is growing rapidly, and if it's the case that the ecclesiastical structure is already there, which it is, right? If you're going to cohabitate with a woman, the thing that you're offering right now is common law marriage anyway. If there's cohabitation at all, you're not protecting anybody from that. At least under my model, it gives an ecclesiastical structure that's designed to prevent divorce by applying community pressure. That was the way it was always done. Apply the application of community pressure within the confines of the woman's social circle. Right now, do you agree with me, for instance, that many divorces happen because women like to yap? So you get a freshly divorced woman, and she's free. You go, girl. Girl power. And she starts talking to her little friends, and she starts telling them how liberating it is and how great it is and this and that. And this is why when women have divorced friends, their likelihood of divorce actually rapidly increases. It's for this reason.
Divorce is contagious.
So if it's the case,
All right, guys. So we just dropped a poll. They're talking about cohabitation. Would, if you are married, just imagine that we're talking about the before time. Would you live with a woman before marrying? And we could say yes or no, or you could say I'd only marry if we were cohabitating first.
divorce actually rapidly increases. It's for this reason.
Divorce is contagious.
So if it's the case that this social contagion is eliminated because now we have an ecclesiastical structure, an ecclesiastical authority, which won't grant it because you get ostracized from that social group through excommunication, for instance, or not being able to participate anymore with that community, that's an application of a serious and significant social pressure, which can do the very thing you want. Bring back that great institution, absent the state, and it avoids this whole problem of common law marriage. Because if it's the case that you can be common law married anyway inside of a state, and they can get grounds for divorce on that anyway, then we actually need to have some social pressures to prevent them from doing that. So it sounds like
I agree with that.
we agree marriage is awesome for men. Divorce is terrible for them. So it seems like we should be attacking the divorce structure here, and it doesn't seem like you actually have anything to do that other than just avoid the thing that's great for you.
See, I don't like that framing. I don't think that is. I think that's a straw man of what CGA is putting forth. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he'll show. No, that's exactly what I'm saying. That I completely agree with you, Andrew. That marriage is great and divorce is bad, and that's it. But I don't really think that's what we're getting into.
Because this other bad side effect could happen.
Sure, that's
so
like
why don't
smoking
we
cigarettes.
So why don't we attack the bad side effect when we have the mechanism to do it? It's not if, we can do it now.
Okay,
right
so
this
like
second.
smoking cigarettes is the same analogy you're saying. Okay, here, cigarettes in this situation, we obviously know it has negative side effects, so you would avoid it. Now, here's the issue that I have with it. It sounds great on paper, but we can't travel to the land of make-believe. It sounds great. The majority of people probably wouldn't do it. And if you ask a guy, which this is an important part.
Yeah, Dr. was just saying, I hate that Andrew is stuck on converting people to his religion as if these systems can't work outside of religion. Bingo. That is exactly my beef with the Ortho Bro Crucible community. I did just book a debate with Jim Bob for November 25th. Is being an atheist, or being an atheist is a rational position. I obviously will be arguing in favor. And he wanted to do the other way around, that believing in God is a rational position. I'm like, bro, you just watched me talk for 6 hours about how I think that it is rational. I just don't hold that particular belief. But yeah, the problem is that they feel like, well, I've got the right answer and the only right answer, and anything that isn't my answer is the wrong answer because my answer is the right one. I got you. And Colin said, Dilly, Dr. Evil. Section 2 there said the systems haven't worked outside his system. That's what you don't seem to get. We've had decades of not forcing his religion, and society has degenerated. Every measurable metric has gone down without religion, but we have religion though. That's the thing that I don't understand. If we came from like a degenerate society and everyone was like, hey, look, we've got Christianity, then I'd be like, let's go. Let's figure out the actual truth claims later. But we already had a strictly religious society, and here we are.
The majority of people probably wouldn't do it. And if you ask a guy, which this is an important part, they're not even prepared to even talk about that. They don't even know what divorce laws are. So you're asking them to travel to the land of make-believe under a marriage system that small percentage of people use. No one uses it today. You might have said they used it to the past. Today, that doesn't exist. So we can't travel to the land of make-believe to make marriage work for you.
Yep. Believe it or not, the notion of one man and one woman, maybe not strictly according to law, but according to nature, that was a system that predated Christianity. Just saying.
Doesn't exist. So we can't travel to the land of make-believe to make marriage work for you. It might work in your marriage, but it doesn't work for the greater structure.
Your argument here contradicts itself, because on the one hand, you say men don't know enough about marriage, but my assumption is that your mission is to let men know about marriage?
Absolutely.
Okay, well then, I don't understand how it's the land of make-believe if you can let them know about this, but I can't?
Sure.
Right, so
you can offer that.
So if I am, it sounds like I'm offering a real alternative to what you're offering, and here's what you're offering. Men, marriage is great. It's a great institution. It's the best for children. These are your words. In marriage, right, men seem to thrive. Their health seems to thrive. Everything seems to thrive. You're saying, well, the problem is that divorce rates are high, and they are. However, there's a few things there that you haven't covered. One, it depends on demographic too. For instance, if you're black, it's going to be way worse than if you're white.
Correct.
Okay, way worse. And also, socioeconomics matters, right? Demographics in general matter. So you can do a lot, actually, including prenuptial agreements. You can have a prenuptial agreement with the ecclesiastical authority without the state even involved, and it seems like that would mitigate your risk to damn near nothing.
Right, but again, as Dr. Evil Genius brought up, like, you're smuggling in, also you have to accept Orthodox Christianity. Like, that's a big hurdle. Like,
you said if about 50 times
so
today.
Did you.
Now, here's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you when, all right, we're already in this system. You're going outside of the system to create a scenario for me to argue
What
against.
system am I going outside of?
We're talking about marriage is typically done with the state. Almost everyone does it this way.
Typically,
so now
hold on
for a second. You've moved the goalpost to a scenario of if. And you're arguing from the if. Hold on for a second. You're arguing from the if perspective.
It is perspective.
No, listen.
It is.
Give me a chance to listen.
All right,
give me a chance.
Go ahead.
You're arguing from a very small percentage point. Now you're saying demographics, and we can talk about that, but you're still trying to get me to argue in your cloud of if. That's the land of make-believe. Most people, by far, are married to the state. Not only that, your land of make-believe
to the state or by the state
still exists. The prenup with the ecclesiastics. You can write whatever you want in that prenup. It only matters in the divorce. That's the reality. So I'm still dealing in reality. You're in the clouds. Hold on for a second. You're in the clouds. So let's take the demographics.
Okay.
In your scenario, it sounds like, which would be fair, your primary concern is with white people.
No. It's with
Hold on for a second. You said with black people. the demographics, the chance is higher.
Yeah.
So have you discovered the ecclesiastics approach to black people married within this?
Yes.
However, their demographics, economic.
How do you end? You asked a question. You said, "Have you done this?" However, that's not how English works.
Which all do affect marriage, has nothing to do in the land of the clouds or the make-believe with ecclesiastics. It's all going to boil down to in the law. And there's no church reverend that's going to go into your household to make sure there's social pressure on your wife. Do you know any?
Again, this is not what was proposed. This was not what was proposed. Enforced monogamy does not mean somebody's knocking on your home and make sure you're not sleeping around. It means societally, we look at monogamy as a good thing. That is it. Shout out to Joe Ayor. Welcome. We are just about 10 minutes in. So we skipped it for they were doing for just about 10 minutes in. We just getting going. Welcome. Dr. Eugenie said, Andrew's solution would be awesome if the women's emancipation genie didn't already escape the bottle. Bingo. The toothpaste is not going back in the tube. Exactly. 100% great. We got Alpha, the first one. Welcome. Said Andrew Wilson married a single mother with 2 baby daddies. That is a bad deal. He's trying to get men to take a bad deal. How dare he? I mean, to be fair, he does seem happy. But how long will that last?
For household.
Welcome to the party.
To make sure there's social pressure on your wife. Do you know any?
Sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know any that can cover all marriages? That
yes.
answer is no.
Yes. And by the way, when you keep
are we in reality here?
I'm
or
trying.
Are we in the clouds? I mean, we're not arguing anything. This is in the land of make believe.
Well, when I'm allowed to respond,
okay, give me a second. Let me finish this point.
Go ahead.
Your imagination is great.
Yeah, this is the civil part. Oh my goodness, we are in for a night, ladies and gentlemen.
It would be great. You would be proud of you at this particular point.
But I'm imagining all the people.
You're imagining all the people under a situation and a structure that you brought in here. All right.
Matrimony started with the church, yes. But monogamy is not the same thing as marriage.
But the state highly governs this, and the state highly governs divorce. I'm dealing in the reality situation where I'm trying to counsel men to give information to. The best thing you've told me is that you're willing to give men the option to do this. Are they willing to all do this option? The answer is probably not.
Nope. And I want to address this. Liberty Plus TV said, to me, marriage means a religious ceremony. State marriages are simply not marriage. It is just a contract. And I think this is a little bit similar to what we're saying about the toothpaste going back in the tube. That I even as an atheist, I agree that all of that is just a contract. It's just in case of divorce. And I think it would have been better for society in general if the state never got involved with marriages. And we had civil unions and all the tax breaks that you get, the ability to see people in the hospital, that comes from the basic signing of the whatever contract at the courthouse. Then you want to have a big party, go for it. Then if you're Christian and you want to get married, go for it. But then it doesn't have to do with any secular people. Like that's you. Do you?
Are they willing to all do this option? The answer is probably not, just like they're not willing to do what I'm telling them to do. However, we're both attempting, which is a good thing. It's noble. However, your situation rarely exists. Can we talk about the reality of what exists?
Sure.
Absolutely. So let's take your moral religious crusade out of it and talk about the reality.
Yeah,
Are you willing to do that?
Yeah, agreed. There's no reason for the and again, the problem was that all of these marriages were coming with state benefits. And so once you bring it into the legal realm, then you can't have any religious protections around it because now you're talking about, like we said, tax breaks and so on and so forth. So if that stuff did not come with marriage, then the state would never have been involved in the first place. Then you Christians can have your marriage and matrimony. That's so much more special than the contract that everybody signed. And everybody else would just do whatever the fuck they want. Shout out to Sean Picca. Welcome to the party. Said dating is practice for divorce, not marriage. Ooh, the book I Kiss Dating Goodbye is a good book on this subject. Well, thank you, and welcome to the party. Let's dive right back in.
Moral religious crusade out of it and talk about the reality.
Yeah, let's
Are you
not.
willing to do that?
Yeah, well, here's the thing.
See, you're not willing to do that
Well,
because it's all based on your reality.
Guess what? It's a debate, and I will argue my points from my view, how I see fit. It's not for you to
But what I'm not going to do is expect
not
to
my
be arguing
government.
from the land of make believe.
Yeah, but it's
okay,
not, you
all
don't-
right. So
okay,
anybody
yeah,
have
my
the,
turn.
Even if you feel like you're in a position where, hey, you're arguing from the land of make believe, repeating that exact phrase is not a good look. Like it just looks like you're trying to steamroll and failing because you're not actually nailing down. This is why this is make believe. All you're saying is, well, when you said if and you're not making any points here, bro.
is
It's
expect
not
to
my
be arguing
government.
from the land of make believe.
Yeah, but it's
okay,
not, you
all
don't-
right. So
okay, yeah,
anybody
my
have
turn. My turn.
Anybody
Relax.
have anybody have the sound effect for the television show where the train comes through, Mr. Rogers?
Let me know when
because
you-
I want to be on.
let me
it.
know
I
when you
want to.
Did Sean's comment? I got this one. And whatever you guys see on the screen is whatever I'm seeing.
Be on Earth.
Yeah, let me know
All
when
right,
you get
Let's
it.
let Andrew respond.
Yeah, so the thing is it's funny that you bring up Imagine all the people of John Lennon, which is an anti-religious song. And hilariously enough, was designed to assist with female empowerment. Isn't that hilarious? But the thing here is you keep on saying that what I'm offering is make-believe, but it's not. It's been governing the Orthodox and Catholic Church for 2,000 years, including in this country. Now, here, let me give you an example, for instance, the Amish, right? Do you know what the divorce rate is among them? It's almost non-existent, and yet they're still governed by the same laws of the land that you're speaking to. So sounds like if I give a counter, if I say, look, I can give you a way, a methodology, in which you can utilize the religious ecclesiastical institution which has existed for 2,000 years and has right now the lowest divorce rates, right this second as we speak, not in make-believe land, not hundreds of years in the future, right this second, as opposed to the system you have of common law divorce, which is sky high and you can't do anything about it. That's what is true. So pointing out what is true is right now you can have a prenup. That is true.
Yeah. And guys, if you are new here, please do subscribe. You'll see I'm going to go back and forth and be like, Andrew's right here and CGA is wrong here and flip back. I am here to try to break down what is actually happening so that we can all be better when we're in these situations at saying what we want to say and, being able to bat down bad ideas. And welcome to the party.
What is true is prenups are usually held up in court. That is true. What is true is that you can have a marriage outside of a state because it's a religious institution anyway. You never have to have a license with the state. It's never been necessary. And if you do, the only way that that can be done is if it's sacramental. And if it's sacramental, it's governed now by the church. That's going to be the community the women are a part of. And so the thing is like, that sounds like a real viable solution. What's yours? More fucking degeneracy? Go out and play the field? Hump a lot of chicks? How's that going to help anybody do anything? That's been the progressive mantra for 100 years.
Yep. I'm going to call you Joe. Is that cool? Joe said, I will say there is value in rituals, as in the quasi-divine way to treat marriage would benefit all societies, non-Christians included. I completely agree. But going back to what I was saying before, I think then if marriage stayed within the church, then the rest of us would just treat civil unions as that ritual. That you just wouldn't say we're getting married. We would have a different word for it or whatever, but it would be the same thing. In the same way we see that. Okay, well, what do we just do? Let's give me a little heads up before we're doing any modding, please. What was I saying? Yeah, then we would just have parties around the civil union. That would be that would be, I think, the best way to have these rituals, have these traditions, and keep them separate.
How's that going to help anybody do anything? That's been the progressive mantra for 100 years. Isn't it wonderful? Your turn.
All right, we're turning back to Earth now. First things first. When it comes to this, back in reality, there's no God in marriage. So, Mr. Sky Daddy, God, religion, that's all great.
Oh, brother. It's 2025 and we're making the Sky Daddy argument. Oh, man.
So, Mr. Sky Daddy.
I know, but just for future reference, I will just make sure that you check in before we're doing any kind of banning. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
God, religion, that's all great, but there's no God in marriage. At this particular point, when you go through a marriage, if one person decides to not obey the Holy Bible or whatever you're thumping, you have no basis to keep that marriage together. If she decides to leave the church and decides not to listen or excommunicate herself, she's now under the state.
Agreed.
Now, when you're getting divorced, which I'm assuming you've been divorced,
Well, I mean, that's a hell of an assumption to make.
Have you been divorced?
Well, I mean,
have you been married?
Can you tell me if you can tell me how that has any merit?
Give me
to
a
the
second,
debate?
because if you've been through one, you would know that there's no God in the divorce court, in the
I
family
see.
court. There's no God in there. No one asked you.
There is the state in there.
There is a state. So that's what we're arguing from.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
when you get married. So you're telling me if, and I'm telling you, well, this is what's going to happen. Even if you took Sky Daddy into court with you, they would say, you pray to the judge.
How-
The judge is the authority in the court. So the God argument is a nice, interesting argument. And I probably am not going to stay on the conversation very long, because that's your God. That's your Sky Daddy. That's
Okay.
your religion. I have a different religion. So who
What does
gives
that
you
do with
the
anything?
listen? Who gives you the authority to change the understanding, the conversation to your religion? That's your religion.
I'm not changing the
Yep.
conversation.
Okay, so it only
We're
works
talking
if
about-
it only works if you believe in your Sky Daddy.
We're-
That's the only way it works, and that's the
We're-
only way you're going to advise
well,
men.
We're talking about mitigating risk.
No. We're talking about, can men get into a marriage today only under your Sky Daddy? That's what we're assuming.
Okay.
Now, can they do it otherwise?
Yeah, you can have secular marriage.
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Okay, yeah,
Make it work.
I just did.
Make it work.
The argument that you have is that marriage is great. It's a great institution.
We already covered this.
Well, what made it great?
We already covered
What
this.
made it great?
Can we go into why it would make it work for your secular?
Y-
That's the question
yeah,
I ask you.
but-
You're asking me questions back. Go ahead and
Yeah,
go ahead and
okay,
answer the
so,
question.
So if you're talking,
All right, hold on. Just give me one. I just want to back that up.
Assuming.
Okay.
Now,
The Sky Daddy thing threw me off. I mean, I've been an atheist for coming up on 15 years now, and whew. If you're an atheist, don't say Sky Daddy unless you're talking to other atheists. Hey, we got one tag. Welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared again. Thank you. So very much. You guys know how much that stuff helps. It's free and it's easy, and it doesn't even matter if you think anybody click on the link. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome, and thank you, sir.
a marriage today only under your Sky Daddy. That's what we're assuming.
Okay.
Now, can they do it otherwise?
yeah, you can have secular marriage.
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Okay, yeah,
Make it work.
I just
Okay,
did.
make it work.
The argument that you have is that marriage is great. It's a great institution.
We already covered this.
Well, what made it great?
We already covered
What
this.
made it great?
Can we go into why it would make it work for your secular?
Y-
That's the question
yeah,
I ask you.
but-
You're asking me questions back. Go ahead and
True.
go ahead and
Okay,
answer the
so,
question.
So if you're talking about secular marriage, there's never been any point to it.
I'm sorry.
There's never been any point to secular marriage, ever. Never. What would ever be the point of secular marriage?
People wanting to be married and getting all those legal benefits.
There's always been a religious institution. That's what made it great. Now, when you say it's a great institution, what made it great for secularists, other than the fact that Sky Daddy and God had all these enforcement arms and those things had to be enforced socially? Like, for instance, men weren't allowed to run away. And women, right, they had to show cause for these divorces. And they had to be good causes. They had to show it for things like infidelity, right? It was all biblically governed. It was all lawfully governed by.
I remember back in the day, like, I don't know, I was home from school for something, I don't know, and I was watching Divorce Court, and like, I just didn't have an understanding of like, why are you in court? If you don't want to be together, just don't be together. But I mean, obviously that was a show, and that was way past no fault divorces, but I didn't know that that's how it used to be.
This Sky Daddy guy you like so little, but that's what made the institution great in the first place. And what you're talking about here, you're making a point that divorce is bad, and yet I agree, divorce is bad. So what we're really talking about is how do we mitigate the risk for divorce? And we have two different methods here.
Well, the conversation
method-
is marriage good for men. That's the conversation.
But it is. We already said it's good for men. That's not even in dispute.
And now, how do we make it better since they're avoiding
well,
it?
it
Since
sounds
men or women
like,
are avoiding it.
It sounds like the thing that you think makes it bad is divorce, not marriage.
Correct.
Then we need to mitigate divorce.
We're 15 minutes in, and we are in the land of reality. You finally caught up. Can you tell
I've been
me
there the whole
how
time.
we can get to the secular marriage? I mean, I've given you a
Yeah,
chance.
so-
You're dragging your
So
feet.
again,
True, he did give a very clear question. How does what you're prescribing work for secular people?
secular, there's never been any point to secular marriage.
That's not the question. Fair. There's nothing to fair. There's nothing to secular marriages in your opinion. Fair. The question is what you are prescribing. How does that work outside of the people who believe in your religion? Shout out to Legends Reign. Welcome to the party. Said, how dare you recommend guidelines for appropriate conduct in the chat? I know, right? I even got a whole banner. Please keep the chat respectful. Attack ideas, not people. Thank you. Chilling like a villain, and pretty interesting conversation. Welcome.
So you're dragging your
So
feet.
again, secular, there's never been any point to secular marriage ever.
Now listen, marriage is for child creation. It would be great for child community
it's
and
not
all
just
of
for
these
that.
things. And now listen, by the time the religious aspects got into marriage, they were chopping people's heads off and burning Bibles. So listen, I know we want to take it back to the past and act like the past was better, but there's always a negative part of the past. If you go back and you look at the English This has all been there. People were getting their heads chopped off. The Crusaders were doing their things across countries, and they were spreading Christianity through threats and violence.
What does that have to do with anything?
Now, that's what you're trying to uplift. That's what you're trying to uphold.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
You wouldn't know what I'm talking
I
about.
don't.
That's
You don't know about the Crusades. This is what I hate when he plays dumb. Like, if you want to say the Crusades and all of that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, I'm talking about a much further, much further along thing. Fine. But, first you're coming out with the Sky Daddy stuff, and then you're talking about the Crusades. It's like, bro, this is why we look so bad. Hey, we got Emmett in the building. Welcome. So it does not work for secular marriage. There's no prescription because you have no moral and no standard. That's not what Andrew said, so he disagrees. Welcome to the party.
trying to uplift. That's what you're trying to uphold.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
You wouldn't know what I'm talking about.
don't.
That's where you're lacking.
I have no
so
idea.
Catch up. You're sitting
What
across
does
from me.
Crusades have to do with divorce?
That was when your holy marriage was the best marriage that you're trying to go to. Now listen.
In the
if we're trying to drag it
1950s?
back-
Were we crusading
No,
in the
no,
1950s?
no, no, no.
What the hell are you talking about?
You talked about the institution of marriage for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
Sir, do you need me to catch you up on what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
but
You're having trouble
know what
keeping up
marriage-
with me.
do you know what
You're
marriage was
having
like
trouble
50 years
keeping up
ago?
with me. You said
I
2,000
am.
years ago.
Truly,
And
your
I told you
intellect is
2,000
dizzying.
years ago, they were chopping people's heads off.
And this is a good tactic because Andrew's obviously not having trouble keeping up with him, but he sees that this is something that's going to get a CGA riled up and knows that there's no point there. So he's just dragging it out a little bit and gonna dunk.
Which has what to do with
I
anything?
need you to catch up with me, sir.
Okay.
If you want to take things back to the past, you have to accept everything as the past. You can't just cherry pick. Now, here's the thing. You're cherry picking. If you
Dr. Virginia said, I'll add this to why divorce isn't the only problem. Feminism encouraged women to deal with men with disrespect and disregard. Staying married to one of them won't lead to a good quality of life. Oof. Well, under the secular marriage, right? But what about the ecclesiastical marriage?
everything as the past. You can't just cherry pick. Now, here's the thing. You're cherry picking. If you want to take things back to tradition, take it all the way back. Why stop at the 50s? Take it back to the 1890s.
What you're saying right now is so incoherent. I actually don't even understand.
Well, that's what. Listen, when you're running out of bullets, the last thing you do is the shame. All right,
I'm not even trying to shame you. It's just incoherent.
I need you to catch up with me.
Okay, catch me up.
Just say you're lacking if you can't keep it up.
It's
all right, now here's the problem.
It's incoherent.
Here's the problem.
I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, I get that he's saying that, you're saying if we go back in Christianity, then marriage is good. But if we go back far enough, then we get bad stuff. Okay, but that's the case for all of humanity. That's what human progress is. We get better over time.
There's a problem you're having.
2,000 years ago, they were chopping heads off. Who gives a shit?
Listen,
What does that
you
do with
said
anything?
2,000 years ago. I'm coming up with yours. Your holy religious 2,000 years ago. It's been a part of.
What
the
does that have to do with this?
Exactly. Here's the problem. You're cherry picking.
Cherry picking what?
Listen,
I'm listening.
I'm gonna slow you down.
Just answer the question, bro.
I'm gonna slow you down because I see what you're doing here. I'm gonna slow you down.
Okay.
Because it's hard for you to keep up.
It is. You're
Getting spicy.
I understand. I understand because you haven't been across. This is your toughest debate. Your audience knows this.
Oh, it's rough.
There's no God in marriage.
Okay.
In the United States.
Yeah.
Can we agree to that? When you get to divorce, there's no God in marriage.
Can't agree to that.
We need to agree to it because when you go into divorce court, there's no God.
Yeah,
you can't bring in your God in your Bible. And at that particular point, none of your ecclesiastics marriage works.
Okay.
Period.
So
I think this hits the nail on the head. The ecclesiastical marriage requires women to respect men. We don't live in that world. We need to get there first. And unfortunately, I think that is essentially what CGA's position is, but he's not arguing it very well. And I completely agree that if we could have if this were something enforceable socially, then we can do that. But that's not the world we live in. Well said, sir.
Point. None of your ecclesiastics marriage works. Okay. Period.
So the thing is, you just said, can we agree that there's no God in marriage? And then
you don't have to agree.
But hang on, calm down. And then you switched over to.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I apologize, Section 230. We taking care of it. Nobody is going to get timed out or banned without my express permission in the future. We're learning. We're all good. Thank you for sticking around, brother.
Divorce. There's no God in divorce. But those are two different questions and proposition. Hang on, relax. The second thing is that.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is not just just in general. If we take any actions like that without letting me know first, then you're going to lose your range. Free speech.
Hang on, relax. The second thing is that me saying that what made marriage a great institution is this whole Sky Daddy character, and that the institution has been in place for 2,000 years, and it's been. Hang on, calm down. And it's been a strong institution. I'm not actually sure how tying in that at the time they cut people's heads off what that has to do with the fact that in the 1950s and 40s, you still had 95% of these marriages staying together.
That's it. That's it.
This is
not relevant.
Ancient history. This is not even early American history. Hang on. That's in your grandfather's lifetime, basically. And this, by the way, that was the case for black marriages as well. Very strong institutions. Correct. But all of those institutions were that way because they followed that whole sky daddy thing. Correct. They were like, oh, that sky daddy's going to smite us if we don't. And so what you do here is you're giving the classic progressive argument, which is, well, you know, guys, it is true that it's a great institution, and it is true it's the best place in the world to have children for the continuation of the species. And also, it's fantastic for men's health. It's fantastic for their mental health. It's great for them in almost every way. But that divorce thing is real bad. And I counter. You're right. That divorce thing is real bad. We have now a center of agreement. But now we're going back to the marriage in the West thing, which is...
So before we get to that, Legends Reign said, I would prefer it if we went back to the authority of the church coming from a non-religious position. Unlike other secularists, I don't need nor want the state to recognize my union and love and respect it as a religious ceremony. So when you say under the authority of the church, you're talking specifically about marriage, right? Just making sure. Shout out to the captain of the Moral Felon crew in the building. Adam, welcome to the party. Welcome. Good to see you, brother.
Real bad. We have now a center of agreement. But now we're going back to the marriage in the West thing, which is that whole great institution problem. Well, if we agree that what made it good, which you just did, is, hey, that Sky Daddy guy, and then I point out that right now you can still utilize that Sky Daddy guy for an ecclesiastical marriage outside of the state. Hang on.
And this is exactly why you don't say Sky Daddy, because it's something that is like a 2010 meme, and now he can use it to make you look stupid.
And the only thing you could do is say, what about common law? But you can't govern anybody from common law. And at least in the ecclesiastical institution, you have social pressures on women to stay married. You can't offer a man anything like that. Give me a single social pressure you can offer that would actually keep these marriages together. One. What? Just one.
Can I answer something you just said? This would be interesting.
I can't wait. You said, but can you answer that question? Then
no, before.
Oh, the 1940s. You gotta ask me a question.
Because listen, I'm listening to you. You asked the question at the end. If you would have asked it at the beginning, possibly I might have been able to address it. But let me address this point. Okay. You said the 1940s and 1950s with this imaginary Sky Daddy controlling marriages. That sounds like enforcement, because by the time the 1970s came around, the very first chance women got to file a no-fault divorce without need for evidence, without need to have a private investigator to prove an affair.
Was no fault the 70s?
Yes, it was the 70s, started by Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
I'll educate you.
But hang on.
Came along. Hold on for a second. No. I got the floor here. I got the floor.
Is that how this works? I didn't know we were doing timers all of a sudden.
So you said the religious institutions governed it and made it great. The 1970s came along, and as soon as they did, women started to file divorces at record rates, which is back to my conversation. Soon as you remove the authority of Sky Daddy, now you're back with the state. And now you have difficulty, and now the risk is now greater. So that's the issue that you have.
It sounds like men should be moving towards Sky Daddy then, because it mitigates their risk.
The courts, the nation should be moving towards that. But how do you enforce that?
What courts? You're not getting a marriage from the state. What courts are involved here?
Everything you told me is a make-believe scenario.
How? You can do it right now. How is it make-believe?
How do you do that when people, the marriages do state? I know, you want to go back to ecclesiastics. This is going to be a problem.
You can do it right this second.
Okay,
you can go do it right now.
You can do it at this.
To be fair, that is the question. If you can do it right now, say what that is. That's what his question is.
You can't do. However,
what do you mean?
Here's the problem.
Okay.
Can you get men to do it?
Yes.
Okay. You might be able to think you can get men to do it, but as soon as they do it, I want you to stick around for the average of 8 to 10 years. When these men start getting divorced, what you're doing is you're leading.
We've been watching it for longer.
You've been leading.
Yep. When the egos get amped up, they both fell victim to poor approaches to their argument. I think that, I mean, I haven't seen this in full. Like I like to jump around, make sure it's good stuff to cover. But I'm essentially watching this blind, and it seems so far that is the case for both. But Andrew is much better at controlling that. And I'm unfortunately for someone like me, he is, he is good at that. And so he might be making the mistakes from ego, but I see way more being knocked off balance from CGA at this point.
When these men start getting divorced, what you're doing is you're leading.
We've been watching it for longer.
You've been leading. You're going to lead men into a burning building. And the reason why, and this is a famous quote by Martin Luther King, is because the laws of integration didn't catch up fast enough for what he wanted for people to integrate. And what happened was it took him 12 to 15 years to realize that he led men or black people into a burning building in which integration was not possible at the time.
Okay.
You are also proposing the same thing. And I would like for you to stick around to see the results of what you're proposing, because eventually you would have to pay the price. How did Martin Luther King pay the price? You would have to pay the price for the men that you misled.
Yeah, I agree. Even if I don't agree with Andrew's prescription, he's I mean, at this point, he hasn't really tried. But Andrew's been like, you have nothing. And I don't think that there is nothing on the other side of Andrew's argument. But CGA ain't putting it out there.
How did Martin Luther King pay the price? You would have to pay the price for the men that you misled.
So Martin Luther misled men, and that's why he was killed?
I said he misled black people. You missed that part.
Those
he said, okay, let me repeat it, because you're slow. All right, you definitely are slow, Neanderthal.
For sure.
Let me tell you something.
I'm dragging
Martin Luther King said specifically, related to black people and civil rights, I'll speak slowly for you, that he believed at the end, he led them into a burning building. I'm going to speak slower. The reason why is because the laws of integration did not catch up with what he would like to present. Black people weren't ready to integrate. As a result.
Okay, but based on that logic, then wouldn't you, by the fact that we are at least in a better racial landscape today than we were in back then, wouldn't that be the opposite? Are you saying that black people would have been just like amazingly well off if they didn't listen to Martin Luther King? I'm a little confused.
But like to present, black people weren't ready to integrate. As a result, he said, I may have led my people, that means his people, into a
my people, that means
building.
his people.
Okay. You were, I would like for you, under your scenario, if your movement takes off, to see the results, because it took Martin Luther King 12, 15 years to see the results of his efforts. You're proposing something very extreme that majority of people aren't going to do. But let's just say because you like to hide in the clouds of make-believe, if this works, I would love to see you represent these men in a divorce when they get their head bit off by these so-called women that are forced by Sky Daddy to stay in these marriages.
And I think that is a maybe not well articulated, but a good point, that you're just saying that, as long as you're under the ecclesiastic marriage, then everything's sunshine and rainbows. And it's like, okay, that's not really the case. You may have a better prescription, but to act as if it is the only one is what really gets under my skin.
These so-called women that are forced by Sky Daddy to stay in these marriages.
Is it really like?
Stop saying that.
You don't understand. I know you have a hard time understanding.
I don't actually even understand how to respond to a lot of this because it's so incoherent. But I'm going to try anyway.
Oh yeah, see, this is always incoherent when he understands. Perhaps you don't understand. That might be what it is, and it's okay to say you don't understand, and I can speak slowly.
I don't understand now, but I'm going to tell you why.
Of course, dismissive.
That's another tactic he uses a lot, playing dumb.
I mean,
I'm going to tell you why.
Okay. When you're losing, just say you're losing, and I can speak.
Let me know when I can talk and he gas out. Go ahead. Okay.
Go ahead.
So here's
typical tactic, but you can work that against these OnlyFans girls. Hey, listen, you can work that tactic against those OnlyFans girls that you debating.
Just go ahead and then rambling. This is what you do. We don't need the meta conversation. Just let him say what he's gonna say.
23-year-old ignorant women.
They're smarter than you.
But now they're sitting across from a person.
They're always smarter than you.
Yeah, you're sitting across from a person here.
The free agent lifestyle. Men should live for themselves until the laws and social customs balance out. Sounds good to me.
That's looking at a Neanderthal, say you don't understand something very simple.
Let me know when he gas out.
This is the simplest thing that you can understand.
Okay.
Your go.
Are you sure? Please. I can actually do it this time?
Please, put me to sleep. Please.
Okay, so
put me to sleep.
Here's why it's incoherent, and there's a bunch of this I don't understand. You keep on saying that these men are going to get divorced, and yet I'm proposing non-state marriages. How are they going to get divorced? Well, you can only say then via common law. But again, you have no defense yourself against
these are if scenarios. I don't.
So at this point, if somebody's not going to engage in hypotheticals or analogies or ifs, then you have to then hone in on that and be like, why is it an issue for me to say if here? Because you're in fantasy land, and say no. The reason I'm asking this is because you're establishing a principle with marriage and dating and divorce and whatever else. So I'm trying to see if you are consistent by using another scenario to see if your principles follow through with that.
No defense yourself against
these are if scenarios. I don't. You said I was going to debate somebody that's going to come.
Why do you keep filibustering?
Scenario.
I'd let you speak the entire time.
Give me something to speak about.
Okay,
You're giving
I'm
me
not
a
asking
scenario.
you to speak.
You're trying to invite me to your church.
I'm just
I'm not going to
asking
your
you
church.
to
Please
listen.
give me a real scenario.
You have to shut up long enough for me to
Come
do
on,
it.
please. I've been here 30 minutes.
Oh, CGA, what are you doing?
It's waiting for you to do it.
All right.
Give me a real scenario.
Okay, so what I don't understand here, again, and I'm going to ask again, in your incoherent worldview,
Okay, please.
you keep on saying that these men who I propose this to are going to get divorced. But I'm not proposing that they get married through the state. The state's the one who does the divorces. So the only thing you could say is that there's a potential for common law here. But that's something you yourself cannot guard them from by your own admission.
You ain't late. We early. Welcome to the Party TV Viewerski. Very good to see you. And yeah, again, completely agree with Dr. Evil Genius here that it's not all sunshine and rainbows. It's not like the women stayed around because they just felt like it. There was a oppressive, might I say, mechanisms there, and beyond the social enforcement. I'm not down with that, and I don't think most people are, and even most Christians. So again, this goes back to what I was saying about both the Ortho Bros and the Groypers. I don't really think that they want change in America. I think what they want is to make money from complaining about things. Because if you are pushing for a country and a government that is just heavily influenced by Christianity and Christian ethics and Christian values, then you know that saying, oh, we want to be Christian nationalists is not the most effective way to say that. Same thing if you're saying, well, we see that, Karens, white people, we got Karens, black people, we got black fatigue, but that doesn't mean that every single person, and in the same way, there's stereotypes with Jewish people, and we're saying that. Instead, it's the Jews! And so I don't think that, I don't think that these people actually want to solve the issues that they're complaining about. I think they just want to complain about the issues, because if they wanted to solve them, then they'd either be a lot better at it, or they just really suck.
But that's something you yourself cannot guard them from by your own admission. The second problem that we have here is that I don't have to stick around for 10 or 15 years because we can look at the numbers right now in religious marriage for what this looks like. And here's what this looks like. If you're a Catholic, you're way less likely to get divorced. And if you're Orthodox, even less likely to get divorced. And it's because of that ecclesiastical structure. You're not ever going to be able to prevent all risk from divorce, not under anything.
Thank you, God. That's the most realistic thing you've said all day.
But not under any system.
Correct.
Is that going to be the case.
I don't know. I guess maybe the solipsistic approach to this is that I actually want things to change. So I'm saying the things that I think will help change.
Stupid.
Welcome to the internet.
That's the most realistic thing you've said all day.
But not under any system.
Correct.
Is that going to be the case.
But why are Catholics getting divorced?
And
How do they
don't
get
want to.
divorced?
They get annulments. They don't even get divorces.
Okay,
and it's
how
a
does it
really
know?
long
So
process, and it's rare.
Christians have a similar divorce rate than the secular.
No.
So they have a very close. So how do they
No,
get divorced?
they don't.
How do
What?
Christians get divorced?
I'll answer your question.
Please tell me, because I know how to get divorced.
So if
right
you
into the
say-
divorce.
There's definitely not there definitely is a big difference between religious people and non-religious people. It doesn't mean that there's not a crazy high divorce rate across all groups. But if we're comparing.
Yeah, I know. So because
And again, sorry to keep jumping in like that, but this is the problem with having good ideas and not being able to articulate them. Because I think this conversation could have been more productive and more informative, but they're trying so hard to, debate as opposed to understand and explain their ideas that's all it is. And so since Andrew's a better debater, then CGA is on his back foot the whole time, and that's all we're getting. And yeah, it's entertaining. I ain't gonna lie. I'm having fun. But also, maybe we could try to affect some real change. Is that naive?
I'll answer your question.
Please tell me, because I know how to get divorced.
So
Right
if you
into the divorce court.
Yeah, I know. So because they call it state marriage.
Right.
Yeah, and I propose.
Hey, shout out to TV Viewerski with a $10 PayPal. Thank you so very, very much. Adding to the Morty Fund and the Swole stream. Thank you. Of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated, sir. Let's dive back in.
Because they call it state marriage.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm proposing that they don't do that, right?
Okay, a land of make-believe. If
How's that a land of make-believe? You can go fucking do it right now.
please tell me what
are you talking about?
What percentage of people do this particular thing that you're doing, that you're proposing?
Why
What
would that
percent-
matter? Let's say
why
it's
does it
one
matter?
person.
Okay.
Why
What question even is that?
would that
Okay,
matter?
it's one person. So you're taking a very small chance. You're
Uh-huh.
arguing against me that has millions of people on my
Who are
side.
getting
and
divorced and
millions-
you don't want
But
them
you're
to.
telling me a small 20 people in a little house on the prairie
Yeah.
that do these, that you govern people without electricity and,
Okay.
and you riding horse and carriages.
Yeah.
You're telling me that small percentage of people are going to lead a movement of doing something you're proposing here on YouTube. This is going. How many people are doing this?
Okay. Why
How
would
many
that
people-
matter?
It would matter because
Why?
then we can use some data to determine, do these people end up in divorce?
Well,
Okay, that's a fair statement. How many people are living this way, and we need those numbers so that we can see what the divorce rates are. Fair enough. I don't really know where he's going with this, but fair question.
we can
More
do it.
than likely.
This is great
Please
because
do.
we can look at the data. So
I
let's
would
look
love
at.
to, please.
Do you want to look at the Catholic data and Orthodox
No,
data
no,
for
no, no, no.
marriage?
We're talking about your
God, you're so spoiled. Just walking around. Never forget.
ecclesiastic proposal.
That
That's what
is
we're
the
talking about.
this is
Okay.
the ecclesiastical
If we're
proposal.
using Catholic and Christians, their divorce rate tends to be very
No.
close. It's,
I'll look it
It's
up.
very close. Let's go
Not
ahead and look it
Catholic.
up. Hold on for a second.
Self-ID'd Christians.
Okay,
Self-ID'd Christians.
Okay.
Self-ID.
Self-ID. No, let's just put Christians.
Christian.
He's like,
Christian and
he
Catholic.
likes
You have to
dice
define-
up-
you have
he
to tell
likes
me what a
di-
Christian
He likes to
is.
dice up all of these people. And
important.
listen.
See, when it's convenient for Andrew, well, what is a Christian? I don't even know what that is. But we should do Christian this and Christian that and Christian that. But you don't know what Christian is?
Christian and
He
Catholic.
likes to
to
dice
define-
up.
you have
he
to tell
likes
me
to
what a
di-
Christian
He likes to
is.
dice up all of these
It's
people. And
important.
listen. I would love to go to your church one day. I would
Okay.
be a wonderful guest, and I would love to thump the Bible, and I would love to say a prayer with you. However, this conversation is entering.
Can we
into
pull up my screen?
very much a Sky Daddy conversation, which
All right, we got
then it's about
Who
belief.
brought up Sky Daddy?
He did bring up Sky. Like, why did you bring up Sky Daddy? This isn't even a discussion about the existence of God. That's not even relevant to what we're talking about. Even if God doesn't exist, the Christian ethic still exists. That's what he's appealing to. Oh, okay. Wait. What is this referring to? I don't know how far back you were talking about. What did I say that he's not saying?
Screen.
Very much a Sky.
Oh, about the Christian thing? He's saying when you filter out the self-ID Christians who don't live the Christian life, the numbers shift drastically. Well, fair, and I agree with that. But I think CGA's point is, okay, how do we determine how many of the self-ID are actually living out the Christian life? That's yeah. I mean that's that's why it don't mean shit to me. Evil Genius said, I think CGA is saying that Andrew is chaining his arguments to religion, and religion isn't applicable to many people. And I mean, I agree with that, but that doesn't mean, like, he's arguing for it to become more applicable, not in the sense that you should believe this truth claim, but you should follow these values. And unless you're going to present something else at this stage in the game, you have to bring something else to the table. Like, I all the time will talk about Christianity and how I'm not convinced that this is the best that we could do for humanity and so on and so forth. But I'm not trying to prescribe things beyond a mindset. When I get to the point where I figure out, okay, this is how we would determine if your Sky Daddy actually exists, then it would be a different conversation. But he's too far along and saying, no, your prescription is wrong, but I don't have anything. Whereas I'm saying, your prescription's pretty good. I'm not convinced that it's absolutely the best we can do.
However, this conversation is entering.
Can we pull up my screen?
Very much a Sky Daddy conversation, which
All right, we got
then it's about
Who
belief.
brought up Sky Daddy? You.
You
Oh,
brought it up
we
about
got
the
the divorce rates
ecclesiastic
pulled up right
marriage.
here.
That's not.
You brought that up.
What is that?
So what do we got? Religious affiliation: Catholics at 19 to 25, mainline Protestant at 30 to 35, evangelical 26 to 33, non-religious and unaffiliated 37 to 40%. Consistently high rates of divorce. Now, of course, this has nothing to do with the notion of if you do have a God belief or not. It has a lot more to do with how you live your life. And if you have a God belief, you're more likely to live your life like a good person. And if you don't believe, then you are more likely to not care about those things. It's not a one-to-one, it's a correlation.
You
Yo,
brought it up
we
about
got
the
the divorce rates
ecclesiastic
pulled up right
marriage.
here.
That's not
You
has,
brought that up.
What is that?
So
That's,
that is a religious
if
argument.
you're an
which lures
atheist, you
people
should
in
be able
religion.
to
Okay, listen,
contend with
listen.
that.
A lot of
dude.
people would not want to do that. You're telling me a small percentage
Who
of people are going to
cares?
do this.
We're talking about mitigating the rates of divorce.
Okay,
It doesn't matter how many
can
do
we
it.
move forward from this one? We agree to disagree.
No, we
Can
don't agree to disagree. I
Okay, so
need
you want to
counter
keep it here in your
arguments.
land of make
I want
believe.
counter
No, I'm
arguments.
not going to argue in your land of make believe.
Yeah, because you can't. You have.
Yep. Again, I think this you mind melt. We are on the same exact point where it's like I don't even disagree essentially with what you're saying, but the argument is wrong. The you're going about it in all the wrong ways.
No counter
Because it's
arguments.
ridiculous. It's
You don't have
ridiculous.
one counter argument.
Here's a counter argument.
Okay, what is it?
There's no God in marriage. How many times do I have to say that?
That's an
If you
assertion.
end
It's
up-
not an argument.
If you end up in divorce court, God doesn't matter. None of this matters. That's real. That's the realest argument that you can possibly hear. Soon as you
And this Section 230 said we don't need everyone to subscribe to it, just a majority or a large portion, which is exactly why the non-leftist secular people should and need to be in your coalition. Dilly to that. And I agree. All of society benefits when you let us in. Can I come? Ghost Rider said lots and lots of people have lived moral lives without being super religious or not religious. Easy times make weak people. If there are bigger consequences, you mitigate a lot of bad behavior. Yep. Great. Legend said, I agree with Andrew. I don't want the state to have that authority. It ruins everything it touches. If we're forced to get married because of financial incentive, then it defeats the purpose. Right. And I don't know if you were here when I was saying before that the government should have never been involved in marriage. Marriage should have been a solely religious thing that comes with no legal benefits, tax benefits, anything like that. And it's the civil union itself that grants those things. And that way, everybody can have a wedding. And the Christians have matrimony that is specifically for them, and everybody else can still get married, but it's just not called that.
You end up in a divorce court without the state.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. I'm going to tell you how.
Okay.
In the 1940s, which you so love, I don't know why you don't live there. You look like you live there. You're dressed like you live there.
Here's
the problem. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
You look like you what? Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing?
There.
Okay.
In the 1940s, which you so love, I don't know why you don't live there. You look like you live there.
Time?
Stupid. You're dressed like you live there.
Here's
the
wore
problem.
hoodies and
Hold on for a
jeans in the
second.
40s,
Hold
did
on
they?
for a second. Here's the problem.
Okay.
These people, under your authoritative, godly marriage, still got divorced at high rates.
No,
Once
they didn't.
no-fault divorce showed up, it started at 25%. Then by the time you get here, it's close to 40 and 50%. It's
You know what that means? Projection! I missed it. Joe caught the projection. Good catch.
started at 25%. Then by the time you get here, it's close to 40 and 50%. It's still prevalent. I'm giving you the reality
That's
here.
not the
You're
reality.
trying to drag me back over here to Little House on the Prairie. It's not working. It's not going to work with me. How about this?
How about a counter argument?
If
Can I get one
traditional
of
marriage,
those?
I gave you one.
What?
I mean, come on, man.
What is the
Come on,
counter
man.
argument? Come
Listen,
on, man. It's not a counter
listen.
argument. What's the counter argument?
There's no God in marriage. And
That's
divorce
an
court,
assertion, not
there's
an
no
argument.
God in divorce court.
That's not an
I assert
argument.
that there's no
Okay, well,
God
there
in
is.
divorce.
And while they're going back and forth, I mean, yeah, exactly what Dr. Genius is saying, that I am willing to accept that maybe it is the case that it can't work on a societal level. But we're not there yet. And so to claim that Christianity is the absolute, I don't think that anybody has the justification to say that. I will even give you that is the best that we have today. But what happens in 100 years? You don't know.
Not
There's
an
no
argument.
God in divorce court.
That's not an
I assert
argument.
that there's no
Okay, well,
God
there
in
is a
divorce
God in
court.
Oh, I missed it. What am I clipping? Oh, God damn it. Short-term memory. There's too much stuff to pay attention to.
Divorce court. Argument defeated.
Exactly.
Argument defeated.
Oh my goodness,
It's
boy! All right, did you
silly.
leave your sandbox outside? Did you miss your toys?
It's just
Did you not get
ridiculous.
a nap?
Like,
Here's the
I
problem.
want an argument,
This is the
dude.
absolute argument.
Okay.
You're trying to drag me to church. I'm taking you outside of church. You can't combat it because you want to battle inside the church. I'm not letting you. So let's get back to the
I
state.
don't care if secularists get married.
Let's get back to the state
What do you mean?
and that divorce rate. Did you find out the numbers?
Yeah, I pulled it up earlier, but I'll pull it up again. It's up on the screen. Can you guys see this? Catholic, 19 to 25%. Mainline Protestant, 30 to 35%. Evangelical, 26 to 33.
That's up there.
Now, pull up
That's up there.
Orthodox.
40,
Orthodox.
33, 34, 30. That's pretty high.
Orthodox divorce rate. see.
See, this is why
17 to 20.
when you use ChatGPT, like he just put in like a Google search, like Orthodox divorce rates. You want to, because it's just going to give you a whole bunch of shit. You want to ask it more specific questions, and then especially if it is something that's not like this is more or less hard facts. But if it's not something that is well documented, if it's more of an opinion thing, then make sure you challenge it, because we've all seen how crazy it can be.
Divorce rate. Let's see.
17 to 20.
I see average 33%.
That's
U.S.
U.S.
average.
That's evangelical
adults.
Protestants. That's it with the
It says
coalition of
Orthodox
all of
adults
them.
ever divorced 17 to 20. U.S.
Yes.
adult average 33%.
Yeah, so they're much lower.
It says in the U.S. 33%. The
They're
Orthodox ever divorced, that's worldwide.
Yeah, they're
So I mean, now where's 10%? At best, half as many divorces in the Orthodox Church.
they're much lower rates.
Okay, but you're saying that they can't get divorced. That's what you said.
No, bro.
You said, is that what you said?
The whole
You
point
said
here
they
is
can't
how
get
do we
divorced because you're
mitigate the
enforcing
risk
them.
of divorce? You can't ever completely mitigate
30%.
it. It can't ever be completely mitigated, but you can mitigate the risk of divorce.
Okay, great.
It is lower.
And this
Much
is
lower, much lower.
And this is a similar type of argument that when I was debating J.S. Urban, talking about the harm and the harm reduction, he was trying to take a position that was like, well, because the toots are bad, then we should ban it. And if we look at the numbers, then if we're going on harm, then it is safer to be legalized.
Okay, all right. So a chance of getting hit 30% versus 44%. This doesn't defeat the argument.
It does defeat the
divorces,
argument.
Those divorces happen in the court of law because no divorce cannot be reported in
So
that's
this is
not in the
great.
court of law.
Actually,
Actually, I saw it coming. I saw it coming from a mile away.
What is the divorce that happens outside of the court of law? If it's 33% in the court of law with your Orthodox ecclesiastic marriage, what is it outside?
Even
What is
lower.
it within that?
It's even lower.
Okay, so add that 10%.
Yes.
Now we're at 40%.
No, you wouldn't add that. You wouldn't add 10%.
That's the legal
What are you
divorce.
talking about?
When you say a divorce, those are reported divorces legally. That means these people filed in the legal reported system. That's 30+%. Okay, you said there would be more that were outside of the
less.
outside of the state.
Less.
No, hold on for a second.
Less.
There's additional outside of the marriage, outside of the state. Oh, there's none.
Well,
so you're saying there's zero?
Not really.
Zero what? He's trying to say people are getting divorced, but not through the state, and so it's not counted in those numbers. Is that what he's trying to put that together?
Outside of the marriage, outside of the state.
No.
Oh, there's none.
Well,
so you're
no,
saying
no,
there's zero?
Not really.
What are you saying?
Okay, so let me explain.
Please,
so that you understand.
Additional to the 33%.
Yeah, but you have to. Can you at least let me finish this time?
Please do it because you're slow.
So if it's the case, you're in an ecclesiastical marriage, you're still adding usually the state. These people.
Hey, shout out to I'm gonna call you React. Welcome. Now I'm gonna call you APR. APR in the building. Welcome. So they asked ChatGPT who initiates most divorces. We know, and that just because like Mafifis. Welcome to the party.
If it's the case you're in an ecclesiastical marriage, you're still adding usually the state. These people are all adding the state. Okay. The Catholics themselves, if you were to look at their annulments rate from the ecclesiastical authority, it's actually much lower than even the percentage that you're getting from the state because they add the state in, which means some people will ignore the ecclesiastical authority and get divorced anyway.
That's exactly what I've been telling you.
Nobody ever argued that.
Exactly. But so
we're arguing about mitigating the risk. Mitigating the risk.
Right. So this is I forget who it was, but we were in Discord and we were talking about the speed limits. And I was trying to say that having a speed limit is going to mitigate the fact that people are going to drive too fast. And so if you have a 25-mile-an-hour road, you might have people that are going to break the speed limit, but you're much less likely to have people going 55 miles an hour on a 25-mile-an-hour road than you are people going 55 miles in a 55-an-hour zone. It doesn't mean people can't break the law, whatever it is. It's a mitigating factor. So there are laws on the books to produce the effects of marriage to redistribute wealth from the man to the woman. Well, Andrew would say that is divorce. He would say, no, you're talking about divorce. But oh yeah, shout out to Section 230. Do you remember what New Zealand tried to do to Israel Adesanya in respect to what? No, I don't. I mean, I'm sure if you remind me, I will, but I don't know what you're referencing. Shout out to Izzy.
But so
we're arguing about mitigating the risk. Mitigating the
Seems like there's
risk.
still a risk.
No, it would mitigate the risk.
So the risk is slightly lower.
Much lower.
Okay, that's not that much lower.
It's
The
much
divorce rate is
lower.
40%.
So that's the conversation that why am I pointing that way? That's the conversation they're having right now. That Andrew's like, yeah, having these laws will mitigate it. And CJ's like, yeah, but it's not going to stop it.
Slightly lower.
Much lower.
Okay, that's not that much lower.
It's
The
much
divorce rate
lower.
is 40%. You're talking about 33% to 43%.
No, we're not. We're talking about 20% to 35 to 40%.
Okay, so that's lower.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. The Christians are lower. What are you arguing, CGA?
Okay, that's all you got. Now, here's
That's
the
all I
problem.
What?
That's not all you need because there's still risk. How do you say
Nobody said there wouldn't be risk.
Exactly.
You
So
can't
at this
mitigate
particular
risk
point-
for anything 100%. It's not possible.
Exactly. So now why are we telling men to get married? at that
Because you
particular
have
point?
to, because everything is a cost benefit analysis.
I forgot about that. Whatever happened with that? That's he was. It was yeah. Remind me the details of that. That was I remember him being like under some in some shit, but I don't remember exactly what it was. That might have been a little bit after my time. I'm gonna get back into it though. I heard they're getting rid of pay-per-views though, right? APR said the reason we have 55 mile an hour speed is that as a society we've determined that 50K deaths a year is an acceptable number for society and commerce to exist as they are today. Yep, there's no 100% safety in anything, nothing at all. You know, there's unless there's zero risk, then you know that's life. But either way, that's why we have different speed limits for different areas. If you're on a freeway, then it's not as dangerous to be driving 70, 80 miles an hour. But if you're in a residential neighborhood, same car, same speed, very different circumstances. So New Zealand law allows women to sue for alimony if the couple has been has cohabitated or been in a romantic relationship for 3 years or longer. Oh, my goodness. Well, that might be on Izzy, bro. That might be on Izzy. Like, you should have seen this coming. You should have seen this coming. These hoes ain't loyal.
Are we telling men to get married?
Because you have to, because everything is a cost benefit analysis. Your issue is not marriage. Your issue is with mitigating the
At
risk.
this point, it's not marriage.
Yeah.
This is the only
This is, and again, it's a good line. It's a good line to say there's nothing wrong with marriage. The issue is divorce. But you can't divorce for marriage.
Hold on for a second. Can I say this?
Oh my God. Can you
Hold
ever
on for a
stop
second.
saying something so
Hold
I
on,
can say
listen.
something?
At this particular point, listen,
Okay, I'm
you're
listening.
telling me from this point, we haven't even got to the entire marriage because you're still over in the land of make-believe. We haven't even got to the other issues
What's
of marriage.
make-believe?
Hold on for a second. We still haven't got to the other issues of marriage.
I'm willing to
So
get to
you're
everything.
telling me about the mitigation
Damn, how are we not even halfway through this?
and we've wasted too much time on it. Can we talk about the other issues of marriage?
Well,
Which are
okay.
sexless
Can we
marriage.
at least wrap this up?
Yeah,
Please?
let Andrew finalize this, and then
Yeah,
we'll move on to
so
that.
the thing is,
This is one thing that I need to get better at is getting stuck in a discussion, like getting like where we're kind of going in circles, and I'm not very good at just being like, okay, look, let's just put it like this, and then we'll move on to something else because I don't know, I want to always be right. Even if that's his whole point, there's too many pitfalls for the modern man. I don't know what PYAAT means, so I'm not gonna say that out loud, but.
okay,
sexless
can
marriage.
we at least wrap this up?
Yeah,
Please?
let Andrew finalize this, and then
Yeah,
we'll move on
so
to that.
the thing is like, the problem is you said it was a great institution. If you say it's a great institution, even when it was a great institution, people were still getting divorced. So if that's the case, what you're really after is just mitigating risk. And I'm giving you a perfect way to mitigate risk, right? And the fact of the matter is that it is becoming more and more popular to do it this way. Prenup plus ecclesiastical authority almost mitigates your risk entirely, except for common law, but you can pick the state to live in for that. And you, by your own logic, can't defer from common law either. You can't protect men from that. So the thing is like, you can't have it both ways. You can't agree marriage is good and the backbone for the West, and you really like it, and it's fucking great, and it's a great institution, but also don't do it because it's make-believe that you can mitigate risk, even though you can right this second. That's insane.
Listen,
All right, final
I'm
point.
listening.
final point. Let's get to the.
But sometimes that's the best route. If you're in it, once you're there, if you know that you're trapped, then a way to be like, okay, we disagree on this particular part, but I don't want to spend the whole time on that. That can be a way, because again, this is all theatrics. This is not neither of them are going to convince each other of anything. This is for us. This conversation is for us. And so there's no incentive. Like if they're just at a bar talking, just two people, then there is much a greater incentive to find middle ground and agree with each other. But that's not the goal here. The goal here is to dunk. And, you know, I mean, that's the name of the game. CGA tells men they can still sleep around, which opens them up to the same risk profiles as marriage. Good point. Good point. CGA offers protect yourself at all times. That's a little more than nothing. Agreed. Agreed. But clearly we can see that there's a spectrum here. It's not that one of these guys is right and one of these guys is wrong. They're missing the middle where all of us actually exist for the most part.
Listen,
all right, final
I'm
point.
listening. Final point. Let's get to the other risks that are associated with it. We got that.
That's
we
not a
tackled
final
that
point on this.
That is
Make the final point and then
listen.
go to
Listen, I'm a grown man. I'm not 22-year-old OnlyFans. I'm going to say what I want to say. Listen to this. At this particular
Anybody who says whatever they want to say always prefaces it by saying that they're going to say whatever they want to say.
point,
You got
we're
me
moving
on that
forward.
one.
Listen, we're moving forward.
Okay, we're moving
At
forward.
this point, what are the other risks that we want to guard against? We got the divorce. You're going to put them on the ecclesiastic paperwork. Less people are doing that. Not a lot of people know how to do it. He just got married. He didn't do it. All right. I can almost guarantee.
Probably not.
Exactly.
So what?
So now, less people are going to do this. Not a lot of people know that. Not a lot of men are going to
So it
prepare
sounds like we
themselves to
should
do
try to
that.
change that, huh?
Exactly. So that would be
I
a
agree.
very tough
We should
scenario,
try to
and
change it.
most likely it's not going to happen moving forward.
Okay.
There are other issues in marriage
Okay, let's
that
get to 'em.
typically, if depending on what authority you go under, are still a risk for men. Yes, it's great for the backbone, but a lot of men are in sexless marriages. A lot of women are in sexless marriages.
Right. So this, well, where are we? This is where we're getting into the fact that it's not just the divorce. And so in general, I'm not really, I mean, especially because I'm a secular person, but in terms of like lifelong monogamy, let's take the religious aspect out of it. I don't necessarily know if that is a road that I want to go down. I mean, I always wanted to be married and have kids when I was younger. I was thought by now I'd have a whole gaggle of them. But that's not how life worked out. And the as we talked about, the landscape is very different. So the fact that only divorce is the problem, I don't think is right. It's just, again, CGA is not doing a good job.
Backbone, but a lot of men are in sexless marriages. A lot of women are in sexless marriages. The percentage of affairs in marriages are still a big issue. That can't be addressed.
Oh.
Those risks are going to be tough. And now you have an issue because now whoever's your authority has to mitigate that risk. Now all of a sudden they have to govern or socially pressure the women, and that's going to be difficult to do. 20%, 30% of sexless marriages, 20, 30% of people having affairs. This is not the intent of people who get married. So yes, we have the divorce. We set that aside. Now, what about within the marriage? How do you mitigate the risk for that? I'm assuming you're going to have the ecclesiastic come through the home and force the wives to fuck their husbands.
Oh, that's quite the straw man. But I'll go ahead. I'll
To be fair, it was a question. He said, is it going to be this? So that's not a straw man.
go ahead and answer. Actually,
Misrepresentation, maybe.
authority does mitigate against this, and here's my proofs. Proof one. If it is the case that you get married to a woman who's a virgin, but she's a virgin because she's a Christian, hang on, let me get through the entirety of the argument before you.
Didn't even get through proof one. Come on, brother.
She's a Christian, hang on, let me get through the entirety of the argument before you start freaking out. If it is the case,
Virgins.
your chances of that marriage ending, very, very, very small, one. And two, they report that they have a happier sex life. This is actually the case with the decrease in body count, which generally comes with the more religious people, meaning the more that you take your religion seriously, the more that you pray, the more that you engage in that whole ecclesiastical authority thing, the less likely it is you step out of your marriage, significantly less likely. The less likely it is that you end up in a sexless marriage. You know why? Because there's a reinforcement in Christianity that men and women are not allowed to deprive each other of that, of sex, when it comes to marriage. And you find that people who follow the traditional faith generally don't. And so, yes, the ecclesiastical authority preaches that from the pulpit. Sorry, lady, you got to fuck your husband. That's part of God's law. Yeah. What do you got for him? Go out and just fuck everybody? What are you going to do to mitigate? By the way, you're at the.
And as much as I hate the idea of Christianity being an authoritative force in society, he's right. He's right. What else can we? He's right.
You're at the mercy of the same criticism. You can't mitigate guys' girlfriends from fucking around on them any more than you could a person's wife. You can't mitigate them stepping out on them. You can't mitigate them treating them like shit. You can't do anything. At least I have a mitigation. You have nothing. You have nothing, just liberal degeneracy. Give me something you could do that would give any kind of fail-safe against this.
Yeah, even if it's a bad solution, then say, well, instead of these values, then we could do this. Even if you're wrong, at least you're bringing something to the table.
One thing.
I don't know what communities you live in, but your church pastor is going to be very busy walking in all of these bedrooms, preventing divorce.
Explicitly stated that that's not what we're talking about. Explicitly stated that that's not what we're talking about.
Your church pastor is going to be very busy walking in all of these bedrooms, preventing divorce and enforcing women to sleep with their husbands. Now, the first leap of faith that you have, hold on for a second. Now, I heard you. The first leap of faith is virgin. Okay, if we look at the stats, please pull up the stats of how many women qualify as a virgin.
On virginity.
You said
That's
virginity.
But okay, so fair. So if Andrew's saying it doesn't hinge on virginity, he's just using that as an anchor point. But this is he did bring up virginity, and to Dr. Eugenius' point, like what percentage of 18, what percentage of 25-year-old women are virgins? Probably not many. And so if that is a goal, then the societal enforcement of chastity, that needs to be enforced first. That needs to be accepted first. And then, because we have a society of pious, chaste, peaceful, traditional women, then everything else will fall into place.
Of how many women qualify as a virgin.
On virginity.
You said
That's
virginity. I'm just letting you know. You brought it up.
In America?
Now, in America, what women percentage qualify as virgins? All right. So you're going to say very few. So you know this.
7%, age 22 to 34.
7%.
Yep.
What was it? 22. So yeah, 22 to 34. The really the only important birthing years. 7% of these women report never having sex. And I'm gonna knock off one because they're lying.
Very few. So you know this.
7%, age 22 to 34.
7%.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you know what?
So now we have.
this guy. Do you know what a baseline for an argument is?
That was the baseline.
Yeah.
You want to
so
say now? Do we want to
the
increase the body count?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, I would love to be married. If I met somebody tomorrow, I'd be all in. So I don't consider myself MGTOW because I don't. That's not part of how I view the world. I am just kind of doing my own thing, but it just, again, it feels odd to me to make that to need a label for like just doing my thing. See if she shows up. If not, then whatever. But I'm living my life.
The baseline for an argument is
That was the baseline.
Yeah,
You want to
so
say now? Do we want to
the
increase
base-
the body count?
yeah,
I mean,
the-
because
yes,
if you're looking,
that was the whole point of the baseline of the argument.
So right now, if we could pull up how many women in Gen Z, because this is marital age women, would have a body
That's
count
not the
lower.
Well, I mean, since you ask, then I mean, we may as well do a little side quest. What percentage of adult males between the ages of 22 and 34 are virgins? Loser! Did I spell it right? All right. And while we get that, shout out again to Unwanted Foe. Another $5 for the Overlord. Thank you. So very, very much. This lazy motherfucker, move your goddamn neck, bro. Are you kidding me? Lazy motherfucker. Of course he wants it. Of course he loves it. But I ain't gotta move my neck. Bring it to my face. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. All right, let's see. According to the most recent data available for the U.S., among adults aged 22 to 34, about 10% of men report never having had sex, i.e. being virgins. For women in the same group is about 7%. So that's actually surprising. I would have thought that it would have been a much higher percentage for men. I think if we moved it to like 18 to 25. Okay, yeah, let's do that. What about males 18 to 25? Oh my goodness! Shout out to Dr. Evil Genius with a big 20. Thank you. So very, very much. That was a small one. That was a small one. We'll give you an extra. There you go. What does Dr. Evil Genius say? I got to throw some money at you. I had high expectations for this stream, and you are delivering. Well, thank you. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, sir, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated. All right, let's get some guesses. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to update the banner. I want some guesses. What percentage of males 18 to 25 are virgins? Let me know. All right. So we had, what was that? Okay. Oh, bad. I'm bad at math. Okay. 20. So we're at 128 for the Morty Fund. Thank you so very, very much. That is 4 out of 15 donations. And $37 out of 50 to hit the swole goal for tonight. Guys, remember, we can get Morty his extra treat that I left behind, and I am so puny. If we hit that goal, every $2 is another push-up that I gotta do, and oh, do I need them. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Very much appreciated. So I got one guess? Only one guess? About 40%. I think you're right. I would go with that. And I'm thinking it's gotta be high. But all right, at 40, Dr. Virginia says 40, and TV says 66. Let's see what we got. It's difficult to find definitive percentage on how many U.S. males aged 18 to 25 are virgins, but the research gives us some useful clues. The CDC said among never married teens aged 18 to 19, about 58% are virgins. Okay, that's only 18 and 19. So then percentage of men aged 18 to 24 who were sexually inactive rose from about 19% in 2000 to 30% in 2016 to 2018. Another found, but 2009, that's already old ass info. But even in 2009, 23% of males. That's crazy. Let's see. Given the data, I would estimate for U.S. males aged around 18 to 25, somewhere in the ballpark of 15 to 25% may have never had intercourse. But what is this? On the high side, 58% of the 18 and 19 never had intercourse shows that the younger part of the range is the rate is much higher, but by mid-20s it drops heavily. So for the 18 and 25, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Because what did it say for the youngins, the 18 and 19? Yeah, almost 60% of people who are technically still teenagers or younger are virgins. But I think in those few years, it makes a big difference. Not active doesn't mean you're not a virgin. If the cherry's popped, the cherry's popped. It only happens once, and it only happens once. All right, diving back in
Gen Z, because this is marital age women, would have a body count lower than 5.
No,
because
millennials
now
are also marriageably aged. What do you mean?
Okay, millennials, younger millennials. Okay, because there's no point in older people getting married. They're not procreating. All right, they're gonna have 1 or 2 kids.
Older
that doesn't
people
help
do
us.
Procreate.
Not that much. All right, they're gonna have 1 or 2 kids. All right, listen, it said in the Bible, in your Bible, it says be fruitful and multiply.
That's an interesting question. I'm going to leave this up to a poll for you guys. Because he said there's no point in older people getting married because they will only have 1 kid. But from the Christian perspective, if specifically from the Christian perspective, is that a point? Is that a point at all? Because it seems to me that matrimony itself is much more about procreation than it is about love and all that stuff. So does he have a point there, or is that like, well, maybe it's there's other benefits that people get from having a life partner or whatever? put it up to the poll, and you guys answer it.
All right, they're going to have one or two kids. All right, listen, it said in the Bible, in your Bible, it says be fruitful and multiply, not add. All right, we're not adding one little autistic kid. We're multiplying.
That would be multiplying.
No, it wouldn't be multiplying.
Yes,
having
it would.
one little bright
if you
ass
have
kid.
3 and you have one more, that's
All right,
multiplying.
multiplying by 1. All right, that's
So
not an answer.
multiplying.
Okay, yeah, that's. Oh, CGA. Yeah, having a kid is multiplying because you're making more people. That's what multiplying means when we're talking about reproduction. What else did you think that we were talking about?
We're multiplying by multiples. You know what I'm talking about. Now listen.
Yeah, that is a multiple.
Hold on for a second. You want to convince me?
Wait, what was the question?
Going to be women of low body count in this.
I forgot my question. Oh, does it make sense? Okay, I got you.
Second, you want to convince me that there's going to be women of low body count in this secular world we live in to make your scenario work, to enforce women to have sex with their husband from the pulpit. Do you see? This is very strange.
Well, I have all the data to back mine. Show me
from a very small percentage. I mean, it works in a podunk town. I don't know where you're from. We're talking about the metropolises. We're talking about major cities.
And how is your plan going to mitigate that? How is your plan going to mitigate that?
I don't know if you remember. I asked you. All right,
and I told you.
And you came back with virgins.
No.
And you came back with.
This is the further into a debate that you're getting hung up on semantics. Not every single time, because sometimes, you do need to figure out, okay, what do we mean by this word? But I would say as a rule of thumb, the further, like these types of definitions where you're arguing over semantics should come in the early part when you're defining terms and say, well, no, I don't think of it this way, so that you can set your terms and then have the conversation. Again, that is not a 100% thing. Sometimes things come up, and semantic arguments are not inherently bad or useless or whatever. But you know when you know.
All right,
and I told you.
And you came back with virgins.
No.
And you came back with enforcing sex for the pulpit.
Get half the argument. That's why you can't respond to my arguments. So let's do it again. If you want to mitigate.
Force women to have lower body counts.
You're not, dude. How's it force?
Go ahead.
How's it force?
You're the one enforcing sex.
How
to the
is
husband.
it? How are we using force?
How are you enforcing sex to the husband?
So what Andrew's doing is showing that CGA doesn't understand what he's saying because he keeps going back to this physical force thing. And so now he's like, okay, what is it that I'm saying about force? And when CGA can't answer,
how is it? How are we using force?
How are you enforcing sex to the husband
through social pressure, doofus?
So yes, guys, the Morty Memorial. Every donation goes to everything. So if you do a $2 super chat, it goes to $2 goes into the Morty Fund. You get the credit for the stream goal for one donation, and you also get $2 towards the total 50. So yes, all the same thing. So we're up to $128. But as you can see, all that other stuff is from tonight. And so the Morty Fund is going to be a running thing, but the stream sets every stream. Thank you for the question, sir.
Force.
How are you enforcing sex to the husband
through social pressure, doofus? The same way you would with everything.
Gentlemen, your wife is going to have sex with you because church reverend enforced her to have sex with you.
Do you think?
Okay, please pull up the chat.
He didn't do a bad debate. He's just bad at debating. He's one of the most dishonorable men I've ever seen, trying to stop people from getting married because he's a bitter old man. Goof or oof? Yeah, I'm not super familiar with him outside of this conversation. I've seen stuff. Way back when I still thought that Fresh and Fit was cool. I know. Way back then, I'm sure I've seen him on there, but that's, about the level of familiarity I have with him. Dr. We just send summary. You can't shame women into busting it open for their husbands. They'll just get the government to convict their husbands of marital par or grape. I don't necessarily agree because if this is the social enforcement part of it, that I think it's Tennessee or something. There's still a law that you can't put pie on your windowsill. I can't say it. Windowsill on Sundays, and that is some old ass law from Bears and stuff that is just not enforced. Point being that if shaming women, again, societally, not like, oh, you fucking bit, no, just societally, we say, hey, if you're in a marriage and you're not having sex with your husband, that's not right. In the same way we would say, pick any number of things. The culture has to push these things before the government. It has to work that way. Otherwise, it's just authority for the sake of authority. TV said, I see benefit to getting married when older. Easier to deal with EOL issues and end-of-life issues. Yep, very true, very true. So, but 89% of you said no. Fair enough. Dr. Evo Genius said, CGA's position is that men shouldn't get married until the divorce and custody laws change. I wish you would say that, because I agree with that part. I agree with that part. We all been through our stages, right? We all been through our stages. Joe said, harsh words. I don't know. Is he bad faith because he got mad, or is it the default? I think Coach is too black-pilled, so he is getting mad from someone who never watched it. I mean, yeah, that sounds about right to me.
And forced her to have sex with you.
Do you think?
Okay, please pull up the chat.
Yeah,
his suggestion is to have a church reverend enforce you to have burning desire to have sex with your husband.
Enforce requires force. Enforce is a derivative of force. You can't enforce absent force. No one's saying force.
This is how your sex is going to be had in his marriage. It's through enforcement through the religious pulpit.
No, it's going to be
this
the
is
idea.
2025, and we're still here somewhere on Little House on the Prairie.
If it's the idea,
I would love to have this.
Again, when you have these little digs, you already said Little House on the Prairie. Whatever snarky thing you were trying to do with that, you did it already. You burned that one. I mean, unless it's a callback, 30 minutes from now when he brings up the same point, like, this was a Little House on the Prairie point. But this is bad. This is bad.
If it's we're still here somewhere on Little House on the Prairie.
If it's the idea,
I would love to have this reality.
If it's the idea that women have and men have both, that they're not supposed to deprive each other from this, because that is how they live the life of a Christian. The case of the matter is that they try to keep themselves sexually appealing to the partner. They try to keep themselves moving towards that state where they're found appealing. That's part of that. Why do you think? And by the way, you keep saying force. Can you demonstrate anywhere that I said that there would be any force involved with any of this, or that it's even necessary? Enforce is force.
Correct. That's what.
So where is the force? Where?
You tell me. You're the one.
You're asked the question.
You're the one that told me the church reverend is going to come and force marriage.
No. When?
Nope. You said that earlier.
No. I said the ecclesiastical authority uses social pressures.
Social pressure.
That's
to
not
make your
force.
wife fuck your husband.
Social pressure. That it is a bad thing to be a 30-year-old woman with no prospects and working to. It's a bad thing. Maybe not bad, but it is a preferable thing at 30 years old that if you're a woman, yeah, you can have a career and great and do whatever. But you should want a family more. In general, not every single person. Socially enforced. Social pressure.
Social pressures.
Social pressure.
That's
to
not
make your wife fuck your husband.
No, you're not making them do anything.
Okay, to encourage them to fuck their
husband.
Okay,
don't you encourage people's wives to fuck them?
I don't need to be in their bedrooms that much.
Yeah,
if
come on, CGA. You're gonna say, well, no, I mean, if your wife doesn't let you hit, I mean, that's no big deal. Come on, man. That's not what you say. That's not what you say.
I don't need to be in their bedrooms that much.
Yeah, I mean, if
I can't force a woman to do very much.
If a woman called you and said, "I don't sleep with my husband, he seems angry at me," would you encourage her to sleep with him?
I wouldn't encourage her to do anything, especially with me. I don't mess with married women. That's their
brilliant.
business.
So your solution?
He sold $10,000 and thinks he's someone special. Well, how many courses has he actually sold, though? That's the measure of a man.
It's fucking nothing. Nothing.
My solution is very clear.
What is it?
You're telling me at this particular point that you're going to enforce through social pressure. Social pressure.
That's not force.
Hold on for a second. Social pressure enforces women to be very promiscuous at this particular point. Now, you're talking about 7% of the population or better, maybe 10, that are going to fall under this category. And this is going to lead a wave of women sleeping with their husband through social pressures when social pressure quite tells them the opposite. Let me
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Exactly.
I wasn't sure if I just was like rating and not paying attention, or if he was just kind of rambling. And at the moment that Andrew was like, I don't even know what you're saying, I'm like, okay, great. I didn't miss a goddamn thing. Andrew covered those numbers in a different video. Oh my goodness. Shout out to infamous Luigi. Welcome to the party. Said shame is super effective. Yeah, I feel shame for being so skinny So I'm doing push-ups on stream on the internet because I know I won't do them on my own, and I need to do them. So shame works, baby. Shame works. Welcome to the party.
Let me
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about this morning.
Exactly. It's very difficult. I know.
It's
very difficult for you. I know exactly, and very nice tactic. But listen,
it's not a tactic. I'm trying my hardest to understand.
You're taking a very small scenario to make it the large scenario. When I'm telling you the larger scenario is the reality, and you're telling me
both
if
the reality.
I do.
So again, what is the small reality that he's saying, and what's the real reality that you're talking about? What's the larger scenario? You're just saying things. Say a thing. Say a thing. Tell us the thing. What is the scenario?
When I'm telling you the larger scenario is the reality, and you're telling me
both
if
the reality.
I do this, if I do that.
No,
this is a very small percentage.
You're doing the
no
same
spoilers.
Thing
if you get
no spoilers.
You may get a
No, I
divorce.
said
You
when.
may, if this happens, then this may happen.
We already looked at the statistics of it likely happening.
Yeah,
so that is likely to happen.
First of all, even the
Can you
statistics
pull up
looked
the
at.
statistics again?
Pull up
The
the
marriage
statistics.
statistics.
I forgot the way. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. I forgot that I worded the poll. Is it meaningless? I thought I said, is it meaningful? So 83% of you said that it is not meaningless, meaning it is meaningful for older people to get married under the Christian perspective. Interesting. Because my mind was going all over the place when you guys, old people, why the fuck would old people need to get married? I'm with you.
First of all, even the statistics
Can you pull up
looked
the
at.
statistics again?
Pull up
The
the
marriage
statistics.
statistics, the
For the
divorces.
Christians.
Shout out to Lunar Bonus Strike. Welcome. Said unsubscribe to Coach for being low IQ. Oh, well. Now you are here. Welcome, guys. If you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and like right now, sometimes whenever I feel like it. It's a good time, and you know YouTube sucks with those notifications. So ring that bell, and let's party.
It's actually not likely, is it?
In the United States, overall in the United States.
Yeah,
so in order for it to work, you have to be white.
You need to break this down by demographics.
Hold on for a second. You need to,
You want me to break it down?
So
and social
So you want to go? In order for your marriage to work,
What the fuck is a push pull?
they have to be white, Christian.
They don't have to be white.
Make money, and then also probably live in a certain region.
If it's the
now,
case,
what if that's not the case? Because in the United States, I don't know where you live, but in the caves
then
and
we use
hills,
the apparatuses.
if you take the rest of the United States, they're highly not that. That is outside of those demographics.
And don't
so
you want to
what if
change
they're
that?
What if they're outside of that?
Don't
What
you
if they're
wanna-
not white
don't-
and Christian?
don't you wanna
What if
change
they're
that?
not Christian to make 100K? What do you suggest then?
Yeah. So here's what I would suggest. If it's the case,
I would think that he would suggest the same exact thing because it doesn't have to do with wealth. It has to do with your relations to people. But hey, don't let me speak for the Christian church.
Not Christian to make 100K. What do you suggest then?
yeah. So here's what I would suggest. If it's the case that in the black community you have more divorces than the white community,
And this is where was it? It was I think it was in that the Discord debate where I was talking about how shaming works, and I was trying to bring up the fat shaming thing, but I ran out of time, and I was trying to say that okay, it's the fat acceptance thing was at an all-time high a few years ago, and now we're starting to see it dip back down because of fat shaming and stuff. And they're just like, well, it seems like they're still fat to me. So blah, blah, blah. I don't get to say, but yeah, it absolutely does work. Section 230 says it's been highly studied that women are far easier to manipulate and propagandize. That makes sense. Yeah. Diamondback.
if it's the case that in the black community you have more divorces than the white community, there's going to be contributing factors for why that is. I don't think that black people are just ontologically different than white people. Do you? Do you just believe that at their core they're just ontologically different, or do you think that they're the same? Because if that's the case, if we're equal people and equal people groups, then there must be some other social factors which are relating to this that increase the divorce rate in the black community that doesn't exist yet in the white community. If that's the case, we would specifically target those issues to prevent that from happening, right? We're going to do this across. We're going to do this across the board.
I did see that. Oh, well, I didn't see the thing, but I saw it going around that having that for girls to have a boyfriend, it's lame, and for guys to have a girlfriend, it's gay. Like, oh, come on, wrong button. Hold on, it's gay.
What?
Come on, what are we talking about? They're just spinning their wheels, trying to figure out another way to shame men, put men down, and just be boss babes. Yep. Bullshit.
Prevent that from happening, right? We're going to do this across. We're going to do this across the board. Well,
what would they be?
For the black community, there's a bunch. One, you have a distinction in economic certitude. The second one is you had a massive abortion rate, which is super problematic. Another one is you use
Oh, my bad, Dr. Evil Genius. I did not update the banner. Of course, our new sponsor is Dr. Evil Genius. I'll get on that right. Meow.
You got a massive abortion rate, which is super problematic. Another one is you use matriarchal structures in the family home instead of patriarchal. Huge issue that you have. By the way, when it was Christian-based, it didn't happen. It was a patriarchal structure inside those black homes. And boy, they didn't put up with shit. Not the case anymore. So you have multiple factors here which need to be addressed. I agree with that. Nobody ever disagreed with that, though. What we're trying to do is look at the mitigation of risk, and even for the black community,
We handled that already.
if the black community moves in to these conventionally traditional churches, they still will have the same ecclesiastical authority, which will assist them in governing their marriage that white people would have, and it would still assist with the mitigation of risk.
Was it written by Taylor Lorenz? I wouldn't be surprised. Hey, we got Marilyn. Welcome, welcome, welcome. God herself in the building. I got late news in that article. Tell me more. Tell me more. And Luigi said they are trying to create a death cult where humanity doesn't replicate anymore.
Bingo.
Yep. And I mean, you know, it sounds crazy, but here we are. Here we are.
What's the alternative? It's just degeneracy, right? The alternative is just like, well, just hump them and never get married. Well, what good does that do for blacks? What good does that do? It just leads to more abortion. It just leads to more degeneracy. It leads to high crime rates, and the single motherhood's out of control. So, like, what are you doing to prevent any of that? Nothing. Nothing. Tell me what.
Nerfing.
Okay, thank you. You said things that people have known for the past 45 years, but I
didn't answer the
appreciate that.
question.
Hold on for a second. Thank you for contributing to a common conversation that people know, but you offer no other solution. That's great. Now, here's a
He did offer a solution. Follow the ecclesiastical law, whatever. That's his solution. He's asking you what your solution is, and you have yet to give one. I don't like his solution, but you don't have one.
to a common conversation that people know, but you offer no other solution. That's great.
Even
Now,
if
here's
it-
the problem. Here's a problem
Actually-
with this.
I want to pull that back a little. I don't want to say that I don't like Andrew's position. I would just say that there are issues with it. I think he's simplifying it too much, and there's issues with it. But in general, I do tend to agree.
It's an if scenario. That would be great if we can go back to this. It would be
An scenario.
great if we can go back and look at and say that blacks, when they were in the 40s and 50s, they had more stable relationships and marriages than even white folks.
Jesus.
Here's the issue.
Okay.
Why stop at the 40s? Let's talk about 1863.
Okay.
Your tradition seems to always hit this point of 1940s where you shine this light of traditionalism that you've never lived in, that seems to be in a snapshot of something that you don't even know about. Then when I fast
You're not
forward
even
20
saying anything, dude.
again,
Exactly. I was just about to say the same thing. Like you're still, well, then you missed that and you missed a thing, but you jumped ahead and then like, what are you talking about? Say the thing. Say the thing, please. Listen again.
Okay.
your tradition seems to always hit this point of 1940s where you shine this light of traditionalism
Yeah, because he's addressing the values that were common socially in the 1940s.
that you've never lived in,
Irrelevant.
that seems to be in a snapshot of something that you don't even know about. Then when I fast
You're not
forward
even saying
20
anything.
Again, we just looked at the, well, I mean, I guess we didn't specifically look at the numbers, but we could very easily look at the numbers of divorce rates in the 40s. What are you talking about?
snapshot of something that you don't even know about. Then when I fast
You're not
forward
even saying
20
anything, dude.
again, you're not listening. When I fast forward
I'm
to
listening.
1970, when it falls all apart with no fault divorce, based on what I've been arguing, what happens? All that traditionalism falls apart. Why don't we take it for
Dilly. Get her done.
arguing? What happens? All that traditionalism falls apart. Why don't we take it further? Why don't we take it back to ride prices? I mean, how far in tradition you're going to go?
Ride prices? What?
Why don't we take it further? Why don't we take it back to ride prices? I mean, how far in
What is ride prices?
tradition you're going to go? You're only going to bang your head around 1940 and 50 because you watched a couple of movies and I Love Lucy episodes. That's not tradition.
Okay.
That was a snapshot in history that you're trying to achieve again. So take it back further.
Oh, I get it now. He's making the bride price. I was like, what the fuck? Because it's the caption said that too. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. But yeah, he's going back to this thing that, well, things weren't all great in the 1940s and 50s. Nobody made that argument. At least not tonight. We're specifically talking about marriages. We're specifically talking about how to mitigate divorce in marriage. So if we look at a time when the values created less divorce, then that is relevant. Taking it back to, well, in the beginning, there was like, that's not relevant just because it is Christian. This is why I cannot stand having the same label as these people. Like, you're so dumb. And I mean, did he just say you talking about something you don't know about? We're going to run that back because I think that's going to be another projection. Shout out to Anubis. Welcome. Said, can someone explain why Andrew the white man was trying to tell black people how to prosper, and then the black man is like, we are all fucked? I think the easiest way to put it would be propaganda. So I often say that the black community TM is the most detrimental thing to black Americans because it is mental slavery. So there is someone who is looking at numbers, facts, trends, stuff like that. Who'd be Andrew, and then I mean, I haven't heard him say black people are fucking all that stuff, but makes sense that he's coming from there because he believes the rhetoric that comes from people like the Democratic Party who want to keep anybody down. It's not just a black thing, but definitely want to keep them down. There you go. Welcome to the party. Yeah, exactly. That's it. I want to vote. Said I know a guy who knows a guy that can get you good prices on a bride from Russia. Hey, just for the Thailand ones, there's a small chance it's a man. I'll go with Russia. Hit me up. Let's go. All right, guy, I've been back in here. Play.
That was a snapshot in history that you're trying to achieve again. So take it back further. There's
I thought you said the other G word. The one we're not supposed to say. I was like, where did that come from?
Shot in history that you're trying to achieve again. So take it back further. There's no marriages in the black community.
Let's say take it. Let's say we take it all the way back to the 1700s. Let's just say, just for the sake of it, right? And that I'm totally wrong about all this, just for the sake of argument. Let's just say.
Interesting. Infamous Luigi said black conservatives have the issue of being responsible about everything except race. They still fall for the race propaganda. Is that a? I mean, to be fair, there's not a lot of black conservatives that I pay attention to, not because they're black, but like, what's his face? George, what's his name? I'm subscribed to him, but I just happen to like other people. Yeah, I'm not sure. I hadn't seen that. Exactly.
Right. And that I'm totally wrong about all this, just for the sake of argument. Let's just say. What is your prescription to deal with any of those issues when you're telling men in the black community to not get married? How is that going to assist with abortion? How is that going to assist with strong fathers in the home? How is that going to assist with the only demographic population which can't reproduce itself? How?
Thank you.
Can you give me a single prescription to any of that?
Let me tell you something. I agree with you on this.
I just want
just answer the question. That is my biggest pet peeve. You were asked a direct question. Do you have a solution? Let me just tell you. I am thinking. No, don't tell me shit unless you're answering my fucking question.
Can you give me a single prescription to any of that?
That's it. A single prescription to any of that. That is what we are looking for. And so this is why I'm going to start using this in debates when people don't answer my questions. I'm just like, you ask the question, and then we just like, no. The prescription that I have is. And you want to talk about debate tactics. If you're going to dodge around questions, I'm going to have to make you answer.
Let me tell you something. I agree with you on this.
I just want a prescription, dude.
There's a problem. I agree with you. And listen, if you had any ability to provide this prescription better than Louis Farrakhan or Martin Luther King.
Does that mean no?
Give me a second. Listen to me. Mm-hmm. These men have tried to pretty much heal this issue, and they haven't.
No, they
didn't.
Oh, damn it. Have they all? Or is it more race grifting?
So Andrew Wilson certainly not to, neither will CGA. So I don't have a prescription
That's
for the
right.
black community because
That's
the
right.
black community is pretty much doomed at this particular point.
Okay, well, now I've heard it. And why? That does not make any sense to make those conclusions. There's nothing about the issues with the black community that are inherent to black people. That's what we call racism. All of the issues, I think I forget who was, but somebody asked before, if we know all these issues, why can't we solve them? Because they don't want to. They don't want to. And again, speaking broadly, but there's a lot of people who find identity in being a victim. And it's a frustrating thing because then when you see somebody who is not like that, then there's there's like an incentive to tokenize that person. Be like, see, we found a good one. It's like, ah, shit, that's racist too. It's like, what do you want? What do you want? Other than just money from the government.
Prescription for the black community, because
That's
the
right.
black community is pretty much doomed at this particular
Uh-huh.
point. They have too much degeneracy. They have single mother rates at the 70 and 80%.
black
But I'm going to tell you
bullshit.
something. You want to come in here and tell me something about ecclesiastics, and you're telling me about the reality of the black community, how to fix it. Nobody's been able to fix that community. So there's nothing you can do, and I can't offer any solution for that.
Look,
now,
is
at
it-
that
I mean, talk about black pill. That is the ultimate black pill. There is nothing you can do to offer a solution. Okay, then let's stop trying. Let's stop caring about a thing that we can't do. No, thank you. As long as I can affect that people are treated equally under the law and treated as individuals, I'm going to keep doing that. You can do whatever the fuck you want.
community. So there's nothing you can do, and I can't offer any solution for that.
Look,
now,
is
at
it-
that particular
yeah.
point, you're saying the risk is higher. It certainly will be higher under those matriarchal conditions. So you get no argument from me there. So at that point, where's your statistic lie then?
Well,
where's your solution then?
I'll tell you again. So I'm glad
He's going to
that-
solve the community problems here. I'd love to hear
didn't
this.
say. Listen again. I'm not saying
The black
that-
community problem
Yeah,
solved
yeah.
by Andrew Wilson.
Dr. Genius said CGA believes he has transcended his blackness. He's separated himself from the black community. So this notion in a vacuum, I think, would be a good thing. I think it is a good thing to transcend is not the right word, but separate yourself from blackness and the black community. That is a good thing. But when you add the transcend and like, well, I'm better than these blacks because I'm a good black, that's when it's still racism. That's, I mean, the exact opposite of white supremacy, but you're just black. Actually, I guess it's not exactly the same thing, but you're just making yourself think that you're better than your entire culture, which again, I don't even like saying it like that. Your culture, we're all fucking Americans. But the group that you are tying yourself to, you're tying yourself to that community just to say that you're above it. And that's pretty gay. Pretty gay.
Say, listen again. I'm not saying
The black
that-
community problem
Yeah,
solved
yeah.
by Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, that says the guy who literally
I
just
would
got
love to
done
hear
saying,
this.
I
I would
have
love to hear
0 prescriptions.
Because nobody does.
Yeah,
that
well, here's
community
the
is here.
thing.
But I would love to hear
Here's
the
the
black
thing.
community solved by Andrew
Yeah,
Wilson.
so let me tell you a bunch of things that
What if we just have one thing that starts to help things move in the right direction? There's nothing that can be done. Black people in America are just fucked because they're what are we talking about?
can be done, which will help mitigate these
Please
issues.
do. Please
the
do.
first is
that you can accomplish.
Yeah.
Not some
that can be-
pipe dream.
That can be accomplished.
here we go.
That can be accomplished politically, and already are
Politically.
beginning to be accomplished politically. The first is you have to outlaw abortion. You have to.
Yes.
It has to be outlawed. And not by state, where you can just go to the next state and do another abortion, right?
Well, no. That is how it should be. It's just that all the states should make it illegal. And I agree. Section 230. There's definitely a line between statistics and anecdotes, but that is the spectrum. So if you have 3 people, that's your sample size, and so we're talking about anecdotes. But like you said, if you have 1,000 people, that's a legitimate study, or that's a legitimate sample size, depending on what you do with that sample. But yeah, that would be a legitimate sample size.
And not by state, where you can just go to the next state and do another abortion, right? One of the biggest problems with promiscuity in the black community is that they use abortion as a form of birth control. Same problem that you see in the white community, by the way. It's just more prevalent in the black community. The next problem that you have there is the lack of religiosity, where there used to be a really strong core religious base of based black men, and they
Based. Mr. Luigi said, I disagree. Americans don't share a common culture anymore. I share nothing in common with illegal Americans. Well, they're not Americans. You can't be an illegal American. You're either an American or you're not an American. Just because you're here doesn't mean you're an American. But I mean, fair point. I think that there is an erosion of that shared culture, but I do not think that it's gone. I do not think that it's gone at all, especially with the ortho bro bump in religiosity. Again, I don't think religion itself is the best we can do, but certainly being a pious religious person is better than being a hedonistic leftist. And I think those values are I think we're in a state of flux where it's like, okay, we're mixing between the old like puritanical, strictly Christian, and moving towards a more pluralistic society. But there's growing pains with that, and so there's going to be a lot of shitty people, and there's going to be enough of them that there's shitty groups of people. But I have faith that we will be able to better, as we have more of these conversations, then the people who are aligned can start to get together. And at the end of the day, I genuinely believe that Americans, not illegal Americans, by and large, do have similar values at the core. It's the fringe beliefs that get, the 80-20 issues that get, spun up in the media that makes us hate each other. And it's sad. It's sad. I gotta pee.
There used to be a really strong core religious base of based black men. And they were patriarchal, very patriarchal. And the thing is that it's the idea of these feminist bra-burning lunatics that told black women not to be under the evil patriarchy of their men. Hurrah! And yet, at this point, the men are rolling over and allowing the matriarchy to take over in their own community. Is a return to traditional church ethics going to assist that? Of course it will. Of course it will.
Yep. Atheist says it absolutely will. Does it mean that it's true? No, but it absolutely will help.
How do I know? Because it did then, just a few short years ago. I'm not talking about hundreds of years ago. I'm talking about 60 years ago. By the way, there's other things that you can do too. Getting rid of EBT, getting rid of social programs which are designed to keep people dependent. These are all things which can be politically accomplished. Just like abortion, the starting of banning that was politically accomplished in our lifetime. And the thing is like, you have no prescriptions. Fuck, at least I'm trying here, man.
Man, Andrew, you are Captain Obvious. This is the
obvious
then
why didn't you obviously state it as a prescription?
Because people have
Bruh. Ad homs up the ass. Oh, you're a silly guy. You don't just say a thing. Say anything. Yeah, I don't know exactly what those numbers are, but testosterone levels are not good. Okay, high end is 1,200 nanograms per deciliter. Is that what that means? It's not until you breach 1,200 do we start getting the super psychological physiological dosages. Fair enough. Average test levels are 300 to 900,000 is supra physiological. Supra physiological, meaning within supra physiological means, does that mean that it is something that can be done, or because super would mean outside, so it'd be outside of the physiological. Did I get that right? Ghost Rider said, I'm in my 40s. I walk, I hike, and cycle. I just try to stay fit. There you go, bro. That's all, doing what we can do. Well, I mean, that's what I thought you meant. Is cycling mean something other than a bicycle? All right, let's begin. Yeah.
Well, then why didn't you obviously state it as a prescription?
Because people have exhausted the means to be able to do this. Trust me, there have been people way better than you that dress better than you and shave their beard better than you that can do this, and they haven't been able to accomplish it. You have the Democratic Party that is highly influential. 92% of black women voted for Democrats. That's also possibly where.
Oh, because we were talking about. Gotcha. We were talking about. Right over my head. All right, moving on.
It's highly influential. 92% of black women voted for Democrats. That's also possibly where most of those women go to church. Most of black churches are overwhelmingly women. It's a women's club. And you're telling me about something completely obvious that everybody has pointed out for 25 years. You're not giving me anything new. This is a completely obvious.
Then why can't you refute it? If it's nothing new, then you should be able to refute it. Just saying it's nothing new doesn't mean anything. The other night when I was on with Speakeasy and after the debate and everything, we got into a pretty serious religious discussion, and I was in a similar position where I'm like, you're not giving me anything new. I appreciate that you guys are trying to help, but I've had this conversation 10 million times. But then I offered other things in response because I've had the conversation before. Not just, well, you're not saying anything new. Oh, okay. And is new always better? Are you Barney Stinson?
has pointed out for 25 years. You're not giving me anything new. This is a completely obvious scenario, and you believe that you've enlightened me over here, and you're waiting for me to give you a solution. Let me tell you something.
Not about changing your mind.
You certainly would never do that. Now, at this particular point here, the unsettling experience that men experience in divorce, all right, you're saying you're just going to mitigate it or eradicate it. What about the small percentage of men that experience it and go through issues like high levels of self-deletion, high levels of them not being able to recover financially ever? They're still going to experience this
Because of divorce? Is that what you're asking? Or people who are want to self-delete within a marriage? Because again, I think to be fair to Andrew, that he said all of the things that you're talking about have to do with divorce specifically, not marriage. Ghost Rider, thank you so very, very much for stopping by. Please remember to hit that subscribe and the like button if you have not done so already. Very much appreciated. See you next time.
Them not being able to recover financially ever. They're still going to experience this under your scenario.
Yes.
This doesn't disappear.
It'll
what
never
prescription do you have for those men that went through your marriage and they got divorced 33%? What do you do?
Christianity. What do you think he's going to say?
Well,
with
no,
these
it's not
men?
33%
Okay, 20%, 30%. It still was at a high rate.
I think it would
what
even be
prescription
lower than that.
You would hope so. You would hope so. But hope is not a strategy. What? Hold on for a second. What?
Okay.
That was a nice little fucking motivational speaker line. Hope is not a strategy. All right, you got to get up and do it for real.
What scenario do you have for men that you led into the burning building when they experience separation from their children, parental alienation, high levels of self-deletion?
Yeah.
What prescription do you have, sir, that you sold?
Yeah,
Have
that's a
all
great
you
question.
have all the answers. Please enlighten us.
And when you're losing a debate, doing things like calling, sir, what do you have, sir? Like, bro, you're losing. You haven't put anything out there.
What are you going to do with these men?
So-
Are you going to enforce them to have sex
Yeah,
with
yeah.
other virgins that
I'll
you have on
answer.
the sideline?
I'll answer the question,
Please
but I
do.
want to make a deal with you that if I answer this last question of yours, that you'll actually answer when I ask you after that. Is that
Listen,
a
we're
deal?
not in a court of law. I don't have to answer anything. I can state something.
Yeah, no,
and
but
then
I'm
we
asking.
Okay, but you showed up to a debate. I mean, to steal this from our boy, Dave Smith, when he talked about the Douglas Murray debate. Have you been? It's like the analogy he gave is that it's like you agreed to a debate or you agreed to like a UFC fight and you got into the cage, they locked the doors, ring the bell, and he's like, well, I don't have to fight you because I'm a better fighter. It's like, well, that's what we're here for. If that's the case, then do it. And he's doing the same thing. He's doing the same exact thing.
After that. Is
Listen,
that a
we're
deal?
not in a court of law. I don't have to answer anything. I can state something.
Yeah, I know,
and
but
then
I'm
we
asking
go
if we
back
can
and
make a
forth.
deal. That if I
I'll
answer this
consider
question, you'll answer
answering
my
the
next
question
one.
that you asked me. I'll
So
consider
we're not
it.
going to make a deal on that?
I don't have to make a deal. Listen,
You don't
I'll
have to.
consider
I'm asking
answering
if you
it.
will.
Possibly. So go ahead.
Possibly. Okay, well then I possibly will hold the debate hostage until you possibly make a deal with
All right,
me.
great. So that gives me the floor.
So we'll just sit here and
They
stare at
give me
each
the floor.
other, or we
Well,
just
here's the deal.
filibuster each other. Like
At this particular point,
so
you don't want to.
so I can
you want to
answer.
answer it. You want to
Yeah,
answer it.
but
I
you're
know
not
you
going
wanna
to. But
answer
you're not
it.
going to answer mine. I just want that clear. You're not going to answer mine after. You're just going to
I
filibuster and
answered the
stonewall
question.
again.
I asked you the question. Put it on the
Yeah.
table.
So this is pretty simple, right? What you're proposing here. Every policy prescription which is made anywhere in any nation.
High level intellect here. This is the height of academia. Intelligentsia.
What you're proposing here. Every policy prescription which is made anywhere in any nation with any people group from the tribal all the way to the national level is going to be a trade-off no matter what. There's always going to be some people who are disaffected by it in some small percentage, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. We don't run societies based on outliers. The second thing is, when it comes to suicide in men, particularly, one of the best ways to mitigate that is to begin the process of eliminating deployment of troops abroad. Because one of the biggest contributing factors to male suicide, including in marriage with divorce, is their veteran status.
Dilly to that. No more Foreman wars. No wars anywhere but based. Yeah, that's where we lose all too many. And hey, we got angry amputee in the building. Welcome to the party. So you just got your first debate with Speakeasy. I'm very interested to see that. What's the date of that? Because I'm pretty sure it's next Wednesday, I think. Because I was like, oh, we got to cover that. Welcome to the party.
Contributing factors to male suicide, including in marriage with divorce, is their veteran status. And it's because they really depend on their family.
All right, so make sure you are either here or watching Speakeasy on the 12th. Our boy, Angry Amputee, is doing his debate debut.
Is their veteran status. And it's because they really depend on their family to assist them with what's going on mentally from the fact they've been deployed in these wars.
I agree. Joe is having an interesting argument. Never heard about a foreign war being a factor in self-deletion this way. But I think that's only because it's not brought up. I think when it is brought up, you're like, oh yeah, that's a good point. So maybe it should be. Maybe it should be. And so maybe before we talk about we're gonna bomb Iran, let's see where that's gonna get us. All of our young men and the strongest of our young men. We don't want that. We don't want that. And even if they do come home, then
And one thing you could really do that would help that's what the American first policy is we want to bring the troops home, no more foreign wars. That will greatly help and aid with this problem. And by the way, policy-wise, it's already been aiding.
Bro, why the fuck would you need TRT? You are gigantic. You got to be fucking dripping with tests.
With this, as Trump has wound these wars down. And by the way, I'll point out
that's a good one. I like it.
I'll point out a few more things that you can
please do. Yes.
So another thing that you can do is at the national level, right? From propaganda works. I'm sure you agree. Propaganda absolutely works.
Absolutely.
If at a national level you had propaganda, which instead of showing LGBTQ flags, degeneracy, girl bossing, shit like this, which is what you see everywhere, you had institutional family units instead, right? And
there was shit. What was it? I think it was a Netflix show. I forget exactly what it was, but it was about this kid going to boot camp. And like one of the characters is like, oh, I love my wife, blah, 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 blah. And this is just boot camp. Gets a call home and a dude answers the phone. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, that ain't the life for me. That ain't the life for me. What would you get key times in a day? That's why it wouldn't take much. Fair enough. I mean, I feel like I got low energy all day, but I did ask when, I haven't been back to the doctor, but whenever that was that I went to the doctor, I did ask about my testosterone, and he was like, yeah, you're good. I don't remember what number, but he was like, yeah, you good. Because I would have been ready to go on TRT. I'd be like, yo, let's fucking go. But, just got you guys in that swole goal.
You see everywhere. Right. You had institutional family units instead, right? And that was what you saw everywhere that you went. And that was where the social status was. At the top-down level, that would really help change people's psyches around. The same way they were indoctrinated towards the degeneracy, same way you can indoctrinate them out of degeneracy. That's how we got a whole nation to smoke. And it's also how we got a whole nation to quit smoking. So the thing is, there really are good prescriptions here. And the only thing I get from you... Wait a minute. Hang on.
We're talking about self-deletion of men.
Almost done.
Okay.
Yes. That'll help with self-deletion of men. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know. I have no idea. She's a good coach. I agree. I think a lot of it is the motivation, and if I knew that, okay, I just knowing that I committed to going to the gym at this time on this day. I think for me that's probably the hardest part. I have been getting better with eating more. Sometimes I go, I'll have my protein shake, and then I'll have something at the end of the night, and that'll all be all I eat. But I've been trying to get more food in. But food's fucking expensive, bro. Food's fucking expensive. All right, you want me to eat a steak? Send it a fucking super chat.
And it's one of the biggest contributing factors. Single motherhood, another huge contributing factor. These are all things which we need to mitigate. And by the way, these are all great prescriptions. You said I don't have none.
No, for a second. That's what you said. Now, here's the deal. These are great prescriptions. I happen to live in the time that you're talking about when the FCC didn't allow degeneracy, and I was able to live through the time where they started to allow it. So I, unfortunately, was able to see a time where America was great, and now we had dysfunction. So I agree with some of those things. That took place probably 40 or 50 years. It would take a very, very unique scenario.
He's always going to eat before me.
For that to occur when you have Cardi B and this type of music out here, and she's a single mother divorcee with a man that is having babies.
See, now that's a good argument.
Okay, so
that's an actual argument.
Hold on for a second. No, that's something that you agree with. That's okay.
We got an argument. Oh my God, an hour and 12 minutes in. Well, actually, no. The first 12 minutes was just bullshit. But wow, an hour in, and we've got an argument. Let's see if we can get. Bro, y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know. First of all, this shit is not cheap. This is pure freeze-dried beef liver. There's nothing else in there. It's just beef liver. And because it's freeze-dried, it's got I use them for work as well, but they're very porous and have a strong scent. you guys don't know, I'm a dog trainer. And so I use those for that as well. But and then like softer treats, they go bad if you don't use them, whatever. So that is a benefit, but it's not expensive, not cheap. It's very expensive. And then his kibble, like his normal food that he gets, is some specialty thing that promotes, like, they don't have like a logo and all that stuff. Their whole bag, remind me to take a picture next time and I'll show you. The whole bag is just like, look at this dog that lifted 22. Look at that dog that lifted 35. Not 35, but all that stuff. And golden giants. Is that what it is? Gentle giants. Now I gotta fucking see it. Now that we brought it up. Now that you brought it up. I think it's Gentle Giants. Gentle Giants. Dog food. Yep. So, $50 for a bag that, it's a decent bag, but, and he doesn't, he goes through it not that quickly, but it ain't cheap and it's high quality. So he absolutely, unquestionably eats better than I do. Hey, we got DJ Isolated in the building. Welcome to the party. Good to see you, brother. All right, guys, let's dive back in here.
That's an actual argument.
Hold on for a second. No, that's something that you agree with. That's okay.
No, that's
okay.
an actual
okay.
argument.
No, you disagree. You can be humble enough to say you.
That's
agree
an actual argument.
No, listen, you don't.
If you move to Jersey, if you work with me in Jersey, done. I am not driving to a different state to work out. I can't even drive down the fucking corner to the gym.
Have to be, you don't have to belittle or attempt to belittle.
Well,
I'm here a grown ass man.
The argument
just say
is
you agree.
Propaganda.
Hey, listen. Just say you agree. You want to be
It's not a matter of agreement. It's a matter of recognizing that was an argument.
It's okay, sir.
It's
I
the
know
only
you're
argument
not
you've
used
made
to
the whole
somebody across
debate.
from you. No, just say you agree. You can humble yourself in a second.
I don't agree.
Now,
it's just an argument.
You agree.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That they don't, it's not about that. They don't spend the money on that. They spend the money on making it good. So, it could be more expensive, but no. Hey, we got Captain Cabbage in the building. Welcome to the party. There's a small channel called Def Not that just put out an epic video called Debate Victory via Philosophy Word Salad. The Crucible Cult. Is this with me or is it just what they're doing? Let's go with the thing too. Hold on here. What are we talking about here? This? Oh, Def Not was this is the girl that I fucking lost to because I fucking lost a debate because it was the mini Bloodsport debates, and I was trying to say that sleeping your way to the top is fair, and she just hit me with well, life's not fair. And it just caught me off guard. I was tired, and I was like, oh, well, I mean, yeah, that's true. Obviously, I know that just because life's not fair doesn't mean things can't be fair within it. But this is the one you're talking about up here? Cool. I'll check that out later. Thank you. All right. Diving back in, and welcome, Captain Cabbage, to the party.
Just say you agree. You can humble yourself in the second.
I don't agree. It's just an argument.
You agree. Be a big boy. Be a big boy.
I don't agree, but it's an argument.
Here's a second.
Okay.
You're telling me it's going to take 50 to 100 years.
No.
I asked you about a man that's considering taking his life today. Mm-hmm. You're telling me about propaganda machine. Okay, there are men here that are been abandoned from their kids. They've been alienated. I'm talking about today. I'm not talking about in the church. I'm talking about today. Okay. You're telling me about some scenario where you're going to change liberalism and bring in righteous conservatism. That's not going to work today. We need solutions for men today, not 50 years from the Turning Point meeting. Okay.
And I think that's a fair point. That like, okay, what you're proposing is a change in society, and I agree with your change. Well, I don't know if you said it, but I agree with your change in society. But that doesn't help the man who is in that situation today.
This point, Today, we have men that are in dire need of help.
I agree.
They're going through unsettling situations and divorces.
I can't
this
help
is
it.
who I
I
speak
can't help
to.
it. I
and
can't
you
help
keep
it.
telling me obvious answers about propaganda and changing this and going to church. This sounds great on paper, but that doesn't happen today.
And that's what you should have started with. That's what you should have started with. That, hey, yeah, all of your ideas about what we should do in the future, that's great. But what about today? That would have been a great place to start the conversation.
You don't start that today. Can you give me a one solution you got that starts today, Mr. I got all the solutions? We can start today.
Yeah. If you assist
Close your legs. That's a solution.
with funding
I mean, I'm not saying this, but Andrew would say go to church. That's a solution.
MRA groups today. MRA groups today who are trying to legislate and get legislation passed today to create preventative measures for those men today. Now, if you ask me, can you do anything about a man who might be willing to blow his head off right this second because he's already going through the events of divorce, which I had nothing to do with, wasn't there for, could never do anything about?
Nobody can do
Can you
anything about
prevent?
it.
Of course nobody can, but that's built
Even
into
your
So then, okay, but a CGA, if you agree that nothing can be done about it, then you can't be mad that he's not offering you a solution as to what to do about it. Today, he accepts hoes in his culture. Yeah, and I mean, you can't get around the fact that you have to be consistent with what you say, and you talk about the things that you genuinely believe, obviously, but you have to work them out so that the principles actually match reality. Shout out to Toe Knuckles. Welcome to the party. Yeah, if you want to join the Discord, come on through. The link is pinned. It is free for everyone. And if you join before the end of the stream, then you get to head to the after party with everybody who is a member. Welcome to the party.
never do anything about.
Nobody can do anything
Can you
about
prevent?
it.
Of course, nobody can. But that's built
Even
into
your righteous
but that's
ecclesiastic
built, that's
reverend
built
from the pulpit.
Yes, but it's built into the question. What you're building into the question is probably the worst framing ever. Andrew, if somebody right this second is willing to do something bad, can you stop them?
Here it
It's
comes.
like,
Here it comes. Look at the
I don't
scenario.
understand.
But your scenario is
Yeah.
to change MRA funding when women outvote men 60 to 40%, and you have women lobbyist groups and zero men lobby groups. That's what you're telling
That's
me.
really
We're
funny.
going to change to fund MRA groups. When
Congress
MRA
makes
groups,
the law,
hold on
not
for a
the
second.
voter, sir.
When
Congress makes the law.
MRAs are on some terror lists. Yes.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
you're telling me that they're going to start just switching funding. We're just going to switch funding over here to
Yeah.
a terrorist
The
organization,
thing is,
according to some of these websites.
yeah, I would say
this is just a pioneer.
He's definitely Jim Bob is definitely going to be a better debater than I am. He's definitely going to know more about faith and theology than I am. But the prompt, I think, really works against him, because the prompt is being an atheist is a rational position. So he doesn't have to prove, like, unless he can prove that God exists, which obviously he can't do, then he has to show that it's not only wrong, but irrational to not have a God belief. And I just I don't think that is. We got more Gus Hammer over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Said, like, and shared again. Thank you so very much. You guys know how much that stuff helps. It's free, it's easy for you, and it helps out so much. Even if you don't think anybody is going to click on the link that you share, just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome back. You didn't miss much, to be honest. You didn't miss much. They kind of been going around in circles. They are just now kind of getting onto a new point. Morgoth said, if you're going up against a rim job, be prepared for a word salad hurricane. Yeah, I definitely have to do my homework on it. I don't know much about him at all. But again, he's got an uphill battle with that. He doesn't just have to prove that his is more rational. He has to prove that it does not make sense for someone to not have a God belief. And I have a feeling that he took that prompt because he sees atheist and leftist as the same thing, just like Andrew does. And so he's going to try to throw all this degeneracy and stuff at me. It's like, I'm not down with that. We'll see. You just said Andrew knows next to nothing about the histories and failures of MRA groups. They failed to get a single law changed in 30 plus years. Yikes. John Uncle said the prompt puts him on the attack, which he is good at, but I'll talk about it later. Word up. up. All right, let's dive back in.
Terrorist organization,
is,
according to some of these websites.
Yeah, I would say
this is just a pie in the sky. All your solutions are completely
not
pie
only
in
is
the
it
sky.
not pie in the sky, but I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
The least possible situation.
Well, I'll give you an example of where it's already happened. So I would argue that the traditional churches are MRAs, that they are men's rights advocacy groups, and that's where traditional masculinity is mostly found today, where men are even allowed to be masculine. Hang on.
Cope. Come on, man. That's not what semantic obfuscation.
Hang on. Let me finish my point. And it is the case that those MRAs, in this case, the traditional churches, already got abortion rolled back, didn't they? They're already moving these things back. They're already at the forefront of fighting degeneracy. They are also the ones who are at the charitable forefront of helping those same veterans who are blowing their heads off when the government doesn't even pay any attention to them. When by the time the government was all done doing any of these reforms when it came to veterans associations, it was those pesky old traditional churches that from Sky Daddy that you hate so much. They were the ones on the forefront who were actually assisting those people and not doing that. While you asked me this question, Andrew, what can you do right this second for a guy who's going to blow his head off? Well, probably nothing. But neither can you.
Of course
but
not.
at least we can do something about that not happening to others.
Okay, so that's very easy to accomplish in red states, and red states overwhelmingly.
That stuff is easy. That stuff can easily be called out. When someone's got an argument that's a little bit of a straw man or is stretching things like churches are MRA, like that's much easier to deal with. Because again, maybe he's good on. Oh, what the hell did I do? Maybe he's good on the offense, but I've got a pretty strong defense that it's not irrational. You may not agree with it. You may think it's stupid, but it's not irrational. That's a very strong word.
Happening to others.
Okay, so that's very easy to accomplish in red states, and red states overwhelmingly were the states that got those things passed.
Yeah.
They were already going to get it passed without the interaction of these so-called righteous individuals.
That was
saying,
done
hold
at
on
the
for a
federal
second.
level.
Now let's just.
All right, tidbit. Kentucky changed the child custody to default 50-50 and divorce dropped, I think, like 13 to 20%. God damn. That was recent. Well, there you go. Go.
State level.
Yeah, through Donald Trump.
Yeah, the federal level.
Watch this.
It has nothing to do
But
with
California, Nevada, these are all states that you can easily drive to and get it done because they're red
Which is why we
or
need
they're
a
blue
federal
states.
ban, yeah.
And at that particular point, are we going to get a federal ban?
Yeah,
Do you believe
we very
have it?
possibly could, yeah.
Possible.
It looks good. It looks good,
but we don't have it today. All right, so we don't.
You
we're not. Again, we don't have it.
So what do you want to do?
More than likely,
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you. You said it's possible, and I say more than possible. You're not going to get it. All right. So at that point,
That's what
now
they
you
said
have
about
an
Roe
issue.
v. Wade, and they were wrong.
They're wrong today. They're wrong. Possibly, we possibly might get it, but California they're not doing it. I can drive to California
there's
right
a
now.
federal ban,
When
they
there's a
can't
woman I
stop
can
it.
drive, and I could take a woman to Nevada.
Yeah,
You
but
can
it's
take her to
already
many
decreasing
places
the
right now.
rates. It's already working.
Right. And the point is that, okay, maybe right now, some of, again, this is my issue with the whole Roe v. Wade thing, that I feel like that was the best middle ground that we were ever going to get. And that is, where it was first trimester or whatever it was. By getting rid of that, yes, you get certain states where it's banned, but then because we're now in this spot where some states are banned and some states are not, then the states that are not, we can expect, higher rates, and maybe not significantly higher, because it's not like people were, if it was legal and people were already going to do it, then making it more legal isn't necessarily going to change that. They were already going to do it. But the idea is that eventually we want to campaign, talk about these ideas, show how the states that don't have a abortion are better in XYZ ways, so that we can say, oh, maybe, just maybe abortion is a bad idea. Shout out to equality and deference because vagina coming in with a $10 Rumble rant. Thank you. So very, very much. He says, make sure you get a good night's sleep before the debate with Rimith von Jobeth. Will do. Thank you. So very, very much. Adding up to the banner. Very much appreciated. Let's dive back in.
A woman I can drive, and I could take a woman to Nevada.
Yeah,
You can
but
take
it's
her to
already
many
decreasing the
places right now.
rates. It's already working. Like, what are you talking about? It's already effective.
All it does is just send women to another place.
And
They're
it
gonna find
reduces the amount of abortions.
It reduces
Five and a
it. So
significantly.
now we're not. That's all we're talking about. Reducing it. We're
Yeah.
talking about now the unsettling experiences.
So do nothing?
We're doing something.
Yeah.
We're doing something. I'm informing
Yeah.
people. I'm giving people the information.
To do what?
And you're telling me
What do
a
you
pie in
want
the
to
sky
do?
solution that might take
Tell me
forever.
what men should do.
I'm telling you what they're
What?
doing. All right. At this
No, you're
particular
not
point,
telling
This
me.
is the question that you've been wanting to ask me. All right.
It's a question he's been asking you. This is the question we want you to answer.
I put out a book called 52 Things That Men Should Do Prior to
Oh,
Considering.
there's his book. I mean, if he wrote a book, So, guys, we are 5 out of 15 super chats, and we are $3 away from the total. That will get Morty a special treat, and will get me doing push-ups. Thank you guys so very, very much. And I like the sound of this. I like the look of this. Let's dive back in. Play.
I'm telling you what they're doing. All right. At this particular point, this is the question that you've been wanting to ask me. All right. I put out a book called 52 Things That Men Should Do Prior to Considering Marriage.
Okay.
What it does is take it through a step-by-step.
Hey, I want to write a book eventually. That's kind of how I start. I mean, slight side quest, not really, but for those of you who don't know, before I was doing The Indian Jesus, I had a podcast where I would bring on authors to talk about their book, and I wouldn't read their book. It was the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. So you'd come on, we talk about it, and me and the audience wouldn't know. But of course, I did that at 10 a.m. on a Wednesday for some reason, and that never went anywhere. But the idea was that I have a lot of ideas, but I don't really know how to create them into a cohesive thing. Yeah, shout out to the Dry B. If you know, you know. And yes, what's wrong with writing a book? I think it's a red flag when you have nothing to say and then you bring up your book.
Men should do prior to considering marriage.
Okay.
What it does is take it through a step-by-step approach of what they need to look out for just to detect.
What is that?
Hold on for a second. Just to detect this man's considering. I've had plenty of men that said they were considering marriage. They found the red flags because of my book, and they stopped getting married to a woman that eventually they saw would have been bad for them. That would have cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I'm doing something very positive. Now watch this. You mitigate the red flags. You allow men to understand what the process of marriage is.
Mitigating the risk.
Then you're going into possibly telling them what the state is involved in, how your children are affected, parental alienation, the odds of self-deletion, and so forth and so on. So that's an obvious
I want to make sure I got this right.
Opportunity for men to learn.
So I want to get this right.
You're telling me
What
a
you're
high
doing-
possibility of changing
Yeah,
laws
so what you're
when women
doing-
outvote men 60 to 40%.
Yeah, so you wrote, it doesn't, dude, you don't even understand the political process and how it works. Voting itself, when you're talking about
lobby groups.
Yeah, you're
What
talking about lobby
men's
groups and
What men
NGOs.
lobby groups? What male lobby groups do they
The
have?
traditional churches.
Okay, we're back to church again.
They're the ones
Okay,
who do
we're
all the
back-
lobbying on behalf of men.
They're doing it on behalf of the men that follow them. That's not on
It's
behalf
for
of
all men. This abortion
What are you saying?
ban helps all men, not some. Their charities to men who are going to kill themselves helps all men, not some.
It doesn't help all men in that situation.
Yes,
it helps the
it
men.
helps.
It helps by having a mental understanding that if I were ever to be at the state where I want to do that, there are resources that that can help me. There is something that is not as shameful as maybe I would think. It does absolutely help all men. I knew it said, what's worse was this guy's chat. They all thought Andrew was delusional, even after this lame book plug. Yeah, I mean, that's what you're going to get. That's what you're going to get. Sycophants and losers.
Helps all men, not some.
It doesn't help all men in that situation.
Yes,
it helps the men.
helps.
Because listen,
Yes, it
I'm going to
does.
tell you where it doesn't. There might be a woman considering getting an abortion, and he wants to keep the kid. He has no mitigating risk.
They're the only ones trying to change that.
Exactly. Who is?
The traditional
You're
churches.
saying the traditional churches.
Yes.
All right. At that point, that doesn't help him.
Yes, it does help him.
So you're saying at that point, it's only the traditional church when you have hundreds of female lobbyist groups and you have them out.
They're the ones combating those
And
female
that's it.
lobbying groups.
And
Yes.
that's it. How are they doing? Only the red
They're
states.
doing great.
Only the red
No,
states.
at the federal level, they're doing great. You're wrong.
You can still go to other states to get it done.
Yes, but we've still
this point.
managed to mitigate it even in those states. It's a war. It's a political war.
right.
That's how it works.
Exactly.
And not only that,
Yeah, let me say, I was into MRA stuff like 10 years ago, but I realized there's a bunch of men complaining about women. It's just so fucking sad. Bingo. So I picked up some weights, got a better job. It got me a woman. Taking risks is life. Yep, dilly to that. Dilly. Yeah, that didn't happen. Well put. Well stated.
to mitigate it even in those states. It's a war. It's a political war. That's how it works. And not only that, let's point this out. Your whole solution here, I wrote a book to help mitigate future events. Oh, great. Andrew, what are you trying to do? Help mitigate future events.
Exactly.
Oh, right now, right this second, what can I do to help? Andrew says right this second, if guy has a 357 in his mouth, he's going to pull the trigger, he can't do anything. You're totally right, but neither can you by your own admission.
Correct.
So there we go there. When we're looking at the future, though, and I say, let's do all of these different prescriptions, which we can actually politically accomplish and move towards, you say, that's all fucking pie in the sky, blah, 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 blah. I ask, well, what can you do as far as future prescriptions?
And
You
I
say,
told them-
blacks are fucked, and I have absolutely no prescriptions for it.
No,
Sorry,
actually, I
guys.
wrote a book, 52 things that men could consider.
To
Okay, so give me one. So let's start with number one. What's number one then? I have a book. Why should I care? What is in the book? You got 52. Just give me one. Just give me number 32.
have absolutely no prescriptions for it.
No,
Sorry,
actually, I
guys.
wrote a book, 52 things that men could consider
To
prior
mitigate
marriage.
divorce risk. The
So
same thing I'm
find
trying
out
to do.
if they're marrying the right woman. So you're just
Mitigating divorce.
you're
Such
just-
as?
I have one solution, you have another, and we don't
Mine's
agree with
better.
it.
What is your solution? I don't think we've heard his solution.
That's what you believe. I think yours is pie in the sky. So that's just
I don't
your
see how
own
it could be
system.
pie in the sky.
When
It's
not
affecting
working,
way
you're
more men
asking-
than your book
you're
is.
asking- no, my book actually has 15,000+.
He loves it. He loves it.
You have how many?
So?
Hold on. You have
So?
how many? You have how many ecclesiastic marriages that your church pastor is going to go into the bedroom and enforce marriages? You can't even give me
Nobody
a number.
ever proposed
you couldn't
that.
even
You're
give me
such
a
a
number.
liar.
You couldn't
It's
even give me a
such a
number.
liar.
You said that. Give me a
Nobody
number.
said
Okay.
that the pastors are going to go in the bedroom and enforce anything.
Okay, social pressure.
Yeah, right. As we social pressure. But now I'm curious, how much does this book cost? I mean, you know, it's important information. So we're gonna have to look up this book and see. What do you say? Greg Adams. Nope, not 32. 52 ways something or another. Oh, 52 things men should get. Oh, wait, did you see it? Did you see it? Okay. Give me a guess. Give me a guess. So it is, don't they have the page number or how many pages it is? Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to do. Bum, 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 bum. 54 pages. 54 pages. Give me a guess as to how much you think 52 Things Men Must Do Before Marriage by Coach Greg Adams is. Are you considering marriage? Do you believe that you're ready for marriage? Have you sworn off marriage? Or are you confused and scared about the information regarding marriage? Most men do not have the information they need to make the most important decision in their lives. They have lifelong consequences attached to them. Family members don't prepare them, friends don't prepare them, and their mates don't prepare them. In this book, I will detail everything a man should think about and do before considering marriage. After reading this book, a man should be prepared to decide if marriage is for him or if he's better off without doing it. Let's see what you guys say. Nobody give me a fucking number. You guys suck. You guys suck. Equality said Andrew's argument would have value if Orthodox churches were a recent invention. However, Catholicism and Orthodoxy have been around the entire fucking time, and these laws and behavior have gotten worse and worse and worse. That's what I was saying. It would be one thing if we didn't have Christianity, and then we were like, "Hey, check this out." Then I'd be like, "Let's go." There's some things that I don't necessarily believe, but this is a great system. But that's not how it worked out. All right. Joe said $20. Morgales Hammer said 15. Give me one more guess. Give me one more guess. 52 things men should do before getting married. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Bro, this ain't even a book. Bro, this ain't even a book. It's only available on Kindle. 54 pages for $5. Should we do it? Should we do it? Yeah, right. One for each. Yep. PD, well, technically a Kindle, what do they say? A Kindle thing. But yeah, it's just a file. It's just the file. I mean, you know, I haven't written a book, so fair. But you're like, listen, all right, I wrote a book on this. And I know all the things, but I can't say any of them out loud because then I'm going to lose the $5 that somebody would pay. Dr. Virginia said, marriage is only amazing if the people who are parties to the marriage try their best to be amazing for each other.
Bingo.
Yeah. And you'd think that it was more complicated than that. And it is. But at the end of the day, that's really what it is, right? This is a fucking pamphlet. All right. This is barely more than a fucking pamphlet. I mean, again, I haven't, I saw read sample. Oh, we got, all right, let's see what we got here. Introduction. What's going on, everybody? It's Coach Greg Adams, also known as CGA. I'm the author of The Free Agent Lifestyle and De-Evolution, host of also go coach of Division 1 and 2. I coach men strictly related to marriage, relationships, and divorce, and about what's missing in today's culture. Masculinity. This book, I'm talking about a subject that every man has thought about recently, and at least thought about once, and that is marriage. This book is for every man in any particular camp related to the subject of marriage. You can be in the camp of everybody. The information. I'm just going to read this last paragraph. The information I'm going to give, I don't even care. I stopped caring. I'm not here to talk you out of marriage. Here's a little bit about me. Nope. Fortunately, we rarely investigate people who are been in long-term. Really? I think that's pretty well studied. So, I mean, hey, you know what we're going to do? Let's do this. If anybody's got the balls, purchase the book, and we'll read through the whole thing on stream.
Nobody said that the pastors are going to go in the bedroom and enforce anything.
Okay, social pressure.
Stop lying.
All your social pressure.
Stop lying,
Hey, listen, where's your social pressure? How many people do you have in your ecclesiastic marriages? How many people got married under that?
Millions.
Please give me a number.
Millions of people have an ecclesiastical authority.
Go ahead and type it up.
People have an ecclesiastical marriage. They may have a state cert
under
also.
under your scenario.
What do you want me to type?
Yeah, we don't.
How many?
We don't know.
Exactly.
We don't know exactly.
But you're sneezing at my number, but you don't know at all.
We know for
hey,
sure
listen, there's a lot
that
you don't
even
know.
if it was the case that you never adopted the state,
but you don't have any number.
Even if it's the case,
The new 10 commandments. I like where you're going. I think we need a little bit of workshop, but I like it. 10 chapters are already longer than this guy. I'm in. I am in. Guys, don't forget, we are $3 away from the Swogo. Come on. I know 3 of you got 99 cents that you don't need right now.
if it was the case that you never adopted the state,
but you don't have any number.
Even if it's the case.
Shout out to Ben over on Rumble. Indeed, I am Indian. Welcome to the party.
Hang on.
What's the number?
Hang on. Even if it's the case that all they ever did was get a state marriage certificate and never even followed that portion of what I'm saying, right? The number is still lower by the state's own numbers. It's still lower in traditional churches.
Can you give me a number of your marriages that you're...
I hate when people do that. So he just made a very strong point. Even by your own logic, my point still goes, is still legitimate. And what does he do? Just give me your number. Can we acknowledge the fact that you were wrong for a second, please?
State's own numbers, it's still lower in
Can
traditional
you give me
churches.
a number?
I don't care. I'm not asking for anything more than 99 fucking cents.
Of your marriages that you're proposing that we're all going to follow.
We don't know. We don't have polls on it yet.
You don't have a number.
Yeah, we don't know for sure.
I would venture to say it's very little, under 100.
Sure.
All right. So now we got.
No, it's not under 100.
Okay, certainly
No.
under 100.
No, it's not.
All right. I don't hear anybody talking about it other than you.
Yeah, well, that's because you're not around traditional churches by your own admission. But yeah,
Did he just say there's only under 100 Orthodox people? Is that what he said?
still lower by the state's own numbers. It's still lower in traditional.
So again, that's where he's making his point, and then we're just going to gloss right over it.
Give me a number of your marriages that you're proposing that we're all going to follow.
We don't know. We don't have polls.
Number of marriages that we're going to follow.
You have a number.
Yeah, we don't know for sure.
I would venture to say it's very little, under 100.
Sure.
All right. So now we got.
No, it's not under 100.
Okay, certainly under 100.
No, it's not.
All right. I don't hear
What's under 100?
anybody talking about it other than you.
Yeah, well, that's because you're not around traditional churches by your own admission. But yeah, there's people who have crowning ceremonies and get married by churches who don't get a state cert.
Traditional churches.
In fact, there might be
Stupid.
data on that. You should look.
Please look it up.
There might be
under your scenario.
Yeah, under my scenario. But the thing is that even if we
got 125
even
marriages.
if we were to grant it,
yes,
still from the state's own admission, the divorce rate's still significantly lower.
Yeah, me and Angry Amputee, 100% with our marriages working out. And your ex-wife is definitely not hotter than my ex-wife.
Yes.
Still, from the state's own admission, the divorce rate's still significantly lower for a reason.
20 to 30%. Okay, so
That's
it's
huge.
still lower. It is nice.
Significantly
It will be
lower.
nice. You still have men under unsettling divorce conditions. You still have men under state-funded divorce. You still have men under child support. You still have men under parental alienation. You still have sexist
And
marriages. You have
then,
accomplished
can we land the plane here? Can you make a point? What is the point? Okay, men are experiencing this, and therefore, Andrew's wrong? That's what you're saying? This stuff happens, and Andrew's wrong because this stuff happens. That seems to be the argument.
most of these
2
things,
out of 10.
2 out of 10 what?
That would be 2 out of 10. It's 20%, right? It's 2 out of 10 of those marriages, as opposed to your system.
4 out of 10.
Yeah, in your
5
system,
out of 10.
In your system, it's much higher.
It's the system that exists.
No, it's not.
But you're
Listen,
telling me 150 marriages. This is
No.
all of these scenarios. And I have to be honest with you.
That's
This
a
wasn't
red
much of-
flag. That's a red flag. I gotta be honest with you. Whoa. Were you not being honest before, bro?
But debate.
Yeah, I know,
because
you
much
lost
of your,
every
no,
point.
listen, much of
Yeah, it wasn't much of a debate because you're too fucking stupid to keep up with what he's saying.
this wasn't much of a debate.
Yeah, I know,
because
you
much
lost
of your,
every
no,
point.
listen, much of your scenarios were make believe. To
Oh,
be
okay,
honest
they're all
with you, they were
Where you're bringing this up again. He has not given you a new hypothetical situation. Yet you're going back to cry about the fact that there was a hypothetical situation that you ran away from almost an hour ago. We haven't been talking about if situations for that long. What are you doing, bro?
pretty make believe. You would have to have an extremely considerable movement to be able to accomplish them.
Like
Which
millions
doesn't-
of
which mean
people?
You would have to have millions of people to do
Can you
exactly
pull up how
what
many
you-
Catholic and
No, no,
Orthodox are in the
no,
United
no,
States?
listen.
It's my turn to ask. I can ask him to
Please
pull
do,
the
please
stats.
do. But that's not the number
How-
I'm looking
how many?
for. That's
Yeah,
not the
that is the
I'm
number
looking
we're
for.
looking
We're
for.
looking for ecclesiastic marriages under
Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm good with the $47 and no push-ups.
your scenario.
No, listen. Even
That's
if it
the
were
only
the
way
case,
it works for
even
you.
if it were the case, do you agree with me that if you take the state out of marriage, that is going to assist in the reduction of
We
divorce?
can't take the state out of marriage.
Why not?
Well, okay, good point there. So yes, if we're talking theoretically, had the state not been involved in marriage, then it would probably be better in terms of divorce. But we're already there. We're already there. As Dr. Evil Genius said, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. What do we got? Yeah. He just said men are experiencing these things, and this makes marriage untenable. His whole grift hinges on that point, but he doesn't present it that well at all. It's simple and self-evident to hundreds of millions. I agree, and that's why I'm essentially on CGA's side, but like he's just doing such a bad job, and it's not like I'm completely against what Andrew's saying. It's just the specific Christianity aspect of it. Like again, I'm totally for all the enforced monogamy. I think that is something we should do. And I'm not saying that like CGA is saying that, oh, your pastor's going to go into the room and blah, 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 blah. I just don't think it needs to be that centered on religion. Fuck! I shouldn't have said anything. Out-sponsoring himself. And hitting the goal. Dr. Evil Genius, thank you. Said, stop being a lazy biatch. Yeah, that's who I am. But thanks to you guys, not tonight. And Section 230 adds more push-ups. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Reverse psychology. Got you guys. You're definitely doing some push-ups. I was this close. If it weren't for you meddling kids, I would have been out of here. Thank you guys very, very, very much. Let's dive right back in. I'm going to do the math here. Should make it
The state out of marriage, that is going to assist in the reduction of
We
divorce?
can't take the state out of marriage.
Why not?
That's what you're telling me.
Yeah,
You
why
tell me
can't
how
you?
many people have done it.
Yeah, but why can't you do it?
Because no fault divorce, a woman can go into divorce you, even if because you're not under her control. The
How if you're not
ecclesiastics are-
married?
I'm too stupid to do this. Okay, 138, 39, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. I forgot what I was counting. For 6, for 7, for 8. Okay, so 48. What was I even fucking... Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm too stupid. Did I change that already? Okay, well, first of all, oh my goodness! Captain Planet coming in at 10 more, another 5 push-ups for me. Thank you so very much. Said 5 for the pitiful PDF and another 5 for the pub. There you go. So let's read it out. Okay, so wait, we're at, okay, we just got 20, 25, right? Okay, so we were at 25. Okay, I got you. Thank you so very, very much. Give me a second to do the math here, because I'm stupid.
Worse, you, even if, because you're not under her control.
How, if you're not
ecclesiastics are
married
under
to
the
her?
authority.
By the state, you're not married. How can she take you to divorce court? Can you explain that to me?
I asked you this earlier. Have you been through a divorce?
It doesn't matter.
That's
Answer
a
the
yes.
question.
That's a yes. So you've been through a divorce.
Why does that matter?
Right,
What is
because-
it pertinent to
because-
Okay, but answer the question, Andrew. You were getting really upset that he wasn't answering your question, so just answer the question. Yes, I have, or no, I have not.
doesn't matter.
That's
Answer
a
the
yes.
question.
That's a yes. So you've been through a divorce.
Why does that matter?
Right,
What is it
because-
pertinent to the
Because
debate?
this is why. Can I finish? You've been telling me I'm cutting you off. You won't let me finish.
Bro, I
At
want
this
an
point-
answer to my
See,
question.
There we go again.
Can you answer my question?
I mean, I can play the game you're playing.
You just
Can I-
won't answer questions.
Jeez. All right,
After
listen.
he just didn't
I thought
answer
you
the
were a tough
question.
guy. Listen, under this scenario, a marriage, even if it's ceremonial, religious, it doesn't matter if she files for the divorce. You will still be going in court to fight that.
How
I don't
would
care.
you file for divorce if you're not married by the state, dude?
Listen,
Can you answer my
completely missing
question?
this. You're completely missing this. This is
my
what
God.
tells me you haven't been through one. Have you talked to a divorce attorney? A woman can file. You have to respond and provide evidence that you were not married.
All right, we got it. 163 for the Morty Fund, 8 out of 15, and $72 out of 50. That means the goal has been met. Oh, I forgot to put met in there. But thank you guys so very, very much. I speechless. I love you guys so very, very much. Thank you so much. Keeping the party raging. Go.
File. You have to respond and provide evidence that you were not married. Now, you and your common law, you living with your kids, is going to be difficult. I'm trying to give you some information.
That's
and knowledge.
common law marriage.
Okay.
That's different. In some states, there
You're-
is no common law marriage. So
That's
just
not
answer,
common law marriage.
So just answer
Listen,
one. Okay.
California doesn't even have common law, and that exists. It could be ceremonial. You could get married in Fiji. It doesn't matter. As soon as you get back here, if you practice.
Yeah, guys, you can still, just because the goal has been met, the number of push-ups is on the total amount for the stream. So we're at 72 right now. It is 30, 72, 36. Is that 36? Whatever. I don't. The numbers are the numbers. Half as much as the number of the thing is the thing is the thing. But you can still add more push-ups until I do my first push-up. So if you get me, if I'm down and you add another push-up, I'm gonna have to do it. But once I start that first push-up, I'm doing.
Get married in Fiji. It doesn't matter. As soon as you get back here, if you practice marriage, the whole institution at that particular point, if she files, you, sir, will have to respond to that suit.
Yeah.
If
This is if CGA was more familiar with Andrew, then no, of course, no breaks. I might know. Well, for 36, no, I don't think I'm going to need any breaks for that. But I mean, if we get over 40, I don't know. I might need some breaks. But what was I just talking about? Yeah. So Andrew's argument is rendered false because he repeatedly stated he never advises young men or men in general to marry because there are so few worthy women to marry. And so exactly, he advocates in theory in the same way that I was arguing the legalization of prostitution in theory. I don't actually want to see more prostitution. I just, I have the principle that, go down the list, body autonomy, free market, all that kind of stuff. But I don't have anything like what DJ is saying, that if the debate is marriage is worth it, but there's no women to marry, then what exactly does that mean? Yeah. Justice is bimbos for a living, but give this argument. Yep. A wishy-washy prescription that doesn't make sense. If 10 men show up at Eastern Orthodox churches, maybe one will find a halfway decent broad to marry. Yep. Yeah, I would, I'm going to use some cash on that. All right, diving back in here.
if she files, you, sir, will have to respond to that suit.
Yeah.
If you do, I would hope and pray that the judge, not God, grant you your wish. At that point, your argument fails because you then would have to say, my ecclesiastic reverend on the Little House on the Prairie granted this marriage.
Again!
It doesn't count under the state.
I just wanna make
she
sure-
can do this, and you have to respond.
Can you help
to
me with this? Because I
I'm
am
helping you a
actually
lot.
confused.
Mhm.
So let's say a woman and a man went out to a field and declared
We
themselves
got a
married.
scenario. Let's say if.
Let's say if a man went out to a field with a woman and declared that they're married.
Correct.
You're saying she can still go to a divorce court and divorce him.
She can file for the divorce. You
How?
have to
Now you're just talking shit. Now you're just talking shit.
respond.
Yeah,
You
with
have to
what?
respond.
Yeah, what does that mean,
You're-
though? That doesn't mean
Again,
anything.
I'm informing you.
What are
What does
talking
that
about?
mean? This is how a lawsuit works.
Okay,
She's
a
a petitioner.
lawsuit.
She
Okay.
files. She says, we walked on coals. We went outside.
Yeah.
This was a union. I consider it a marriage. Everybody knows and addresses us as a marriage.
Yeah.
This is in non-common law states. We receive mail at this place. We've been living under the same roof for this many years. You will have to respond to these allegations. Now you're going to have to say on your petition, this is not true. We have an ecclesiastic marriage and a prenup under God, and we live together, but we weren't married. That's a response to the lawsuit, and then you proceed to trial and a hearing.
Is this a lawsuit?
That's how I die. That's how I die. I can't do that. Actually, I don't know. But probably not. And then definitely if we get any more than that, hell no.
Or a divorce?
Oh, we got somebody joined the Discord. Shout out to Toe Knuckles. There you go. And of course, because they joined before the end of the stream, you get a free day pass to hang out in the after party.
And then you proceed to trial and a hearing.
Is this a lawsuit or a divorce?
Divorce is a lawsuit.
Okay, so I'm
Divorce
curious.
is a lawsuit.
Can you look this up?
Is
Can
divorce
you
a
file
lawsuit?
for divorce without ever getting married?
Oh my goodness, you are slow. You can file a lawsuit for anything.
So then it's
So
not a
anybody
divorce?
can sue you for anything.
Okay,
Okay.
but-
So if you go in,
You can file for a divorce without having a marriage?
What?
I mean, I know that you can essentially sue anybody for anything. But, like, what?
into there and she
So they're just
says that-
suing you?
Yes, it's
Okay,
a
but
lawsuit.
that's not a divorce. Come
It
on,
says-
dude.
It's a lawsuit.
Can we pull this up? Can you file for a divorce without getting married? Divorce is a legal process that ends in legally recognized marriage.
If you never obtained a marriage license and your marriage was never registered, summarized according to state law,
Stupid.
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. This floor ain't clean and my hair's too long. I'm working out as much as I can. So take it or leave it.
courts have no marriage to dissolve. You're full of
Hold on
shit.
for a
You're just
second.
saying
Hold
that they
on.
can. Yeah,
No, no,
you're
no.
full of shit.
Listen,
they can
they
just sue
have-
you for whatever.
You said they have no marriage to
Yeah, you're
dissolve.
saying that
You
they're
still
just
have
gonna
to
sue you.
No. You still have
Come
to.
on.
You still have to respond to the lawsuit.
Yeah, but you don't have to go to the divorce court,
You
dude.
do.
No,
That's
you
where
don't.
You file the response.
No,
You still have
that's
to
not
go.
a divorce court.
That is the divorce
No,
court.
it's not. It's a
That
court
is
of.
the
It's
divorce court.
the
Listen,
circuit court or some shit, not the divorce court.
Listen, this is.
You got
this is-
caught in 4K.
That's,
You're
that's
full of shit.
ChatGPT. That's ChatGPT.
You're full
In this
of it,
situation
dude.
here, we can bring a lawyer in to
Bring
resolve
him.
this and say, can she file for a divorce? You're saying what the
No.
outcome is. Hold on for a second. You're saying
Bro, you're still on this? You're still on this? What are you doing?
the outcome. They can't legally enforce it. That's what you hope the outcome is. You hope the outcome is. You still have to
Dude,
respond.
all you're saying is that a woman can sue you for anything.
Correct.
Yeah, but that's not the same as filing for divorce
Hold on
through
for a
the
second.
divorce
That would-
courts.
that-
This was the same thing as when I lost at the baby because she was like, life's not fair. And I just was too stupid to be like, just because life's not fair doesn't mean things within life can't be fair.
That's where they would file it.
No,
would
they
file
can't.
it-
No, they're not filing it in the divorce court.
My gosh. All right. That's where they would file it. In the divorce court.
They
That's
would
where
file a
it there.
lawsuit.
No, they would file it in the family court. Trust me. Now, here's the
family
thing.
court's
Hold on
different,
for a second.
though.
That's the divorce court.
Wait a second.
Family court is the divorce court.
Wouldn't you have to do that under specific criteria for family court, like a kid's involved or something? You can just
Correct. So, in the
Come
scenario,
on,
hold on for a
dude,
second.
That's not the same
Hold
as
on, hold on,
divorce
hold on for a second.
proceedings. This is ridiculous.
I mean, he's got a trans kid, so maybe not.
That's ridiculous.
Listen. The family court is what people call the divorce court. There's no building that
Yeah,
says
I agree
divorce
with
court.
that.
You understand
Yeah,
that?
yeah, I agree with that.
So you have a
Dun, dun,
woman with children
Yeah.
that you say you're not married to. If she files, you still have to go under family court jurisdiction. You
Yeah.
still have to respond
Because there's children, yes.
because there's children.
Yeah.
At that point, my point is made. She
Yeah.
has filed. They may say the divorce doesn't count.
Yeah.
But now, how do we deal with these children?
Yeah, but that was
Those
never-
children- that is a part of marriage. Did you not have children with the woman?
Come on, dude. So if you're not,
That is a part of
so as long
marriage.
as you don't have children, then they can't do that.
Correct. That's what you're saying. But you're saying
No,
you're
I'm
gonna have
asking.
children.
I'm actually asking.
You're saying they're going to have children, correct?
Yes.
You're going to go to family court
Yes, you could go to family court.
if
Yes.
she files for the divorce.
not for divorce. They
Heard of bro science, but bro law. Trust me, bro. Family court. Yeah. Ugh. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. I don't have anything to add to that.
To go to family court.
Yes, you could go to family court.
If
Yes.
she files for the divorce.
Not for divorce. They could go for
If
like
she
motions
files
for support or all sorts of
any
things.
of these.
That's
That
not
is the family
divorce.
court.
Yeah.
When we talk about what men deal with when they deal with marriage
Uh-huh.
and the result is a divorce, one of the things they deal with is child support, also domestic violence, which falls under the family court. So you cannot be married. Oh
you
my God.
have a problem here with it.
That'll win them all over.
Listen,
So
that
I
can
agree.
fall under.
So notice how I was hopeful, at least anticipatory, that once CGA moved the conversation and was going to talk about other things, it's not just the divorce, there's other things within the marriage, that he was going to talk about other things within the marriage. But he's still talking about divorce. And I don't necessarily disagree with his sentiment. But Andrew already knocked this down. What are you trying to accomplish?
Family
that
court.
if you have children, that could go through the family court system. Nobody ever disputed
Okay.
that, though.
So you're still dealing with issues,
but
right?
hang on, but that's the different one. That's different than filing for divorce. You can't file for divorce if you're never married. That's
Now
one.
you're going to
And
child
two,
support, yes.
and hang on, two. The second problem here is the reason that men usually lose their custody when it comes to divorce and divorce court is because women plot. They plot escape hatches. So what they do is they go, okay,
Of course they do.
look, I'm going to take 2 years, make sure that you're fucking destitute on the way out, and then I'm filing in divorce court.
Correct.
You're going to get hit over the head from what happens in divorce court.
Absolutely.
Whole different ball game, though. If it's the case that you have children with a woman and she goes and she files for custody, you're actually in a much better position to get custody at that
Correct.
point than if it was the case that you were married through the state, dude. Much better
Well,
positioned.
So I don't really want to go through that whole thing again. But I think correct me if I'm wrong. He was saying that if you have kids outside of marriage, then you're better positioned than if you're in a marriage without children. Is that what he was saying? I'm backing up a little bit because I thought I was with it, but I don't know.
In divorce court,
Correct.
You're going to get hit over the head from what happens in divorce court.
Absolutely.
Whole different ball game, though. If it's the case that you have children with a woman and she goes and she files
Oh, there's a hungry dance. Hungry dance. Keep going, Morty.
for custody, you're actually in a much better position to get custody at
Correct.
that point than if it
Oh, I wasn't even listening. Sorry. One more time.
You're actually in a much better position to get custody at that
Correct.
point than if it was the case that you were married through the state, dude. Much better.
So he's saying, I missed if he was saying common law or something else, but he's saying if you're married through the state, you have a less chance of getting your kids than if you're not married. I'm genuinely asking. I don't know. Just said, I think this is a bit weak from Andrew. Yeah, I'm not fully sure what exactly he's trying to say, but let's keep it going. Claim is flimsy. Non-married men have no extra leverage to get custody. CGA should have demanded stats on this. It's not just talking, people. Debates are not just talking. It is indeed a skill. And love him or hate him, Andrew is very, very skilled in debate.
At that point than if it was the case that you were married through the state, dude. Much better positioned.
We don't know that.
No,
That's-
100%
that's-
that's the case.
You don't know that. You're guessing. Can
No,
you give me some
yeah,
data on
there's
that one?
actually data.
They don't have
All right, there we go.
don't know
There we
that.
go.
That's just a
If it's
guess.
the case, hang on. If it's the case,
If you're not
because
legally
that
married.
men who fight for custody,
Correct.
right?
Yes, that's correct.
But they're in a better position to fight for custody if they're not going through the divorce court, if they're only getting motions for child support or
Well, we
child
know
custody.
actually I'll tell you something. If you are not married to them, you actually fare a little bit worse. If you're not legally married. That's true. If you're not legally married to, let's just take a baby mom, baby dad situation. If he's not legally married to them, they typically fare a little bit worse.
Yes.
In custody cases.
As we're doing this, Gomtech brought up bro science and bro law. Where is it? Over there, but he said it. And this reminds me of when we were talking. A shout out to the lead attorney. Back in the day, he was talking, about divorce and stuff. He's a divorce attorney. That's his channel. But this Christian, I don't know if he's a pastor or if he just talks about Christianity or whatever it is. But Ruslan KD came onto the channel, and he was armed with the stat that 90% of men who fight for custody of their children get the birth paw. My favorite. Really? Oh, gotta check that out. But he was saying that this Christian guy was saying 90% of men who fight for their fight for custody get custody. So it's stupid not to, because you most likely will. And TLA was like, nah, bro, that ain't it. That ain't it. I think that's where the side quest, but it's it's about 10 minutes long. So it's a thing. So I'm gonna put up a poll if you guys want to see that in the side quest.
If he's not legally married to them, they typically fare a little bit worse.
Yes.
In custody cases.
I just said that.
Right, correct.
Yeah.
So at that point, they're still faring worse. If
No,
they're
they're
married,
faring better. Right?
if they're not married,
Yes, they'd be
their
faring
baby
better.
no, they would actually fare worse.
How?
Well, ask any guy that's been in court. We can look at this. When they're not legally married to the woman, they go through a custody battle.
Yeah.
When they're legally married, they do better getting better custody.
This is just mean. This is just mean. Fighting for custody costs 6 figures for most cases. Yep. Angry amputee said because the man can afford lawyers and to take care of the child.
Bingo.
Yep. Oh my goodness. All right, so I'm gonna leave that poll up for a second, and it seems like you want to do it, but I'm gonna find it anyway. So hit the poll, especially if you do not want to take the side quest.
Yeah.
When they're legally married, they do better getting better custody.
Yes, men get better custody.
When
So
they're
that would be a
legally
better
married.
outcome.
If they're not legally married,
Yes.
typically they fare worse getting custody
Why?
because they're not married to the woman. This is typically it just depends on jurisdiction.
It's because of the unplanned nature of it.
Correct.
But if it's
Exactly.
planned-
But if it's planned, we don't know.
No, we do know,
The judge
actually.
doesn't know.
Hang on.
How do they know?
We do.
So now you're saying
Nope.
you're going in there
Hang
to
on,
use we're not legally married, but we're married.
Here's how we can
All right,
logically.
we're gonna let him finish this off, and then according to the poll, it is time for a side quest.
Yeah, I think I can actually logically demonstrate this, and I think you'll agree. Okay, so the reason that men tend to fare bad in custody disputes and in divorces
Badly.
is because it's unexpected. So usually they're getting hit with it, and it's unexpected. Even if it should be expected, because it's unexpected, they have time to plot, they have time to plan, this kind of thing,
Domestic
right?
violence
And so they
issues.
can
Correct.
hit them with it,
Right.
That's
That's normally what happens.
yeah, that's
You
normally
can't mitigate that.
God damn it, Angry's wife! We're doing important business here right now. Okay, we're doing important business. She said, new law: grown men are not allowed to drink from tall cans unless you are homeless and the cans are in a dirty paper bag. I agree. Dilly dilly, new law signed into order. All right. So
And-
let's wait. Let's set all of this up. And oh man, I do love the lead attorney. Man, do I love the lead attorney, but this man speaks so slowly. No, we're gonna have to speed this up. We might need to go 1.5. We'll see what it is. But so again, this is from a longer stream, and they had other things to talk about. But this is the relevant part that I was telling you about. He was like, "Oh, I got this," and this is how the numbers can lead you astray. This is such a good demonstration of when all the lefties like source. Life does not live and drive according to numbers. Yes, science and statistics are important, but that's not all there is. That's not all there is. All right. Why does it always do that?
This is something that's very counterintuitive. Guys, most divorce attorneys will tell men not to fight for their children.
Why?
Because most men, if they fight for their children,
How fast do you think this video is playing? How fast do you think this video is playing based on the lead attorney's speech?
will not get their children. This is very complex, guys. So let me tell you something about a divorce case. Divorce cases most divorce cases are fairly cheap, relatively speaking. I mean, it's not these Dr. Dre types of divorces, right?
Sure.
Most divorces you can get resolved for under 15 grand. You can. There's one type of case that you can never get resolved for 50.
Yep, 1.5. He said normal speed. I don't know whether that'll be 1.1. Yeah, this is 1.5. He speaks so slowly. I think we can pull it down by 1. But god damn, it's that southern drawl. He's from Atlanta, so things move just a little bit slower down there. Know what I mean?
There's one type of case that you can never get resolved for 15 grand. It is the most expensive type of case that a regular person is going to have.
This is
And that type of
1.4.
case is a custody battle.
Mhm.
And when you talk about custody battles, those things can get easily 35, 50, 75, 115. Now,
You definitely know.
imagine you're a man.
Come on. You definitely know he ain't on the blow. Good one. That's all I listen to on first watches most of the time. Yeah. 2.0 to start.
115. Now, imagine you're a man.
Hey, we got Box in the building. Welcome to the party. We were covering Andrew Wilson and Coach Greg Adams, and this was relevant. I feel like you may have been here when we seen this clip before, but it's talking about why more men don't fight for custody in divorce, in custody battles.
Can get easily 35, 50, 75, 115.
I would scroll up in the chat for like 2 seconds. I was like, oh my God. That's why I can never watch him live. And so I'd see that he's live. I'd wait 2 hours and I'd come back and I'd catch up. And by then, but it's so slow.
35, 50, 75, 115. Now, imagine you're a man and you've got four credit cards and you come to me and you say, Lee, listen, I make $60,000 a year, but I want to fight for my 2 kids. And you're going to tell me the facts of your case, and you got a little something. You got some arguments, but it's going to be a real battle because the judges are biased against men. And so we're going to have to put up a ton of evidence. What are we going to have to put up? Well, we got to do discovery. That's going to cost you 5, 10, 15,000. We got to take her deposition. But then we also need to get the kids some counseling. And we need to get some experts on the case. We need to get the psychiatrist. We need to get the kids evaluated. We need all their reports. We need for these experts to show up to court. And so you can make $60,000 a year, and I can run up your bill to 80 grand, which you cannot afford. So I have to tell you, I have to say, listen, you got a little something, but if I had to say whether you're going to win or lose, I don't think it's 50%. There are attorneys who will tell you, listen, pay me the 80,000, just put it all on all your credit cards, and I'm really going to try, and we're probably going to win. And what happens when you lose? They're going to look at you and say, well, we tried. We gave it the college try. Then they're going to take their 80 grand, the 80 grand you paid them, and they're going to fix their house and put their kids through a couple of...
We won! You didn't win, but we won! We won! Yeah, Box is saying story of my life. Just got out of debt. Fighting for the kids is coming. I've not seen them for 10 years. Oh, my goodness. I am sorry to hear that, brother. That must be... I cannot even imagine. Just said I can see the argument already. And the 99% of money you get, 99% of men who get custody are the rich ones. Yep.
Semesters of college. Good attorneys don't do that. Good attorneys do the opposite. Good attorneys say, listen, what's going to happen when I start charging this 80 grand? You get up to 30 grand and you're going to come to me and tell me, you're going to say, Lee, I ain't got no money. What am I going to do? You know, I'm going to do, Ruslan, I'm going to drop you as a fucking client because I don't work for free. So now I've got your 30 grand, but your trial isn't going to come for a year and a half. That means you got to get up another 30 grand. You got to get on another attorney's plan to pay for the case. So we attorneys tell you, listen, do not fight for custody if you cannot afford to do it. And a custody case is one of the most expensive cases that a man will ever have, and a normal man, not some NBA player or something like that. And so a lot of times it comes down to men, and men have tried. And you never hear about the men who spend $75,000 and then they lose, because what happens when they lose the $75,000? Now I've got their $75,000, and now guess what? They have to turn around and pay child support.
That's how you know this is a lawyer. That's how you know this is a lawyer. Child support too.
$1,000, and now guess what? They have to turn around and pay child support. You got to turn around and pay. With what money? Right? Because I've already cleaned out their life savings. So good attorneys, we say, listen, instead of doing this whole $75,000 thing, what I can do is try to fight to get the most visitation that I can. And most fathers are like, okay, because I can't afford to enter into an unfair trial, lose, and then turn around and pay child support money with money that I just don't have.
I mean, y'all saw Better Call Saul. It ain't for the faint of heart.
Now, what's interesting? The interesting thing you say is the more the man gets closer to court, the more the man has opportunities to win. Why is that? Do you know why that is? Because if I'm representing a husband, there are cases where I'm like, no, fuck this lady. We're going to get these kids. She's neglecting them. She's not taking care of them. She's doing this. She's touching them. She's not doing the things that she's supposed to do. We have a good case. We're like, oh, I don't know. No, let's go to court. The cases that go to court are the strongest cases.
This is also why the feds have such a high conviction rate, because they're not going to bring the case unless they know they're going to win.
Right.
You're thinking that the cases that go to court are equally strong as the cases that don't, and that's where you're missing. The cases that actually get to the trial, those are the cases that the men have the best chances of winning. So you're looking at the cream of the crop and assuming that the cream of the crop is reflective of the base of the pyramid. It's reflective of all the other cases. Now, you wouldn't know that, right? Because you're just looking at the numbers. The numbers don't tell you which are the strongest cases and which are the weakest cases.
Right. Well, assuming that the strongest cases, the men are even.
So I just want to put this out. Like, we just got explain that. We just explained that out. A lot of you guys put it together like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. We're only halfway through this video.
Acting towards wanting custody 50-50. The men are
Weakest cases.
right. Well, assuming that the strongest cases, the men are even acting towards wanting custody 50-50 custody or full custody. That's assuming that in the bottom 90% or the bottom 99% that never see a judge, that there's men there that want it, but you're saying they're getting legal advice saying they don't want it. My buddies who went through this process didn't have attorneys. They just went through it and fought in the court system on their own behalf. Right. So we agree.
Well, don't do that.
That the vast majority of these cases never even make it before a judge. The ones that do make it before a judge, the man has the higher shot in winning.
Correct.
Right. And so you're saying, but you wouldn't give them that sort of advice. And I would say, well, why not? Why not give them that sort of advice? And do they always need?
He just explained it to you because it's not just about the number that 90% win. I'm sure I don't know if he's going to bring up the 90% in this video, if he brought it up earlier, but trust me, he said a 90%. I don't know if his stat is correct, but that's why he's using that number. And we just explained it to you. Because if you only bring the good cases, then yeah, you're going to have a high rate of success because you're not bringing cases that are going to lose. And we know that most cases will lose. So most men don't fight or shouldn't spend the money to fight for full custody because it's not going to be worth it. Can't make a hoe into a housewife. Our foreign woman that quit OF has an average body count that can sincerely convert to religion, and she is still a high risk. What? You're not going out with Nala Ray? But she's changed. She's changed. Box said I had a friend that spotted me some money to hire an attorney to find all this out. It was $1,400, and I paid him back. Shit ain't cheap, but that is also on the lower side of what we're talking about here. And Russell is saying, no, just go spend that money.
An attorney in a situation like this when, again, and this is me being honest with you, I'm saying I've seen it anecdotally play out where brothers didn't have attorneys. They went in, they got their kids. They went in, they had an argument. They said, hey, I am the primary care provider. This is how I take care of
those would be among the cases that attorney or no attorney, perhaps they knew they didn't need an attorney because of the fact that the woman was so bad.
My kids, the kids want to stay with me, and they got their kids, right? And so I understand what you're saying. I understand that you're saying, hey, the odds are in our favor, this and this and this. But I'm saying empirically speaking, the numbers don't look like that. And then if we can escalate it to that point of, hey, I'm going to go fight for my kids, it doesn't sound like it's not in the man's favor. You're saying it's a financial thing. I'm saying, is that the only way to fight for your kids? Is you have to pay 100 bands and wipe out your life savings? I'm genuinely asking here.
Yeah, let me just tell you as an attorney, my favorite case, my favorite type of case in divorce.
Here it is again. Here it is again. An evil laugh from someone who's had their soul sucked out of them by the legal system. No shade, lead attorney. You know I love you.
Is when I represent the woman and the man represents himself. Oh my God.
Money.
Your best case, your anecdotal case.
And yes, if you guys were wondering, the reason I have the laugh is because TLA did it first.
Oh my God. Your best case, your anecdotal cases, that's my favorite case. And it's not only my favorite case, it's all attorneys' favorite case.
Because the woman has the means to pay for you as an attorney and the man doesn't have the means to pay for you or pay a similar lawyer as you. I'm
going unopposed. I'm going to crush you. I'm going to crush you. There's no way you can't deal with AV who's in law school. Like a regular person can't go up against a law school student. And I've graduated law school, passed the bar, and been practicing for 20 years.
So we're talking about the 1.5% of cases where the woman has the means to hire someone like you, spend 70 bands to escalate it, to get it before a judge, to keep the kids from the husband.
No, we're not talking about that. I'm talking about cases where the father opts to not hire an attorney.
Which is on the father.
Correct.
Right. No, I'm sorry. You're talking about cases where I thought we backed up. I thought we were talking about cases where the father opts out of fighting for the kids at all and just gets what he can get. Like that to me is an L. You know, this like if you want to be in your kid's life, you.
How old are you, bro? You sound like you're 15.
Have to actively.
You have the haircut of every 15-year-old I've seen in the last year. I mean, I see 15 years old, but I'm on TikTok.
Pursue being in your kid's life.
This is so wrong. This is so wrong. I'm so glad you're saying this. This is so wrong. You have no idea how many men's lives have been destroyed financially trying to fight for something that you're not going to get.
Yeah. Again, I'm just saying all I could go off of is the data that I'm finding, and the data.
Or you can go off the lived experience of a professional right in front of your fucking face.
You're
But no, the God said.
misinterpreting the data. That's what I'm telling you.
According to the data, the men have a better shot if they escalated. So
No.
I don't know how to.
According to the data, more men who already have a shot will get that shot in court. This is the correlation causation. Oh, is it? No, technically not. He's not saying if you go to court, you definitely will, but he's misinterpreting the data. There's a reason that the feds have such a high conviction rate.
Telling you why.
You're saying
it's the why. No, you're saying that you're reading the data, but you don't know the why. It's like, guys, you can read that 2 + 2 = 4, but you might not understand it. You might need someone to explain it to you. You're saying 2 + 2 = 4, but you might not understand why. You're reading the statistics, Ruslan, but I'm telling you why. Why is it that the majority of men do not go to court for these kids? It's because they're not going to get them. You know, it would be.
Or can I propose an alternative hypothesis?
Yeah.
Or is it that the men
They're just deadbeats. They don't even care. Men don't care about their kids. I mean, obviously I've seen this before, but I don't remember it word for word.
don't want their kids? Or is it the men aren't the primary care provider? Or is it the men don't have the emotional capacity to fight for their kids? Or is it because the men have moved on and maybe the man practiced hypergamy, found a younger, hotter wife, and they're ready to start a new family?
Look at that face. TLA is not liking that. Get him, TLA. Get him. Buck said some men should not have the undercut, and some women should not wear spandex. Agreed. Is that what they call it? The undercut, where it's floofy up here, and then like, yeah, ugh. Weird.
Hypergamy, found a younger, hotter wife, and they're ready to start a new family. Why are we not going to acknowledge that those scenarios happen? I see those happen a lot. I see a lot of single mothers around here that would love for the father to be in the picture. But
have you seen this clip before, Eugenius?
The dad's checked out. The dad's moved on. Like, where's the responsibility on the men on this situation? I understand that the court system's not fair. You're way more astute to that. That's your line of work, your expertise. I'll defer to you. But I'm saying we can't say that all men always want their kids and always get a bad shot from the court system. It's hard for me to wrap my brain around that. Personally, anecdotally speaking, knowing multiple single dads, and also from the data that I'm seeing.
Yeah, you're misinterpreting the data, and I think
again,
we haven't really talked about this, but it's true. There are men who do not like their kids. There are men who don't want to spend time with their kids. There are men who don't want to pay for their kids. There are men who don't want to see their kids. I represented all these men.
Can you give me a percentage if you're talking generally speaking from your experience?
Let me finish for a second, because it's very important. Because you want to talk.
So did I, actually. So did I.
About all these men not doing stuff. But it's interesting that you don't talk about the other side. Maybe you don't know. Let me finish.
I just said that on the front end that my buddies took full custody of their kids.
And what did you say? You said that the women, they didn't use drugs or anything like that. So you're not talking about it.
That doesn't mean they were the most competent mothers either.
If you could let me finish, maybe you could hear. You're talking about these two gentlemen that won custody of their kids with no attorneys, and the mother weren't on drugs or anything. That's what you said. Let me tell you something about the other side, which you don't want to talk about. There are some shitty moms,
of course,
and I know that because I've represented them.
Of course.
There are moms that have physically abused their kids. There are moms that are abandoned their kids. There are moms that neglect their kids. Yes. And so if you have shitty fathers, then guess what you also have? Since fathers are humans, guess what mothers are?
Shitty
mothers are humans too, so you have shitty moms. So if you have shitty moms and you have shitty fathers, why is it that 90% of the women have primary custody when the moms are shitty too? This is what you need to analyze when you're looking at your numbers. Guys, if you don't really practice in the space, you just look at the numbers, you have no idea what you're looking at. You're like, why is it? If men and women can be equally good or equally bad, you would think that the numbers would be more 50-50, wouldn't you? Obviously, there are shitty moms, but why is it that 90% of the moms get primary custody?
Shout out to TLA. I will drop this link in the chat. Please go give him a sub. I mean, shout out to TLA because he doesn't really stream that often anymore. He came out, what's the fucking phrase? Like a bat out of hell, and just blew up. And because he is a somebody with so much professional experience, like he started off just doing like call-in shows and saying like, I'm a lawyer, I'm not your lawyer, but I'll help you out. And then he started covering different things. I really got into him during the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. That was, I'm pretty sure that was still during COVID, right? And I was just glued. We covered that. We watched the whole thing. And now on his streams, when someone gives a big super chat, he's like, oh my God, hit him with the bottom of the bottle. Just like Amber Heard claimed that Johnny Depp did to him. But point being, yeah, it is very easy to think of these things as how you see them, but they're a lot more complex, and some people understand it better than others. Clearly. All right. Let's back up a little bit and back in.
This kind of thing,
Domestic
right?
violence
So they
issues.
can
Correct.
hit them with it, right? That's
That's normally what happens.
Yeah, that's normally.
You can't mitigate that. Or are you suggesting you
can
Okay.
mitigate? You can mitigate it. Here's how you can mitigate it. If you're in a church, you have
52 things. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you have the ecclesiology, the ecclesiastic community, the community actually supports you when you're going through these problems.
They're not going to be in court with you.
No, they actually help you with funding. They help you with
They're
everything.
not going to be in
Yes.
court with you. They're not going to be.
They
in
don't
court
need
with
to
you.
go
They
to
don't have
court
the-
with you.
So
Money
you're gonna
is the what talks, man, and bullshit walks.
Exactly. I agree with that. That I can agree with.
Yeah.
But they're not going to be able to fund
Well,
that.
they do all the time.
Listen,
They
all right, the
assist them with custody
125
agreements all the
these
time.
small marriages. I
Yeah.
would love to see these out. They should do a documentary on them.
They do.
All right. So we can see
We do
them.
have stats
But
on this.
Most people aren't under these, so we can say that's clearly the case.
But
in
that-
those
so what?
situations here,
So
under those situations, you have men that are not under this veil of, I don't know what it is, okay, that do fare worse when they're not married. Okay, that's typically what's going to happen.
Because the childbirth itself is unplanned. But if they're with a woman long term
Yes.
as a partner, they actually do
Absolutely,
better.
and I was
even
one of
if
those,
they're not
and I was
married.
one of those.
Even if they're not married.
Typically,
Yes.
That's. But sometimes
So it's still
not the
better
situation.
outcomes. You're just talking about the unplanned nature.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
I mean,
they're
mostly,
they're
though.
having because there's a lot of factors here. I mean, we can make things black and white. The guy doesn't have the ability to maintain the custody. He lives in another city.
Because
there's
some
so many
plans.
other factors.
Because
There's
some
so
plans. I
many other
knocked her
factors.
up. That's different than I was with her
they
for
were
a
in a
couple of years.
relationship. They were in a relationship. All right.
Yeah,
but
but knocking her up usually happens early.
it could. It typically does.
It
because
typically
that's where I'm in.
does.
And
Yep.
at that point, now they were raising the kid for 2 or 3 years. They were together.
But this goes
and
to
then
my
it happens.
point.
But it also goes to my point. In this situation here, right here, we have a lot of things that we like to make black or white and easily
No,
solve.
it's all nuanced. I agree.
We like to make black and white. Black and white meaning simple, or black and white meaning racial? Because we don't make things black and white in terms of race.
Here, we have a lot of things that we like to make black or white and easily
No,
solve.
it's all nuanced. I agree.
Okay, very much nuanced.
Yeah.
At that point, then you're just telling us, oh, I'll just throw this aspect of religion on top of it and it'll fix it. Or it'll mitigate. It'll mitigate it. It'll
Yes,
mitigate.
And I mean, would it not? Could have been a good movie if they didn't specifically call out a political side. If they just had the movie as it was, and it was one side versus the other side, would have been a great movie. But they tried to shoehorn in that Trump bad, and it was stupid.
Religion on top of it and it'll fix it. Or it'll mitigate. It'll mitigate. It'll
Yes,
mitigate. It doesn't eliminate it. It
Yeah,
just
but
makes it less. You can't eliminate it.
But
It just
even
makes it less
okay,
likely, but they're still going to
but
go
even
through
if
it.
it-
Once they go through it, what do you do?
But when you said a marriage was a great institution, right?
It
Did that
was.
eliminate all divorce?
It was very low.
Well,
about
right.
7 to
So it's
10%.
just
Answer the question. Why do people do this? Why do people feel like you're asking me a very specific question, especially when it's a yes or no question and it's not like a gotcha or a trap. Just say the thing. It's a yes or no question, or what exactly did you say?
right.
It
Did that
was.
eliminate all divorce?
Yes or no? Did it eliminate all divorce? You say no, it didn't, but my point is still valid because of X, Y, Z. I don't get it. I don't get it.
It was very low.
Well,
about
right,
7 to
right. So
10%.
it's just you're only
Like,
talking
it
about
was actually
mitigation.
lower.
You're
It
only
was
talking about
It was
mitigation.
actually lower than the percentages that you're showing me.
I agree.
Way lower.
I agree.
Way lower.
But you're still talking about mitigation.
But we also talking about white people were least likely to get married under decent.
Mitigation.
Yeah, but we're still talking about mitigation.
Exactly.
And
And
so
so at
if
that
you say
point-
it's great and it's mitigating, and I say, okay, I want to move towards mitigation, we can never eliminate it. You can't hold that against me.
I can't.
I don't know. You definitely haven't seen Better Call Saul if that is your position.
And you can't hold it against
I
me for
can.
telling men to avoid the situation, especially since, and I'll add this on, especially since we can know statistically women are getting married at an older age. That is increasingly high. We can look at 40 years ago, it was 20 years old. We can look at today, it's roughly around 28 and 30.
But there's some nuance there too.
There's a lot of nuance
well, hang
there.
on. There's
Hold
a
on for
big
a second,
one.
but I
Okay,
was
go ahead.
completing a
Go
point
ahead,
here.
go ahead.
Okay. At that
Is that the actual lyric? I just know nation. I just heard that. Is that the actual word they use?
point, you're seeing a lot of women choosing to not marry. You're also seeing a lot of men choosing to not marry those women that are older.
Yeah.
So how do you get those people to have an ecclesiastic marriage?
I'll help you.
When you're telling them, these people are saying, I'm not marrying that woman.
Yep.
She's a stepmom, or no, she's a single mom.
Yep, I
She's
understand.
older.
Yep.
She's past her prime. how are you getting that marriage rate up?
This is the
with
best.
ecclesiastic
So I
marriage?
think that that's a great question. It's one
Other
that,
than saying that they got to be virgins.
and it's
But
one
that's not
that
how
I
it works.
need, and it's one that I do need to answer to. So here's the answer to this. The reason that women are getting married older is because they're deferring their childbearing years for college. That's why.
That's obvious. Okay.
That, I mean, literally, that's the only reason. And one of the
All right, guys, there's about half an hour left of this, but I don't know how far we're gonna make it. But you know, I got push-ups to do, but you guys know how it works. Any donation will keep the party raging.
That's why.
That's obvious. Okay.
That, I mean, literally, that's the only reason. And one of
we
the
know
prime
this.
reasons that the birth rate is collapsing is because they're having children older because they defer those childbearing years.
Like I said,
for later
that's
in
not
life.
fruitful and multiply.
So,
That's just adding.
so we can look at this and we can. Well, it is still multiplying.
Okay, all
but
right,
anyway,
well, yeah.
The point is when we're talking about, we go back to this whole propaganda thing, right?
You're not going to get a disagreement on this.
Hang on. The
Okay.
idea is, should we have propaganda that says, women, you go to school, we'll give you student loans, right? We'll back the entire thing for free, and we promise you a lucrative STEM career, right? When the opposition is actually true. Or do we run campaigns that say, no STEM funding, you got to pay for your own fucking college, okay? Or you can choose the more traditional path.
How likely is this to happen?
It's actually pretty likely. If you look at the idea of STEM fund or funding for college, right? The idea of student loans and things like this, women are already trying to check out in the worst way because they can't have kids later in life.
But they're not getting married, though. They're not
They
turning
do.
that
They do.
in.
They
They're
just
not
do.
turning that
They
in to
do
get married.
college first, and this is, by the way, where the body count comes from. The big body counts are coming because they spend all this time in college getting fucked.
Very
right?
obviously.
And
This
so,
is obvious.
And, so,
Yes.
and then afterwards, right, they get their little lucrative career, and then they want to settle down.
They find us.
But it seems to me very obvious that if you wanted to do something about this, you would want to create the incentive for women to not go to college and instead use their childbearing years to get married, because that's what we always did.
Oh man, holding up the stream on his own. On his own. Not on his own, but doing a lot of the heavy work. Dr. Evil Genius with the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Of course, that adds more push-ups. I don't want to do push-ups, but fuck it. We are here. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Greatly, greatly appreciated.
And for women to not go to college and instead use their
banner.
childbearing years to get married, because that's what we always did.
I've actually created this scenario before, and it's very opposed to where society's going. Society's really not showing that they're showing trends of this. You might have the little spatters here and there, but if you have a woman that says, "Okay, I can't afford to go to college," she becomes a Walmart.
Well, here's
clerk.
why- here's
Hold on
why-
for a second. She
okay,
becomes
go
a Walmart clerk, an assistant manager. I'm looking at those particular demographics. They're not jumping into marriages. All right, maybe in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, they're still out here hoe hopping. All right,
But
they're still finding a variety.
But
of
here's
ways to
why.
work. Yeah.
So women are getting
Communication. So wait, minute. Where? Oh, okay. So it's not. Yeah. Well, I mean, like I told you guys, there's songs that I've been listening to for 20 years and I have no idea what the words are because I hear the music. I don't even like Tool like that, but just from the radio of K-Rock. I mean,
Alabama, they're still out here hoe hopping. All right,
But
they're still finding a variety.
But
of
here's
Hoe
why.
hopping.
So women are getting more college degrees than men because men have a viable option for making income, which is easy.
Correct.
I mean, it's actually harder,
It's harder.
but it's easy, and for them,
We can survive.
And the idea is, if you're a tradesman, you're gonna make a lot of money. Okay, especially in modernity because there's an incompetency crisis in the United States.
Absolutely.
So if you're good at what you do, you're gonna make a lot of money.
And
That's just it.
women are less
And
likely
even
to
if
go in
you're
those
bad at it, you'll make a lot of money. But the college thing created a situation we were not aware was going to happen, even though I could easily have predicted it, which is oversaturation. Women only go for a couple things.
Yup.
They're sociological related mostly. They're not
Nursing.
really for STEM fields, and that's who's hiring is the big STEM fields. Everything.
Yeah, I mean that's an obvious thing, but like going to college used to be a big deal because not everybody went to college. Just like having a high school diploma used to mean, used to put you above because not everybody had a high school diploma. Now everybody does, and so we're just raising the standard without raising any of the quality of the education. Everything
else oversaturated. That's why women end up in government NGOs and government think tanks and
Correct.
psychologists because the overage has to go somewhere. But that's saturated too. So
Yeah, you can't mess up that. That baseline. There's no way you can mess up the baseline. The lyrics, I don't know, but
you're seeing actually a trend begin to emerge of that trending down because of oversaturation. So if that's the case, these women don't want to go work at Walmart as the assistant manager.
shout out to Mathcore. Oh, love me some Mathcore. I'm gonna assume that has nothing to do with me. Angry amputee said Andrew talking to the 80% of no evil people. Huh? What you talking about? Sorry, I don't get it.
So if that's the case, these women don't want to go work at Walmart as the assistant manager, right? And if you had said propaganda plan, and the propaganda plan is simple enough,
Well, they do end up as the middle manager at Walmart, and that's why they're so angry and bitter and weird hair color and want all free stuff, right?
idea here is just don't defer your childbearing years for college. Instead, we'll help you with incentives so that you have children younger and you get married younger. You will almost eliminate this entire problem. And yes, not only is it viable,
not only is it viable, but it doesn't require a buy-in to a truth claim. It doesn't require you to believe that there is a sky daddy. It's about principles, character, and values.
viable, but we should be moving towards that. This idea that we shouldn't get married rather than just create the conditions for which marriage is great is
I agree.
Exactly what we should be doing.
And under those conditions, it would make sense because you're getting women that can multiply, that can
But
be.
it's only the churches that can get this done.
No, not really. But in this situation, you're
It's like, I'm going to be in a famous band that I hate being famous, and I'm going to do these things. Like, well, just stop then. Nobody's fucking making you do shit.
I agree. I agree with that scenario. I proposed that many years ago. However, you're going to be hard pressed for women to actually pick that. Although they're not going to college, they're trending down in college. They're probably not going to complete one of these liberal arts degrees. What you're probably going to see them do, they're still going to Coachella. They're still going
to go to Coachella to see Nirvana. Yeah, I don't doubt I don't doubt that he didn't like where things were going. I just feel like it was more of his own doing than anything else. I'm like, we've seen, okay, fine, in what was that, 92, 94 or something like that. The record companies were a lot more powerful than they are today. But like, if you just, if you're literally about to like just stop playing, they can't arrest you. They might sue you, but you don't want the fucking money anyway. So it never need to get there. The question is, let's see. Wait, no. He was a grimy motherfucker to begin with. So, but I thought you were going to bring up that she killed him. That would also make sense. But either way, I agree. Just I think we can spin it as pro-women since we have to work with the aftermath of feminism. Quote, since women are so oppressed, we are promoting them to have children in their 20s and college in their 30s. Since we have to work, so that's a good one. You guys don't even have to work. All you gotta do is just sit at home, and you can work later, but you don't even have to. Yeah, right. That has to be one of the biggest psyops in human history, getting women to want to go to work. Like
What?
selling coochie. They're out here being sugar babies. They're going to OnlyFans.
Same
Some of
problem with
them are
oversaturation.
Yeah,
though.
exactly. So it'll get oversaturated. Now you kick the can down the road to what the next thing is. I don't see the women seeing that college is prohibitive to them jumping into traditional marriages. I don't see that.
But that was the same argument.
Wait. He doesn't see that going to college is a barrier to marriage? Is that what he said?
Go to what the next thing is. I don't see the women seeing that college is prohibitive to them jumping into traditional marriages.
Okay, so he said that they are not seeing it. So women are not seeing that if I go to college, that's prohibitive. Fair.
I don't see that.
But that was the same argument which made in the 90s to men, that they would not see that the trades were going by the wayside and they all needed to get a college degree, when in fact the opposite ended up happening. Now they're all moving towards trades in lieu of the college degree because of oversaturation.
Right.
There's no reason for us to believe that if it's the case that women have the option and the propaganda behind it for them to get married at a younger age, right?
Mm-hmm.
Defer that with incentives. We can give all sorts
What type
of incentives for
would
this.
you give for this?
Man, first of all, you can give tax exemptions,
Yep,
for instance.
that's
You could say-
already
They make
immediately.
millions on
Yeah,
OnlyFans.
but the thing that's
they don't catch up to them, but they don't pay the taxes.
They do have to pay property tax on the houses they get from their husbands when they divorce them. So
if they get married, then they
the
don't.
thing is what you could do is in Poland did this, and they had a pretty good degree of success, up almost 0.5%, moving and trending towards almost 1%, which is huge in such a short amount of time. They gave tax exemption, and you can pull this up if you want. They gave tax exemption if you had more than X number of children. I think it was 3 for life. Tax
would be
exempt for
great,
life.
yes.
Now the thing is that's huge. Now, from a woman's perspective, why would a woman go for that? Because she's tax exempt for life too. And the thing is, it's the same.
This is why we keep Box around. We love to have a little bit of liberal feminist bullshit every once in a while. Our women are like Spartan women? You mean the women crying because somebody didn't look at them the right way? You mean the women cry? Bro, I could not. This is the statement of the night that I've disagreed with the most. Spartan. I mean, maybe I don't know a lot about Spartan women. Maybe that is the issue. But I saw a 300. And that does not make me think of the modern woman. Jesus.
Perspective. Why would a woman go for that? Because she's tax exempt for life too. And the thing is, it's this.
Well, there you go. So you get taxes exemption, and then you have more money for the children.
Same reason they're going to college, which is they want the money. The same reason they're selling their pussy online, because I want the money, is also a thing which you can incentivize them to do the other direction.
You could.
Because
Yep, this is what I was saying earlier, that they, between the Groypers and the Ortho Bros, they don't want to implement their ideas. They just want to be able to complain about it.
It sounds
they
nice.
want the money.
It sounds nice, but
And it's worked. It's worked.
It's worked in Poland.
Yeah.
All
Well,
right.
in the places it's been tried, the incentives work.
Is that
Okay, then I take it back. You're right. If that's the case, then spot on. If that's the case, spot on.
a comparable nation to the United States who highly depends on women being taxed?
Well, so did Poland.
It's not the same size.
Well, I mean,
We were a
but
very
it's
large
all-
company.
but
We're
it's
a
all-
very large
but it's
country.
all
I mean,
scalable, right?
It could be.
So Dr. Genius said, I'm saying that the tax exemptions in the U.S. is not close to enough of an exemption. House and food costs are crazy. Sure, but I think again, we're talking about incentives. We're not saying that because you're getting a tax break, then it's going to be free to have a child, but we want to incentivize that. That already, as you said, like you said already, it's very expensive. So any kind of cost that can be taken away from that is an incentive for somebody to get involved in it. Tax exemption. They were struggling today, but they had no phones. All right. Well, hey, when you're right, you're right. Just they're much more like the women of Athens and the Lysistrata play. Did I get that right?
It's all
I mean,
scalable. The thing
that's kind
is-
of like when people said Sweden did this and
Yeah,
you're talking about
but-
a million people versus
but what I'm
100
saying
million
is
people. I understand.
We're going to look at the models where they exist
It's
to see
it's
how
a
they
nice
compare.
model. Yeah, 'cause
and
we
it's a
could-
better model.
Yes, it's a good model. It would be a good start.
It's a start.
It would be a good start.
No.
Something.
Could you think people would probably try to manipulate that? You said they have 3
course.
kids from the same dad or from different
You have to be
daddies?
married.
You would have to be married. Okay, so this would be a nice opportunity for us to bring something that Poland has tried to a place where we don't have that same structure.
Well, damn. I guess Box is right again.
They're somewhat democratic socialists.
No.
They're somewhat
Not at all. They're
capitalist.
very conservative.
Well, it can be that expensive. They just get all it's not, because they're not paying for it. It's our money. They're using tax dollars. Have you not seen the EBT warriors? All been like just openly saying, "Oh, we're gonna steal. It's the taxpayer's responsibility to pay for me and my children." It wasn't just one. It was a whole trend. I saw one woman doing a what do they call them? Like a loot things where it's like unboxing or whatever, but instead of shit that she bought, it was shit that she stole. Stupidly, she did it in the parking lot of the place that she stole from. Maybe drive away a little bit, but
They're somewhat democratic socialists.
No.
They're somewhat
Not at all. They're
capitalist.
very conservative.
They're
very
conservative,
capitalist.
but yeah, they have that, but they're also
No, they're very capitalist.
okay.
Yeah.
yeah, but I agree with you in general. Just giving out free money is not a solution, but there are definitely aspects where you would do. Let's say there's an activity that we want people to do, but it costs X amount of dollars. If people want to do it, they have to pay X amount of dollars. So the people who can't afford X amount of dollars either are not going to do it or are going to do it and then take tax dollars. So if we are already building that in, then we can plan around that. And even if it's not going to solve the problem. We're talking about adding incentives. So it might be a small incentive, but it's still an incentive.
So, but typically we're a lot more capitalist than them.
I don't know. I don't
We're
know
a
if
lot more
that's the
capitalist than
case. Like,
Poland.
Eastern Europe has become very, very based. Eastern Europe has become
all right,
very
but we
based.
can probably say 200, 350 million people versus Poland size.
It's much smaller, yes.
12 million.
But that's what
All right, this would
scalability
be,
is for.
I mean, this would be the size, not even half of California at this particular point, but that you're scaling to.
Yeah, scalability works that way because
It could. It could.
38 million in Poland.
38 million, quite more than I thought. That
Yeah.
would be the state of California and plus Oregon, maybe, or something like that.
What was the question?
And California is bigger than a lot of countries.
It is.
Wait, what did you
California.
why did you
Hey,
bring
It's
that up?
plus Oregon, maybe, or something like that.
God damn
30
it.
million, quite more than I thought. That
Yeah.
would be the state of California and plus Oregon.
Yeah. Okay. Population of Poland. Okay. That's the population of Poland. That's
Or something like that.
Well, and California is bigger than a lot of countries.
It is.
That's the
It's
case.
Fifth largest
Yeah.
GDP.
Yeah.
So in this scenario, I'll give you that one. It's a little bit of a reach, but I'll give it
Not
to
just
you.
that. If we look at the Chinese model, the Chinese model really fucked this up. They decided that they were going to do the one-child policy. Remember that?
And they screwed that up.
Well, not only did they screw it up, but they have almost given themselves imminent doom because their birth rate has dropped down so low. Now, what are they doing?
What was even their thought? What even was the thought behind the one-child policy? Like, I know that, like, again, I understand that simultaneously we have an overpopulation and an underpopulation issue. That worldwide there's too many people, but in terms of replacement rates, we're not there. But was it just that the overpopulation issues in China were that bad that we're like, all right, let's kick the can down the road? I don't know. I mean, like in an ideal world, China is under some new regime, and they're like, you know what? Let's get a constitution. Let's be a republic. And then that's where all the illegal immigrants go. I like that world.
They're giving incentives for women to have children.
Exactly.
Now, we do it here, too, to a
We
limited
do that
degree
here.
with tax credits, right? But the tax credits, you're not going to incentivize a woman who can sell her pussy on OnlyFans
Exactly, for way much.
to have a child for $3,000 a year.
And sometimes they even go.
Is that essentially what your point was, Dr. Evil Genius? Saying college-educated people are much less likely to have 2.1 kids, especially with the cost of living being what they are. They calculate their life plans more and decide procreation doesn't work. Yeah, that's a very good point that a lot of people who are lower class have a lot of kids, not because they plan to have a lot of kids, because they didn't plan anything at all. Oh, shout out to Box with another 5 push-ups with $10. Thank you, sir. Very, very much. So if we embrace ultimate... Come on, dude. I'm right in front of your face. There you go, you lazy little boy. Box said if we embraced ultimate feminism and paired it with ultimate masculinity, magically things can happen. Don't be scared, guys. Don't be scared. I'm not scared. I am just logically, ideologically, and fundamentally opposed to feminism. But thank you. Very much appreciated, sir.
OnlyFans
Exactly, for way much.
to have a
Yeah.
child for $3,000 a year.
And sometimes they even go on EBT and WIC, and they still use the system.
EBT
so you're still finding ways where people
warriors.
will manipulate the system. And
That's the
we're seeing
whole
people
point.
that
We're
are
trying to
master
get rid of
manipulation.
that, right?
We would try to get rid of it. It would be a nice try. I'll give you that one. That might be a
No, it's possible. And more than possible. And it's better than the idea of just continual degeneracy.
Well, I'm not promoting degeneracy. However,
Sex outside of marriage?
but who's that degenerate to? I mean, that's your
Right.
Oof. To not even understand that Andrew Wilson would think that premarital sex is degenerate. I mean, let's talk about his wife and all the baby daddies, but still. Yikes.
Bible.
So
I mean, most of your Christians, your traditional. Hold on for a second. Most of your traditional Christian women that are getting married to these simps are blindsided, typically by women that were promiscuous.
Sounds like
so.
I completely agree. I'm very upset because I really thought Chittarelli was going to win in New Jersey. And like, he's such a typical like Jersey. He's like, yo, we're going to do this in the fucking, come on, we're Jersey. We're going to do it the Jersey way. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go. And this fucking Kamala Harris, Timu version of Kamala Harris, dominated. Like, look at this. What did I look at before? Oh, fuck you. Bum, 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 just give me the nose. Oh my God. No. Really? Is this a serious thing? Like, how the fuck do you open? All right. So yeah, I mean, not looking good. 56% to Mikey, the woman Shirelli. So there was a short video. Oh well, of course. And so let's see if that brings it up. I don't remember exactly where it was. Fuck. What is this? 4 minutes. Let's see what we got.
Joining us now is Democratic Senator Andy Kim of New Jersey. He has also been campaigning with Democrat Mikey Sherrill in that governor's race in New Jersey. Senator, thank you very much for joining us tonight. What is the state of the supplemental nutrition program in New Jersey tonight now that federal judges have forced the Trump administration to at least partially support food?
That ain't it. Oh, wait. We got a playlist. I would imagine it's not on here. Let's try. Fuck. What was her name? I wish I remembered where it was, but it was a specific interview where it was just like, come on, when they asked, like, this was who I voted for.
Kids, I don't think that biological boys should be paying in girls' sports. She opposes me on both of those issues.
Hey, Rider University, let's fucking go. That's my school.
Go ahead. So I'm a mom of 4 kids.
Nobody cares.
Joseph, our kids have gone through COVID. There are mental health issues related to that. We have learning loss because of it. Our kids are struggling. And that's why as parents, it's our job to make sure we're keeping our kids safe at every level. As a mom, I'm going to make sure we do that. Obviously, parents know their kids best, and they need to be able to determine if there's something they want to opt out of in health class.
That's my governor. That's my governor.
Time. Thank you.
And if we're concerned about protecting kids, I don't think that biological boys should be paying in girls' sports. She opposes me on both of those issues.
Did you want to respond? Go ahead.
That's her. Yes, I mean, oh, is this it? I think this is it.
Shut down. So right now we have the government shut down. So the Republican majorities in the House and the Senate with the president can't even keep the government open. So it's hard to see them moving forward on policies that are going to advance the workforce. Right now.
No, but I think it was from this interview. But either way, she's sitting there and they essentially said, like, what would you do with this situation? And she couldn't. Give it a last thing. No. I should have grabbed it before the election because now it's going to be all election stuff. But anyway, New Jersey's fucked. We could have had a real fucking soprano in there. Democracy at work. Yep. All right. What else did I miss from here? Well, there we go. That is what I was looking for. So let's go to. County map. New Jersey governor county map. Why? Why are you giving this if it's not that? Is this the same one I already fucking clicked on? Stupid! Haha! There we go. 21. Is this it? Okay, yeah. So 2025 governor. So this is what it was. We're 21, 24, and 25. There we go. So yeah, I mean, you know, up here, like, so this is Newark up here. Everything above Newark is all like forest and shit. So I'm surprised this is even as blue as it is here. And then everything below everything below Trenton, that's west of the shore. This is all farmland. So actually, I guess I would say more so under Camden. So like from here under, it's all farmland. So again, I'm very surprised. I mean, again, look at last year, how red it went. That's why people were like, oh shit, I think we might have this. Because you go back to 21, you know, purple. Pretty purple. But somehow, they're coming back. And as Dave Smith was saying in his last Part of the Problem episode, that's a big deal. There should be no Democrats having a good night at this stage in the game. Again, Liberty said if NYC turns apocalyptic, I might visit with some popcorn and some lunch. I think that is. I'm happy that he won. I'm happy that he won because I think he's going to destroy everything. There you go. Why the fuck do I deserve it? I took time out of my day and I went and voted. How many of you voted in your last gubernatorial race? Actually, I'm going to make that a poll. And don't lie. Did you vote in your last how the fuck do you spell gubernatorial? Or gubernatorial race? Did ya? Very interesting. I'm very interested to see. I mean, okay, fine, but that's politics, baby. There's always two bad options. It's just a matter of which the devil we choose versus the devil we don't. Are we getting section versus box Mom Donnie debate in the after party? That's up to you guys. I suppose. He's like, I don't know about that. Bro, you need to get your fucking life together. All right? Yep. I think a lot of people didn't vote because it was just like, well, I mean, gubernatorial is the word Deadpool used to trigger Wolverine into stacking him up. A little bit of comic book knowledge. All right, finishing this up.
Or blindsided, typically by women that were promiscuous.
Sounds like
so
sex
that
out of
sounds
marriage.
like
Sounds like sex out of marriage is bad.
It sounds like it's really bad, but
Yeah.
those are your women you're trying to marry, not the virgins that we're going to have.
You think
or
that
the
this is
overwhelming.
mitigated by you being a secularist versus a Christian? Give me a break.
I mean, you're not going to mitigate women throwing their pussy around the internet or finding around the world. You can hardly mitigate that. I mean, you haven't done anything at this particular point. They're busting it wide open on OnlyFans.
Yeah, we can put
Right, these are the church
OnlyFans.
women.
You can outlaw OnlyFans.
I mean, every one of your scenarios is a big major swing at they're not happening. All right.
Oh, but you have to. I don't even disagree, dude. But you have to make the argument. You can't just say nuh-uh.
It's not happening.
Do you know that the
they're
people
not
versus
outlawing
Larry, the people versus Larry Flint was not long ago when the normalization of the porn used to be outlawed. Okay, it used to be outlawed all over the United States, and guess what? The effects that it had on the psychology of men and the effects it had on marriage were negligible. You could still get it to some degree underground, right? But it was tough, and
just saying you don't have to, but you absolutely can join the Discord and be on the stream if you want. But if you have to choose, definitely pick the stream.
It was illegal. Why do you think?
And people still went to the.
Why do you
they
think
went to
it is?
that? I don't know if you remember this. If you're old enough, they still went to that VHS area or the area of the magazine.
That was after
they
Larry Flint.
All right, but that was the result. That was kind of one
that
of the
was
things
after
that they said.
legalized it. Before they legalized it, those sections didn't exist.
Exactly. So now it's wide open. It's in the open.
Yeah. So
now,
we need to
where we
eliminate
at?
it. Yes, we
didn't eliminate.
What's still outlawed? We just ignore the laws.
Playboy and Penthouse.
That's after Larry Flint. Larry Flint was Penthouse.
I understand that, but it's still here. I mean,
he won the case.
Correct.
But
so
we're
how you going to beat OnlyFans?
We're unwinding and have been unwinding. That's what Roe v. Wade was. The idea of Roe v. Wade was
by
to
the time
unwind.
you beat OnlyFans, the damage is done. I'm gonna just let you know.
Yeah, you know what?
Shouldn't be illegal. It should be unthinkable.
Right, the damage is pretty much
really
done. That
funny.
would take 30 or 40 years.
Okay, well, after a war, the damage is done. It might take 30 or 40 years. But you know what? The thing is we don't quit because it might take some time.
I didn't ask you to quit. What I'm asking you is, you're trying to solve the problem today of getting traditional.
Both.
Traditional.
Today, tomorrow.
I understand that. Tomorrow will be a better day. But at this point, you're looking at traditional conservative women that have thrown their punanis out. Some of them are single moms.
Well, they're not traditional.
But yeah. Again, they're not. But
I said, shit, me too.
This exists, and unfortunately, the traditional conservative movement, or
and it's full of feminists.
These women,
I agree.
yeah, these women come in as feminists, liberals, and they cosplay, trick these men into marriages, say that they're going to marry them, not in the secular, and then they follow you, and then they run right back to the court. This does happen quite a bit, even in the Christian church.
Not from us.
Well, I don't know how many you are. We still haven't determined.
So almost half of you just stayed home. Okay, just want to put it out there.
But the thing is funny.
This still happens, so a lot of men get caught off guard because they see her thumping the Bible. Oh, she's one of us. And these women have figured out how to cosplay.
And again, I think this is a good question.
Nah, Lorraine.
Right. Notice I've answered all of yours. You haven't answered any of mine. But
which
the thing
one
is,
did I answer?
Yeah. Can I ask a couple?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, you're not going to hide it in the house where the wife can find it.
Great. So the progressive mantra is that sexual liberation, this is what feminism was based around, sexual liberation.
I kind of agree with liberty. I don't have an issue with ID to watch, but I don't. It's just, again, going back to what Dr. Evil Genius was talking about earlier. It's too ingrained in the society to just ban it like that. It has to be a cultural thing. It has to be a cultural thing. We didn't ban cigarettes because we didn't need to. We didn't need to. The culture took care of it. Yeah, people still smoke, but the overwhelming majority of people don't smoke cigarettes. And vapes didn't come, especially vapes like this. You know, they had the big fucking rigs. But though that came way later. That came way later. You might have found somebody who had one, but most people would just not smoke. Because, ew, it's icky. No, it's getting expensive. Now, again, I personally don't want to have to show my ID. But that is not a hill that I'm going to die on. If that's what it is, then, hey, I'm a grown man. I'm not doing anything wrong. Take my fucking ID. Shout out to the Rage Page. Welcome to the party. We are finishing up with Coach Greg Adams getting mauled by Andrew Wilson. But it's not as simple as that. Welcome. And yeah, exactly. Already, all you need is a VPN. I mean, you're not going to get, there are women in different, you can go on Discord and find anything that you want. So sites like that are only what people use because it's the easiest, freest thing. DJ said, I don't principally disagree with any form of degeneracy, but I would prefer people did not partake as much as they do. Well, this is why we need to stop relegating our social morality to the fucking government. Because then people get into this mindset of, well, it's legal, then it must be good. If it's illegal, then it must be bad. Instead of, let me actually fucking think about how this affects me and the people around me. I have the responsibility of my actions and my choices. Or, well, Danny government said it's okay, so, you know. You want to talk about cultural change? That doesn't happen top down. That's called authoritarianism. Yeah, exactly. I mean, exactly. If we need to go back to Napster, we will have our titties. Yeah, sure, but I would argue, I would argue the other way around. That I think black market creates a lot more harm than the to the people involved than like a girl on OF just doing her thing in her room. That's not good for her soul, sure, but she's not really in any immediate danger because of that. So we gotta keep that in mind. Adam said, back in my day, we didn't have all these fancy hubs and mags. We had the Bible and we liked it. Oh, wanking and gooning to the Bible.
Haram! Haram!
Insane, right? Yeah, people should only be able to do what some other people agree with. That's the argument, right? That's the argument. All right, let's finish this shit up.
Is that sexual liberation? This is what feminism was based around, was sexual liberation. That was the big one.
Correct.
That their bodies were being controlled, not just from abortion, but from who they chose to have sex with because they were attracted to them, this and that. Marriage was a complete trap for women. It was self-destructive to them, this and that. What is the distinction in your message in that one to men?
What's my message?
Well,
that was his question to you. You're asking him what your message is?
Stupid.
Is the distinction in your message in that one to men?
What's my message?
Well, it seems to me that your message is that
okay. It was like, gotcha.
Marriage is simply too dangerous, and that
he's asking for a steal.
That if you want to sleep with women outside of it, it's perfectly fine, and it's actually liberating for you because you're moving away from the trappings of marriage itself.
And it would be safer.
Hang on.
Yeah.
That seemed like the same exact message that we got in the 70s from feminists.
If you frame it that way, it would be. But
so you're a
it's just
feminist?
Hold on for a second. It would be two different outcomes.
Got him.
You're protecting wealth, access to children. You're actually being able to control who has your children.
That's
who
what they
doesn't.
wanted.
Exactly. Well, no, they want to be able to kill their children and abort them.
They wanted to be able to determine what happened with their
We're trying to
children.
figure out where we have the control legally. They're having the control over their body. These are two different.
But
these are two different outcomes.
So what's the
legal
delineating
outcome is what
factor
the men are trying to figure
from
out.
a 1970s feminist to your messaging right now? What is the difference?
They're trying to control their bodies.
Liberty said, I wonder if right-wingers who want to ban P-Hub content will follow the law when the left tells them they have to use their kids' pronouns or they will be taken away. I get what you're getting at. I don't know if that's exactly the same thing, but yeah, just banning things because we don't like it ends up here. There's other things that just because we empirically have a better moral system for the flourishing of humanity, for the flourishing of society, doesn't mean that they don't get a vote. So wrong people get to vote. So if you want to create the standard of, well, right, might equals right, I don't know if we win that one. I don't know if we win that one unless it comes to physical force. And I don't want to get there. I'm so glad I did not read this out loud before.
These feminists to your messaging right now, what is the difference?
They're trying to control their bodies.
So are you.
I'm trying to control legally, financially. These are two different things.
Those are your body. You're controlling your bodies.
No, don't just make it a body.
It's the same thing.
It's financial. These aren't not my
That's
body.
the same argument.
Logical restrictions, but also restrictions that align with align closely enough, both with where we are today and where we want to end up because of those restrictions. We can't start here. If we're here, then we got to start here so that eventually we can get to here. That's how human progress works.
All right,
It's financial.
No, you're trying to make it the same. I
It
know you're
is
trying
the
to
same.
No, you're trying to cram that in. Oh, finances is your body. I'm trying to control the legal outcomes.
So were
related
they.
to that. Related to finances. Not related to me being liberated and sleep with who I want to. The first goal was to control what happens to me financially. It was never the goal for men to avoid marriage, to sleep around. That's the feminist goal. Those are two different things.
They make the same claim. They make the same claim.
This goes exactly back to what Dr. Evangeline just said so long ago. DJ saying, tell younger men to marry who? They only have access to trash women who will destroy their lives. Good women are rarefied. And of course, there are good women out there. But it's a different dating landscape. DJ goes on and said, most women think the same about their options of men. Fair enough. And so going all the way back, Dr. Evangeline said, you have to change the culture first. You have to first get people wanting to do this thing. Otherwise, it's just authoritarianism. You have to convince people. You don't just say, well, I'm already right, so we're going with what I said. And then when I'm like, okay, prove it. You think that this, that, and the other? No. I'm just asking you to back the fuck up what the fuck you said. What happened to not one step back?
the feminist goal. Those are two different things.
They make the
You're
same
trying to make
claim. They make the same claim. Their claim
never
is
was financially.
we're not telling women that they need to go sleep
Those
around.
are two different
We're not
things.
telling women they need to go sleep around. We're just telling them they can if they want to. Isn't that the same as your message?
If they want to, some men don't sleep around.
Yeah.
Some men don't sleep around.
It's just feminist.
I don't sleep around.
For men, dude.
No, that's what you want to call
And there's
it.
no
And that's
prescriptions. It's just feminism for men.
How's that not a prescription? I get to control who I'm with. I
Said the
get to
feminist.
control where the law is.
Said the
And hold on for a
feminist.
second. And I get to control where my finances are, not the state.
Said the feminist.
No,
The
no,
same
no.
things
That's
you were
not.
fighting
No, no, no.
for.
That's not. It's not the
We
women's
don't have a bank
finances.
account. We can't decide where to vote. We can't decide what to do with our children. We're men's property. It's the same shit.
That's a secondary issue.
Oh, Jesus. Do I believe there's an objective right and wrong? That depends on the context. If we say inherent to the universe, no, I do not believe that morality is inherent to the universe. But that does not mean that because we don't have an absolute right and wrong, that we can't have an objective right and wrong. So just like the rules of chess, there's no inherent rules of chess to the universe. We made that game up. So whatever we decide are the rules, then they become the rules. At that point, there are objectively moves in chess that are better and worse. Objectively, the goal is, it's an objective goal. You are trying to win according to these rules. So I follow most closely like Aristotle, the Aristotelian virtue ethics. I like Kant and the categorical imperatives, but I think it's a little bit too simplistic, at least for today's life. So yes, I do believe in objective right and wrong, but I don't believe in an absolute right and wrong. Good question.
We can't decide what to do with our children. We're men's property. It's the same shit.
That's a secondary issue.
Oh,
that is
man.
a secondary issue.
the same
You tried to
issue.
compare it. You tried to compare it, and then say finances is body. I mean, come on.
That's
man.
what
I mean,
they were fighting.
you're really trying to cram this.
They were like,
in
we
to
want
fit your
credit cards.
narrative.
We want to be able to control
That's
our bank
nice.
accounts.
That's
We want to be
very
able to
much
control
a
our
secondary,
finance.
tertiary issue. We're talking about what you framed
It's
it
the
as.
primary issue.
The primary issue for
For
me
you.
is finances. It's not to sleep around. All right,
Yeah.
that would be two different things.
But
I'm
if
not
it's-
maintaining my independence and staying single,
But if
so
it's
I
the
can sleep
case-
around. That's not the primary
Yeah,
issue.
I understand,
It is for
but if
finances. So
it's-
those are two different
No,
arguments.
they're not.
If you
And I'll
want to make it
explain-
the same for
Look,
you, go ahead.
Let me give the explanation.
Please.
If every single argument you make, even if you say these ones over here are tangential, but I agree with them, is the same exact argument of the 1970s bra-burning feminists, whether or not you're
That's what you
hang on.
believe.
Whether or not it's the primary goal,
Make it
hang
work
on,
for
hang
you.
on, man.
Make it work for you.
Even if
Brother. See, I told you. I use that all the time. Brother. But I was talking about homeboy. When I forget somebody's name, I always call him homeboy. And I was like, eventually, it's gonna happen with a black person, and it'll be like, oh my god, you called him blah, 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 blah. Like, no, all right, I just forgot his fucking name. I don't remember what I was gonna say. Now I don't even remember what I was gonna say. But oh my goodness, Box with another big 10. Thank you, brother. Oh man, we are definitely taking breaks. Let's get that out of the way. Get Morty his a treat. Thank you, sir. Box says the greatest con women ever pulled on men was convincing them that they didn't want to work and should be taken care of. Dad bear don't hang out with mom bear after the cubs are born for a reason. Interesting. I think that I would flip it the other way. I think the initial setup where the men did all this stuff and the women did all the caregiving was the standard. And the greatest con that men ever pulled on women was convincing them that they did want to work and didn't need to be taken care of. So I completely agree, but with the inverted one. But thank you. Again, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, let me just check real quick. No, all right. Thank you. So very, very much. Let's dive right back in.
Believe
whether or not it's the primary goal.
Make it
hang
work for you.
Hang on, man.
Make it work for you.
Even if it's the case, it's not the primary goal. It's a secondary goal. They're still the same
You
goals.
framed
Hang
it
on,
as the
man.
number
Let
one
me
goal.
at least make the argument
Please
before
do.
you respond.
Oh, you guys didn't even fucking remind me to get the thing for him. You didn't even remind me to get the thing for him. This whole time. We've earned Morty a special treat. And I completely forgot, and you didn't remind me. Let's tease him a little bit and pretend that we're not actually going to give it to him. And then, no, I'm just kidding. You earned it. Yeah, good job. All right. I forgot about that, but we good. We keeping it together. Thank you. let's dive right back in.
Goal. They're still the same
You
goals.
framed
Hang
it
on,
as the
man.
number
Let
one
me
goal.
at least make the argument
Please
before you
do.
respond.
Reach on in there, man.
So the thing is,
dig deep.
Is if you say, hey, man,
dig deep.
This is about financing. It's like, okay, well, you know, the 1970s feminists, we can't have credit cards. We can't control our bank accounts. We can't control our own financial independence from men. That's what they're fighting for. You want the same thing. Independence from women to control your own finances.
You were talking about promiscuity.
Almost done with the argument, then you can rebut it. Next thing is, when you're talking about promiscuity, sure, sleep with whoever you want, right? It's under your purview because you can do whatever you want with your body. Same exact argument that they were making. They're not the property of men, right? They should have complete sexual liberation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All of these are the same degenerate structured systems which led us to where we are currently right this second, except you're just providing them for men instead of women. It's like, can't we at least at some level look at this and say, look, just because these crazy women are doing these insane things, we can actually, as men, do something about this prescriptively without adding the degeneracy. Can't we do that?
Okay, let's go back.
Okay.
There's a such thing as, medicine. You might
Almost like, what I've been proposing this entire time.
medication to solve one issue and you get side effects. You're telling me the side effects equals what the men wanted as to solve the problem to heal. That's the reason they took the medication. Now you tell me about all these side effects. A side effect of feminism being able to control their body is to also have finances, blah, blah, blah. Same thing with the men. The men didn't intentionally go in there to say, this is for our bodies. What? We went in there to say this is to control our finances. Then as a result of that, there could be some other things that happen as a result.
Yeah, but if the results are the same as feminism,
it's not the same.
What's the
difference? It is not
difference
going
in
to be the
results?
outcome because at that particular point, the man has controlled his finances. He's outside of the safe system.
That's what the feminists argued for themselves.
That's a completely
He's a femboy. He's a femboy.
different reason. You can have
Who
the same
cares if
outcome.
it's the
You can-
same fucking
listen,
outcome.
You can have the same outcome and it could be for different reasons. All right. You're saying the outcome pretty much says it's a reason. That's not true. You can have two different reasons and have similar outcomes.
So we have this.
3 days after my next or my debate with Jim Bob, I will be turning 36 years old. My goodness. Not yet, not yet, not yet, okay? Not yet. Don't be putting numbers on me, bro. Don't be putting numbers on me. Hey, aren't you older than me? Fuck you. Love you.
But says it's a reason. That's not true. You can have two different reasons and have similar outcomes.
So we have the same outcomes for 1970s
okay,
progressive
but that's not the
feminists
intent.
for men
So
because you intended it to be different.
But you wanted to
Great.
compare. You just simply wanted to compare it as the same.
It is
It's
the
not.
same.
It's apples and oranges.
It's
apples and
It's
oranges.
apples and oranges because
To
you didn't mean it that way. I didn't mean it that
No,
way,
you
even though that's the same result.
You framed it that way to
Because
fit your
it's the
narrative.
truth.
That's your narrative.
It's not my
That's
narrative.
Your narrative.
You just
can-
agreed
listen,
that what I
you
said is
look-
true.
I didn't agree with anything.
You did. You just said that's it's the same
This is
comparable
the outcome. This is
institution.
the outcome. If I choose to do something for different outcomes, it's not the same.
just wild.
Just because certain things line up.
It's just
the way you
feminism.
want. And you're cherry picking, by the way, and you're very good at it. You're cherry picking
Oh,
the
okay,
good things,
cherry-picking.
the bad things, and then you want to reframe.
Yep, every single donation comes with a treat for Morty, and because we hit the goal for this donation, he gets an extra special treat. Because that's the only reason you guys pay me, so I gotta make him happy. But yes, every single one, 99 cents counts for a treat. And yes, he is 15 years old. He's having some health issues, so I am combining everything and trying to raise a little bit of money for his memorial when he does pass. He did just turn 15 years old, and we had a vet with a conversation with the vet, and he's good. It's not going to happen tomorrow, hopefully, but they don't last forever.
You're very good at it. You're cherry picking the good
cherry
things,
picking.
the bad things, and then you want to reframe traditionalism and call it the traditional church. Well, the traditional church also had the Ku Klux Klan in the 1950s.
No, that was the
Is that what you want to do?
non-traditional.
Okay,
That's what Protestant churches.
okay. Well, it's the church. And
No,
at that
it's not the
particular
church.
point, is you want to go ahead and cherry pick what's good and
And
what's
by the way,
bad.
they were
That's
Democrats.
a great snapshot.
Those were Democrats.
Exactly.
I mean, it's easy when you're thinking of Sky Natty. No, I'm just kidding. But it is much easier to look at the world through not a negative lens when you can put this unfalsifiable filter over everything. So like, of course it's great because God. I think a more mature way to look at the world is to see what really is and then decide maybe there's not a good plan here, but I can still make of my life whatever I can. And if that means helping people, that means doing good, that means raising a dog, having a family, whatever that means. That's post-nihilism, baby.
And of course, they were Democrats.
And
certainly
not
what the
Republicans.
Okay, well, now where are we at? There's going to be Democrats in your church? No Democrats.
Not
Okay,
usually.
so
There
at
are
this
some,
particular-
of course.
Of course there will
Yeah.
be. So there
What about atheists?
are going to be people that have
Yeah,
the
but what
same
does the
ideology.
KKK have to do with anything?
You're snapshotting traditional world that literally you can just pinpoint 10 years.
Yeah.
And if I go back 10 years before, it was non-existent.
I'm so fucking mad. I'm so fucking mad that I didn't do a Griff stream on Halloween. Because Halloween is the day that I got him. So as of Halloween, 15 years that we've been together. I could have done such a Griff stream. Are you going to debate from the grave? What do you mean? I ain't dying. When he dies, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not going to make any money because nobody's going to pay me anything. And I'm going to be a wreck. So I don't know. Let me say passing 35 sucks. And passing 35 sucks and is kind of freeing. I officially give no fucks. There you go. Hey, happy birthday, brother. Oh, all right. Let's finish this shit.
You're creating a pie in the sky. And then if I fast forward 15 years later, it don't exist. Now you're trying to bring it back out of the dead. Like
She was here earlier. Where'd she go?
you're Billy Graham. I know that
true.
doesn't exist.
What doesn't
It is
exist?
not the normal traditional church. You're screenshotting things. You're picking out a period of history to say we need to take it back from here. That period.
No.
Yep. But again, when we atrophy our moral philosophy and our ability to be contemplative, then we're even more prone to be defeatist, negative, and nihilistic. So instead of pretending that reality isn't reality because it could be sad sometimes, then you grow some balls and realize, fuck, reality sucks, but we're here. So
Was
doing the
only a
opposite.
small percentage of
Trying to give a holistic view, not just of
you're
the
giving
entire
a religious view,
not
not a
just the-
holistic view.
Well,
It's very
look,
religious.
most of history is full of religion. I'm
and
sorry
a
to
whole
be the
bunch of
very-
religious people killing people. But go ahead.
That
Go
accounts-
ahead.
that accounts
Keep
for-
it going.
that accounts
All
to-
right, a lot of people
Yeah,
killing
so
each
that
other. A lot
accounts
of
to
people.
about
yeah, did you grow up into a world where the 9/11 in sixth grade, the crash right as you got out of high school? I mean, go down the list. Millennials have fucking been through it.
A lot of fornication. Go
About 4
ahead.
to 6% of all wars were religiously based.
How much?
4 to 6%. You can look it up.
All right, I don't care.
Yep, I agree. The Rage Bait said everyone should read the Bible cover to cover at least once in their life. If nothing else, read it as a historical book. I suggest CEB. What does that stand for? It's the most inclusive and easiest to read. I read the NIV, and that is one of the biggest turning points in me losing my faith. But yeah, every it's an interesting question. Because I mean, it has been a very long time since I've done that. But yikes! I mean, my 20s were an absolute shit show, but also the best times of my life because I was, drinking, partying, on drugs, all that kind of stuff. So, Common English Bible. They've moved on since my day. The NIV.
4 to 6% of all wars were religiously based.
How much?
4 to 6%. You can look it up.
All right, I don't care what. That doesn't matter. They kill each other at massive rates. All right.
So before you were bringing up the Crusades, and now he's giving you a talking point where all these things are violent. And you're like, oh, well, I don't care about that. Now you don't care about that?
Listen, religion is not the
4 to
answer.
6%.
You guys, you're
Yeah, I know.
trying to tell
Degeneracy
me-
and feminism for men.
I
is
didn't
the
say it
answer.
was. You didn't have to live degeneracy if you're non-religious. That's your world.
I
Again,
know.
you always make it fit what you want.
Because
cherry
it does
pick.
fit. It is
doesn't
the truth.
fit.
That's what you guys advocate
You're
for.
only good if you're religious. That's ridiculous. All right, you only make good decisions because you're religious.
I think
That's
it seems-
ridiculous. That's what you hope.
Did I-
And that's not the case because a lot of people that are in your
Why do you say
hold on for a second.
only? Like, why do you say
Hold
only?
on, hold on.
When I,
a lot
when I
of
talk
you
about
just,
outcomes being
you
better,
just admitted. You just admitted
Better.
that there are women that are feminists in your church. Of
course.
Okay, so there's your solution there. You're telling me
So
it's
what?
always better.
It
And
is
it's
always
a
better.
Snapshot. What you're doing is selling men a fantasy of them,
and you're
achieving-
selling them feminism.
I'm not. Well, we can agree to disagree on that.
Well,
But you're
no,
selling them
agree
a
to
fantasy.
disagree, just
Well,
selling them feminism.
and you're selling them a fantasy. All right,
A fantasy
that's
that I
not
have
gonna
data
exist.
to
Matter-
I don't know about you. I'm highly valuable today, bro. I'm highly valuable today.
of fact, most people will be dead by the time you get even 1 inch closer to whatever you're proposing.
Well,
most
under
men will be dead as a doorknob.
under your
but
Like I said, that's because there's no goal to get closer to that. There's the goal to make money off of talking about getting closer to that.
under your
you have assured that black men will be dead. You said so yourself. There's no fixing it. They will be. That's your prescription.
well, that's the
Also true. Also true.
Prescription that you heard. What I told
That's the prescription that you heard because that's what you said.
black men is to leave that community. The community is not to
Are
be
they
saved.
doomed or not? Like you said.
The black men leave the community, they thrive.
Yeah, I know. Are black men doomed? Like you said
The
earlier.
black
or
men
not?
that leave the community, they thrive.
Yeah, I know.
They
But
do
are,
very
are
well.
black men doomed? Like you said earlier. Or
Under
not?
the matriarchy of the black community, yes.
Okay.
Under the scenario that I'm proposing for black men, absolutely not. They thrive.
But that's in the future. What
But
about
that's
right now?
So that's,
What about
no,
right
no,
this
they're thriving right now under your degeneracy model. All right, they're thriving right now under the degeneracy.
Who?
Oh, yes, they.
Who?
You're
Andrew's degeneracy model?
looking at one right now.
What,
You're looking at
so wait a
one.
second.
So that's who.
So let me get this
You're looking
right.
at the notorious one right now.
You're
That's
fine.
who. You
So-
want an example?
so men-
give me your numbers.
Yeah. So men.
You didn't give me your numbers.
so men
the whole damn stream. But you're
Of what?
telling me
I gave
who.
you tons.
No, give me your numbers of your ecclesiastic marriage where your pastor on the Little House on the Prairie is going to prevent them from
Again with the Little House on the Prairie. Oh, CGA, what are you doing? Did he think it hit this time? Did he think it didn't hit last time? Or did he just think as many times as he say it, everybody's just gonna be like, oh, he's at Little House on the Prairie. What are you doing?
Have to move.
Give me them numbers.
Again.
Okay, you're asking me for
How
mine.
many
I
times
gave
do
you
I have
one.
to explain this?
Come on, man.
So again, when you're talking about just because they don't have polling data for the United States specifically, we can definitely look at other nations where there's ecclesiastical marriages and the divorce rates. That's one. You can do it right now.
No.
The second is this.
You keep
even
changing
if
that.
I
That's moving
grant,
the goalpost.
even if I grant that just because polling data for that specific thing doesn't exist right this second,
Okay.
the polling data for people who are engaged in state marriage is still lower. That makes my
that's
argument
great.
much more compelling
That's
than
great.
yours.
That's all fine and dandy when you're comparing 125 people to millions of people.
No, these
All
are
right,
millions
what
of
number?
people
What
in
number?
the state.
What's the number
Of
people
what?
that participate?
Of what? Which thing?
I keep asking you this. You never give me. The
I've
number.
already
I
told you 50 times there's no polling data.
Exactly. You don't have a number.
But I do have no.
So this is why I don't want to be a debate bro. Like obviously, Jim Bob asked to debate me, so I'm not gonna run from that, obviously. And then, of course, when I get a prompt that helps me, then I'm gonna do it. But especially being the atheist debate bro in the right wing circle, I have no interest in that. I have no interest in that. And like the reason that I want to get, that I want to do these debates. I mean, I think that the debates are interesting enough, but I would much rather have a collaborative discussion with people like Andrew, people like Jim Bob, people, like the conversation that I had with Rob. That was I think that was a good conversation. November 25th on Speakeasy. Actually, let me drop the link for you guys right now. Let's get that link right here. And look who we got right there. Being an atheist is a rational position. Boom. And so go make sure that you hit notify me so that you're there. I mean, I'm going to be streaming here too, but you know what I mean. But yeah, show on through. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. I'm doing what I can. And sometimes you gotta, well, I mean, we'll see about that. The fact of the matter is I rather want to have more of those collaborative discussions. And if being a little bit more combative in a debate scenario helps me do that, then I'll do that. But I mean, aside from the debate itself, then there's like this stream is going on pretty long, but you guys have been super generous and we started earlier anyway. But I got work tomorrow. So like this isn't my main job. So I going on for like 6, 7, 8 hour streams, and everybody's caught up in this, that, and the other, and so we're not really focused on Morty and treats and super chats as much. I get it, but I it's running me down, and I'd rather be here for you guys when we have the show than to go on out there. Yeah, I know. But you can help me. You can help me with that. I haven't seen you in the after party, so Rage Page said, you seem like a great conversation. It's rare to have someone be able to articulate themselves. Props, bro. Well, dilly to you. Thank you for the kind words. That is gonna get copyright claimed, but We can watch it in the after party.
I've already
I
told you
told
50
you.
times there's no polling data.
Exactly. You don't have a number.
But I do have numbers.
It's a, pie,
of
it's, got, it's a
people-
fantasy.
Dude,
You've been selling people a fantasy.
do you realize that?
I love it though. You know, listen.
You make my point stronger, not worse.
A fantasy?
If it's the case that people are engaged in state marriage right this second and are part of traditional churches and their divorce rate is lower, it
That's
has
fine.
to logically follow that if they were not engaged in state marriage, the divorce rate would be even lower.
You're talking about getting hit over the head 30% to
Why can't you just address what he's saying? Either yes, that is correct, or no, that's not correct because.
50%. Okay, that's great.
It's
I'll
huge.
Give you that.
That's huge.
I'll give you that. That's the difference between 150,000 people. Yet you're telling me you have a better solution
No,
to
it's more than
mitigate that.
150,000.
Hold on. You're giving me a mitigating better than that 30%.
That's a way
That's
more
what
than
you're saying.
150,000, dude.
Where's that solution for the better than the 30%? I've been asking for it. You can't tell me how many people that you got under these
Yeah, but
notorious
there's no
contracts that don't
I
have
can
the state.
logically demonstrate it for you. There's no
I
polling
need you to
data
get
for
that
it. So
number.
what?
Get that number. That would be a great
When I
insight. So
asked
you can
you-
tell the audience. Hold on
Yes.
for a second.
I'll
You
tell
can
them.
tell the audience
Okay.
how many people that you're going to prevent from busting out this ecclesiastic contract with your little house on the
It's not a
prairie, preach,
contract.
whatever it is that you're doing. If you could tell your men how many people you have doing it and you prevented them from getting divorced and losing their kids under custody, please tell us.
Yeah, so
Otherwise, it's a fantasy.
let's respond again. Do you have the polling data for how many of the black men you personally helped?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's see it.
Hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of
Polling
thousands.
data.
Hey,
There was Johnny, there was Ricky, there was Trey Sean, and there was Bob.
everybody in the chat.
Where's the polling
Press
data?
one. We're gonna do it right now live.
That's
We're gonna do it live.
scientific
Everybody
poll-
press one.
That's polling
if you're
data?
A Coach Greg Adams.
That's
disciple.
polling
If you-
data.
If you follow me for the last
You don't
8
have
years,
hundreds of thousands of
press
people in your
one.
chat, dude. Give me a break.
Press one. If you can see you. Look. You see that?
Yeah. Where's your
You don't want to
polling
look.
data?
You don't want to look. Look at this.
Where's the polling data?
Coach
Okay, so we have not even 2,000 people watching. No shade, but just talking about the sample size. And everybody's like, yeah, he's helped me. Yeah, that's because they're your chat. What?
Gang represent.
Do you have
You see it
scientific
right here?
polling data?
That's more than your ecclesiastic contracts.
Oh,
I can
great.
guarantee you that.
Okay. Everyone in the Crucible chat who Andrew Wilson has helped, put one in the chat. That's scientific polling data,
Go
says
ahead,
Coach
go ahead.
whoever.
I know
it
you
is.
don't want to hear it. I thought you was gonna let it happen. Now all of a sudden you don't like the numbers. Come on, Andrew, man.
That's not
I thought we
polling
were better.
data.
I thought we were better.
That's
than
not
this.
polling data, doofus.
Okay,
What are you
cool.
talking about?
You gonna call
That's
me
not
a doofus?
polling
Hey,
data.
were you gonna call me a doofus?
Yes, that's doofus shit.
Yo, man, that's crazy.
Doofus
because I asked
shit.
you for a number, and I'm the doofus. You can't even give me a number.
I gave
under
you
your
heart,
poll data.
dude.
Wait, where's your army at?
You just thought you asking your own chat in a debate where obviously people are going to be more inclined to take your side and be like, see? No, sir, I don't see. I see your inability to understand why that is not scientific. But hey, do what you're going to do.
What's
Yeah,
the name
pull
of
the
your
chat
group?
up.
What's
You
the
are
name of your group?
The Crucible chat.
The Crucible Army. Go ahead and pull them up and tell them
tell
how
them
many
real
of them
Whatever you're about to do, CGA, you don't want to do it.
are under your
Hang on.
ecclesiastic
And
contract.
let's make sure we got this straight. How many people are in his live chat right now?
He's got 2,060.
And see how many people are in mine.
Let's go. Pull it up. They should beat me in your ecclesiastic.
So 3 months ago, if you were here, you would know that I got a strike on the channel because we were watching a debate very similar to this. And shout out to the Raging Tomato. It was on that channel, Rob Noor and RTP Talks, and they got into a discussion like this, and then Sarah broke it up. Then when I was covering it with you guys, I had already seen it. So I was like, but after the debate, they actually do go and check their channels and see what's up. So I put up a poll. Look at him. He's loving it. He's loving it. I put up a poll in my chat saying, would you like to see the dick measuring contest of their channels after the debate? Yes or no? Full strike. Appealed it. Had people looking at it like, no. This is not it's for sex and nudity. A dick measure. And I specified that it was about the channels. And still. So we got another couple weeks that we gotta play a little bit nicely before the strike falls off. Shout out to Colby. Welcome to the party.
2,060.
And see how many people are in mine.
Let's go. Pull it up. They should beat me in your ecclesiastic contract. They should floor us in the ecclesiastic contract.
Oh,
4,300?
That's like not even double.
Just one.
All right, we're both doing well.
Just one, please.
We're
Just one, please.
We're,
and now that means I win.
where they at?
That's
Where they at?
scientific polling
Oh, there's
data.
crickets over there. Okay.
Just once. Just
There they
one.
go.
You know there's a delay.
All I gotta do is
There's the
once, and that's
Crucible over
scientific
there.
data.
There's a
Oh,
couple of people in there.
God. Oh, no.
I want the ecclesiastic contract marriages.
Oh, no.
That's what
You
we're
know,
asking
you
for.
said, who have I helped?
Oh, wait a minute.
That's different.
No, you
Where did you think that was going to go? Where did you think that was going to go?
ask who, for me,
Yeah.
who's followed my prescription.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not
who has the
polling
ecclesi-
data, dude.
who's- I ask you for the ecclesiastic
God.
contracts, Andrew. This is very simple.
What part of
This
we
is
don't
very-
have the polling data, but I
Because
can
you don't have the
logically
numbers.
demonstrate it? Do you
You
not
don't have the
understand?
numbers. You're selling a fantasy.
We do have the numbers.
You're selling a fantasy.
Oh my God, dude, this is
You're
you're
selling
so
a
low
fantasy to
tier.
men. And I think what you need to do
like
is
talking to a fucking wall.
And I hope that all those cancer sticks that you've been smoking will help your ass live long enough to
Bruh.
see how far you led men astray. I would love that for you to survive, and I would bless you by the name of God in the Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints that you survive all them goddamn smokes
You
you've
don't
been
follow
out
the
here.
Jesus Christ of Latter-day
all them
Saints.
smokes you have, so you can come out here and live and see how many men
Jesus
you led
Christ of
astray.
Latter-day Saints. You follow Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Somebody does.
You
More
don't.
people than that.
Give me a
More
break.
people than the Crucible.
The
More
LDS
people that
you are not in the LDS church,
Hey,
dude.
more people than you have under your ecclesiastic contract. I can guarantee you that. All right.
All you have to do is agree
No, sir, you can't. We just asked you to do that, and you weren't able to.
to one proposition. Is it the case that you personally think
Not
that
today.
if there is no state contract, you're not win a
Easily.
state contract, your chances of getting divorced are going to decrease? Is that true or false?
If that's true, even if you don't get
If? What about if? You know, all these if. What happened to all that? Projection.
married, correct, your chances of getting divorced goes to zero. Oh, and that's the same thing I said. Don't get married, you don't get divorced. The number one cause of divorce is marriage.
Not
Boy,
marriage,
it sounds like
a state
it sounds
contract.
Like, no, the number one cause of divorce is marriage. Hey, Andrew, let's just say this, man. Listen.
I thought they could divorce you even if you weren't married to him 5 minutes ago.
No, you went through a ceremony. You went through a religious ceremony. So at that point, they can. But if I never went through a ceremony, they can't.
They can sue you for anything by your logic, whether you
No,
went
no,
through
no,
it or
no,
not.
don't
Even if you're not married, they can sue you for divorce. So, I mean, that's what you said.
move the goalpost. I said you went through a ceremony. I didn't. All right, those are two different things, sir.
Which part of I don't really again I don't understand if it's the case that you
He's
say
scrambling and scraping for shit right now.
if it's the case that you
Projection. Who's scraping and scrambling? Who's scraping and scrambling? I'm getting a little drunk.
He's
If you're
scrambling and
married-
scraping for shit right
if
now.
You're
Look at
married
him.
by the state.
Look at him scrambling,
Yeah,
scraping.
if you're married by the state, if you're married by the state, your chances of marriage or divorce
But if you don't
increase.
get married, your chances of divorce is zero.
Yeah. Okay. Wait a second. I'm sorry.
Your chances of if you
This is like that scene in The Office where it's like, what's the safest way to have sex? Condoms. Oh, this and that. Nope, not having sex. And Daryl's like, I didn't know we were doing trick questions. What's the best way to not get injured skiing? Don't ski.
you don't get married,
unless you're
your chances
cohabitating,
of
right?
divorce is
Unless you're
zero.
cohabitating.
Depends on where you live.
Yeah. So then it's not
That's
zero.
Colorado, not
So
in
you just lied.
California,
It's not
not in
zero.
California.
So then it's not zero.
What about if you don't cohabitate?
Yeah. Again. So
Again.
now you're moving the goalposts.
No, most of the time, if you read my book, and I bet you can't read. Did you write a book? I'm pretty sure you didn't.
Yeah, all 54 pages.
I wrote a book.
My
that
wife wrote a
basically
book, and I take all her money though.
Good. Well, that tells me the type of man you are. Holy mackerel! You're pimping your wife out now. What's
To
next?
write- to write
what's
books
next?
that I
What's
profit
next?
from?
If those, how many books that you sold? Now let me get
I'm
back to
pimping-
this.
I'm pimping
Hold
her
on for
out
a
'cause she
second.
wrote a
Hold on for a
book.
second.
What
My
the fuck?
my
What?
prescription. My prescription for men
Is-
is
my
no. Hold on for a
prescription
second. No,
for
no, no,
my
no.
wife not to write a book.
Yeah. Well, I guess YouTube's going well if you're living off your wife's books. All right. What's her name? So we can give her some shine and sell some books.
Oh, her name is Rachel Wilson, the author of Occult Feminism. I guarantee it sold more copies than yours, sir.
All right. Well, we can look it up.
Let's
It's
look it
over
up.
that now. We can look it up.
No, let's look it
now
up
watch
right
this.
now.
Watch this. All right. Go ahead.
I want to look it up right now. Now I just want to
Now
know.
at this point, what have you done? You're living off the backs of your wife? Oh my God.
Because now Andrew's in a no-lose position. He didn't bring this up. So if it's if the number's higher, obviously, numbers higher. But if it's not, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. Well, I don't know why I need to bring my wife into this.
Goodness.
Yes.
Is this traditional marriage?
Yes, absolutely.
Boy, oh boy, men have fallen. I'm gonna tell you that.
Absolutely.
Men have fallen. It's a disgrace. All right,
Man.
You're living off of what? Is this traditional marriage, by the way?
Yes.
Your wife is in the traditional marriage, and you're living off her finances. God damn. All right, boy. The crucible is falling apart at this particular point, bursting open at the seams.
Yes, you-
Is it though?
Gentlemen,
What's your book called?
Free agent lifestyle.
Oh,
You got me,
now
man.
we're
Yeah, I did got you.
whoa. Free agent lifestyle. What happened to 52 rules or whatever?
I
All
take
right.
all. It's true. I take all of her money. It's true.
Well, that's what you said.
I mean, I do.
You said that.
I do.
I mean, I'm not saying something you
all
didn't
of
say.
it. And I spend it on guns.
Every traditional marriage sounds great, guys. Traditional marriage sounds
does that
great.
sound bad?
I don't think that's fair. I think CGA brought up Rachel and the books and the comparisons and all of that.
Who would be upset by that? I take all of my wife's money.
Ooh, that's the prompt. A wife can a wife be a breadwinner? That's a tough one. Are you pro or against?
Spending on guns. He says traditional marriage sounds great,
That's
guys.
traditional marriage. That falls under traditional marriage.
Sure.
Oh boy.
What's untraditional
All right,
about it?
That's a great traditional marriage.
It
model.
sounds like great
All right.
traditional marriage to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can't find the numbers, honestly.
Oh,
Well,
that's too bad.
That's what happens. Shit happens.
No. Wait, you guys have seen this. They have. Do they get the numbers or no? Because if they don't get the numbers, we're done here. I just want to find those numbers. If they do get the numbers, then I want to see the rest of it.
But you know, it's a bestseller. Trust me. You should read it.
So hers.
Yeah.
It's just sold
But
more.
what have you
It's
done?
just sold more.
But what have you done?
I take her money.
Zero. Exactly, boy. I mean, you hear this?
Yeah.
This is the traditional patriarchy, masculinity here, in live and in living color. But you can follow him. You can follow me.
I mean, your book is ranked higher on the charts and it has more ratings.
Oops.
Can't find the sales numbers on either.
The sales numbers are what matters.
Oh.
Let's see the numbers.
Oh.
Numbers.
Uh-oh.
Numbers.
Uh-oh.
Numbers.
Oops. Let's see.
I'm higher ranked. More people have.
Let's see the numbers.
Wait. Okay, hold on. I don't know which one is which. All right, we got
The numbers.
Oh.
Numbers.
Okay. So Rachel's book, Amazon bestseller rank, Audible ratings, Goodreads ratings. So it doesn't have 593 and 98. It's whoa. This is including all these different listings. So I don't know. All right. I'm done.
Uh-oh.
Numbers.
Uh-oh.
You know what else I realized?
Oops.
Numbers.
I'm higher ranked. More people have.
Let's see the numbers.
Come on, man. I don't know. I don't keep the data. I don't know what
I don't
happened.
know how many books you've sold.
You guys are, because I don't hear the echoes on my end. Like, shut up! Like, I just hear that once. Yeah, right? His book. But, like, well, this is my soundboard. That's coming out of the speaker. That works fine. But the music, I'm hearing it regular. Listen closely. It's good at sounding like it's only one, but I mean, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe they fixed it. I don't fucking know. But yeah. All right, guys. It is time. It is time for the swole goal. I'm 96. That's what, 96 is 42 or 52? 42? 52? I'm terrible at math. No, 96, we round down. 48. 48, we can do 48. All right, we got this. You paid me, guys. It is now time to pay yourselves. If you can't do 48, do 30. If you can't do 30, do 25. If you can't do 25, do 10. And if you can't do 10, then do some girl push-ups. You paid me. Now pay yourselves. All right. 48. Ay. All right. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Ah, fuck. Oh, man, I'm losing it. I did 37, no problem the other day. All right, 36. 12 more. We got this. 12 more. Woo! Oh, Jesus. One, two, three. Ah, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, that was a bad setup. That was a bad setup. All right. Let's go. 8 more, 8 more, 8 more. We got this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck me. Ah, fuck. Ah. 3 more. Let's go. We ain't no bitch. We ain't no bitch. We ain't no bitch, right, Mark? We ain't no bitch. 3 more. We got this. 3 fucking push-ups, you fucking pussy. 1, 2. Oh, come on! Oh, fuck me. All right, I'm not doing 1 sole push-up, so we gotta do 2 now. We gotta do 2. I'm not doing 1 sole push-up. Oh, fuck. All right, let's go. Let's go. 1 and 2 and 1 for good luck. Ah, my goodness. All right, that last one was kind of weak. But it was an extra, so suck on my junk. God damn. Who paid themselves? Who paid themselves? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Our king-based debater, I would now allow my wife to make a public appearance ever. I would not make smart move. Smart move. Yeah, I mean, food would help. What are we gonna do? Push with your pecs, not your biceps and triceps. Okay, see that at least is direct information. There you go. Yeah, I eat a lot of vitamins, but I can't afford that shit. I can't afford that shit. I'll not pills. What about pills? I'll take some pills. We doing pills? Hey, if we doing a pill contest, that I will win. I could do more pills than any of y'all. Oh man, I am exhausted. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I know. That you guys could be doing anything in the world, and then all of this. Look at it. Just look at it. You guys really fucking came through tonight. I appreciate you guys to know and look at it. Just look at it. Thank you to each and every one of you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, well, exactly. It's I didn't say well, I mean, I have Gatorade too, but no, I mean, I take like a multivitamin. That's about that's what I mean. I mainly the overwhelming majority of what I eat is either a protein shake with a giant scoop of peanut butter or a can of soup with some pasta. That's the overwhelming majority of what I eat because that's what I can afford to keep stock in the house. And if I don't have keep stuff stocked in the house, I'm just going to order like fast food or waste money on like getting Chili's DoorDash or whatever. So, you know, well, again, if you guys keep coming through like this, if every stream is like this, then I can do that. I'm doing everything I can. I am draining myself to do this. And this is all I have. So if you guys have more, I'm putting it all in. Show on up And you guys definitely did that today. Thank you so very, very much. I know that you could be out there doing whatever it is that you could possibly find yourself into, and yet you're here hanging out with me and the Overlord. And I can't tell you how much we appreciate it. Of course, if you are new, please do subscribe. We are live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. That does mean tomorrow, even though I've got to drive like 45 minutes to the tippy top of the Jersey Shore peak, I will be back in time for a normal, typical show, 8 p.m. Eastern. I have no idea what we're going to be covering yet, but something interesting indeed. Thank you again, guys. I really, 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 really love you, and I appreciate you to know. And once again, guys, this is Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.